Good morning, Wichita, and good morning to all of you. Welcome to City Hall. We'll call this meeting to order. With us this morning is Pastor Philip Moore of Eden Fellowship Ministries to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both.
Good morning to the mayor and the city council members and the citizens of Wichita. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Eternal God in heaven, we praise you and we thank you for this day, for the gift of life and for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for your guidance as the Wichita City Council convenes and that every discussion, decision, and action be led by wisdom, integrity, and the heart for the people. Grant our leaders discernment to seek justice, fairness, and the common good. May they have patience, understanding, and courage to make decisions that uplift our city and protect all of its citizens. Bless the citizens of Wichita with safety, peace, and opportunity. We pray for unity, collaboration, and respect in this chamber, that the work done here reflects your will for the good of all. In your mighty and matchless name we pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Moore. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting, August 7th, 2025.
Council members, any corrections to those minutes? I see none. I move to approve the minutes for August 7th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. We'll do a voice vote for this. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Awards and proclamations. Proclamation, St. Paul African Episcopal Church 150th Anniversary Day and Self-Awareness Month.
Please ask the individuals from the St. Paul AME Church to please come forward at this time. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The proclamation reads, "The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas churches are the cornerstone of every community, providing guidance, fellowship, counseling, support, and concern for families and individuals within their congregations and through ministry to those outside their congregations. Whereas Wichita's oldest African American church, St. Paul AME, is celebrating its 150th anniversary with the theme, Proclaim the Year of Jubilee, and the AME Church is celebrating 209 years on Sunday, August 24th, 2025. Whereas this celebration, promoting community inclusion in our neighborhoods through participating in fellowship, is a unique opportunity for the church and the congregation to share information, worship, and fellowship with family and friends. Whereas the city of Wichita shares the pride of the St. Paul AME Church promoting community inclusion in our neighborhoods through participative fellowship under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Pamela M. Hughes, pastor, the Reverend Dr. Carla J. Cooper, president of the Elder Midwest South District, and the Right Reverend Francine A. Brookins, Esquire, presiding prelate of the 5th Episcopal District. And now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim August 24th, 2025 as St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church 150th Anniversary Day.
On behalf of the St. Paul family, we are waiting and expecting an awesome celebration this week. So we thank God for our mayor and our city council honoring us on this day, because truly what do we come to do? Proclaim the year of Jubilee. Thank you.
May I please ask Councilmember Brandon Johnson, who's part of the congregation, to please come forward and take this picture as well.
Here they come, y'all. Here they come. Here they come.
Thank you again to the St. Paul AME Church. May I please ask Ms. Juneteenth and her supporters to come forward at this time. May I also ask Councilmember Brandon Johnson to come forward at this time. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The proclamation reads, "The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas Self-Awareness Month emphasizes the importance of understanding oneself, including one's mental state as a foundation of well-being. Whereas it is important to encourage state, local, and community-based organizations, faith leaders, healthcare providers, and individuals to educate their communities about mental health stigmas. Whereas mental health stigma is characterized by unfair attitudes or beliefs about individuals experiencing mental health challenges. This stigma can manifest in various forms, including stereotypes, discrimination, and social exclusion. Whereas it is important to encourage the community to donate to and to volunteer for mental health organizations that support self-awareness and provide access to resources needed for good mental health. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim the month of August 2025 as Self-Awareness Month.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out today, and I'm so elated to be here standing as an advocate for mental health, and not only for mental health, for all the Black youth out there. We always get painted in a negative light, so just to be that positive light means so much to me. So thank you all for coming out, and I will do as much as I can to make sure I advocate for not only young people, for the Black community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Juneteenth and her supporters. May I please now ask Roy Moy III and any of his supporters to come forward with the STEM Music Project. Today is National Aviation Day 2025. With that, I want to introduce Roy Moy III, a local community partner, an engineer in aerospace, and an artist who has created an amazing video to help showcase the aviation industry in our community, the importance of the air capital of the world, and the importance of STEAM. The Arts Partners STEM Music Project received a $25,000 grant to create a bilingual album for kids by reaching artists, and Roy Moy III, with several community partners, were part of that project. The intent is to promote STEAM and career opportunities in spaces right here in Wichita. Let's watch a portion of that music video.
The aerospace industry lives here. It's Wichita, Kansas, to be very clear. Air capital of the world. 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 1920 started something new. A trio got together with a dream to pursue. A disagreement happened, now the trio is two. Then they added steerman and beach to the crew.
Lord, other aviation pioneers arrived. The industry of aerospace came alive. Aircraft like Dot B-29. So many airplanes took to the skies.
Air capital of the world. 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 ICT said it's everything. Air capital of the world we see. ICT said it's everything. Air capital of the world we see. Air capital of the world. Air capital of the world.
And to celebrate National Aviation Day, Roy Moy III.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to Mayor Lily Wu, City Council, the City of Wichita, and Ella from Arts Partners. It always starts with a dream. I had a vision. I, majored in aerospace engineering, been loving planes since I was a little kid, and also singer-songwriter, and created STEM Music, my small business, and had an idea for an album. We saw the Arts Thrive grant and said, oh my gosh, we have to apply for this. I'm a teaching artist with Arts Partners, a nonprofit here in town that does incredible work with art, students and people in the community. And so with this camp, we started June 2nd into July 19th, and the students worked with me to songwrite, to make beats with Corey Rolfe, my producer in town. We filmed music videos with Dream to Reality, Francois Jejes, and other partners. They got to make digital art, murals in the city, created songs, got to record. And so much went into this. In this particular song, we wanted to celebrate the city. The new album that will be coming out next year is called STEM Music Takes Flight. And I couldn't be an adopted son of the city of Wichita, and not put a song about air capital of the world on that project. And so this celebrates our city. It's out now on YouTube, on Facebook, so go watch the full thing later today, showing love. And I think one thing I would love to say is this program employed students through the Way to Work program that got to be a part of this camp. So students were getting paid and learning actual skill sets that they can take with them. And those two rappers, those students students you saw in the video, they made their own song post-camp, and they shot a music video. They were DMing me like, Roy, look at us, look at our music video. So they learned stuff in this camp that they're actually now putting into practice. And I think it's something, when we think about our youth in the city of Wichita, how do we keep them engaged? How do we inspire them with STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and math? And how do we make sure that the future is bright in this city with the youth that we support? So I'm really excited. I'm hoping that we can continue to partner in the future to do more youth apprenticeships in art and how that really transforms our city. We even did something with League 42, a mural there as well. And so I leave you with this. Never forget, we are air capital of the world, air capital of the world, air capital of the world, air capital of the world. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you again to all of our proclamation recipients and Roy Moy, as well as the STEM Music Project and Arts Partners this morning. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Public agenda. The public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to the items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. A time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker is Arthur Stokes, Black Mold.
Good morning, everyone, Mayor Wu and staff. I'm Arthur Stokes Jr. I preside at 2614 South Topeka in Wichita, Kansas. And I've been talking about black mold, but I also is a part of that topic. I've been doing the Titanic and talking about standards, in dealing with our city situation with black mold. It's a big topic. I'm starting to hear more and more of it, getting into the dwellings. It's a problem, I've been having a real rough time trying to, I've always been able to adapt to some situations, but this has really been rough. In dealing with the Titanic, the biggest secrets, I'm just going to round it up on this meeting. The biggest secrets with Titanic was that the steel, when they built the Titanic and it was unsinkable, that steel at that time would not have helped the Titanic when it hit that iceberg because of the sulfur in it. And Blasco, they did the experiment. They went down and they took a piece of it. They took a sample of it. And I didn't know what a coupon was, but it was a script from the Titanic. They had to go down there under 30 feet of dirt and sand to retrieve this. And basically the paint was still almost intact from when it was down there. But they did the experiment with the modern piece of steel, and what happened was it bent. It made a V shape. It never broke. But when they did it, they used like a pendulum. And when the pendulum finally struck it, the Titanic that piece just kind of like shattered. It went every different direction. And that was due to it was not suitable for the condition. They also, they set the condition, in their experiment just like it was when it hit the iceberg and the temperature out there. I think they used alcohol or something to get that temperature to that level, you know. So you have to have standards. It should have never been there. They'd have been better off by hitting the iceberg head on. They would have lost 2 tiers. They wouldn't have lost all of the tiers that they lost. They'd have been able to save more lives. See, and you know, that's one of the biggest major secrets that they came up with that situation. And, you know, I relate to my situation. You know, I've been sick a lot lately with, I'm just about to get ulcers. So, you know, trying to adapt to that, I don't know how that is for me, but it's, you know, it's a challenge every day. You know, I have to change a lot of my agendas, you know, stress. You know, I try to just take every day and, you know, I do the best I can with it, you know. Somewhere in me trying to help families and myself, and I wear my wristband loosely, family matters. You know, I don't have a whole bunch of supporters rah-rahing me on up here, but this is a situation that if the wolf don't bite you today, he gonna bite you tomorrow, you know? This is a situation that it happens just like everything else happens. You know, nothing's made to last forever. But lately, I'm getting ready to go and see gastrologists. My menu has changed. A lot of the foods that I've been changed has been like crazy. I've been kicking and screaming and rolling. I can't even have watermelon, man. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, that's one of my perfect foods. You know, I throw out, and even all of the perfect stuff like avocados, stuff that I normally thought was healthy. In this game here is totally different when you get sick from black mold and trying to, I guess, basically recover back how much of your life that you can.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. I believe there are council members that want to speak. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, do we have any idea when the property maintenance ordinances will be coming before council?
Councilmember, we have one more DAB presentation to make, and so we're shooting sometime in September or October, depending on how we take all that feedback and put it together for you.
Okay, thank you.
I would love to know when that is and participate if it's low as will for me to be in with that, you know, so I can see how y'all organize it.
Yes, sir. We'll make sure to get you an invite to that one.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
All right. Any questions?
Thank you again.
All right.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
John DeCesaro, the value of continued investment in the Wichita Public Library System.
Good morning, council members. My name is John DeCesaro. I live in District 1 at 7507 East Norfolk Circle, and I'm here to discuss the library system. I'm the son of a USD 259 8th grade English teacher who taught at Truesdale Middle School for many years. As she did in the classroom, at home my mom stressed the value of an education and instilled in me a love of reading. This is something my wife and I have passed on to our children, and our library system is a big reason that they've grown to be avid readers and exemplary students. The Advanced Learning Library, in particular, unlocked their imaginations. This is one of the reasons I serve as a volunteer board member on the Wichita Library Foundation. You know the Advanced Learning Library is a shining example of what is possible through a combination of committed investments by the city and impassioned fundraising by the foundation. This responsible collaboration takes a library beyond a place to check out books to being a valued educational and cultural community hub. I'm here to remind you of the important role the city plays and how fulfilling that role enables the work of the foundation. Here's the recipe for success. 1, the City Council and City of Wichita commits to the foundational funding to maintain library facilities, keep them adequately staffed by trained librarians and support personnel, and filled with a wide variety of materials for use by all Wichitans across age, ability, and interest levels. 2, the Library Foundation then leverages those investments to fund impact initiatives, innovative services, and valuable programming. We often call this the margin of excellence, which is engaging the philanthropic community to ensure that the library continues to evolve to meet the changing needs of our citizens. It's important to know that the margin of excellence for the foundation is future-facing, not filling gaps of underinvestment in the library's core functions. Together, we make the library a vital community resource for tackling literacy challenges for people of all ages, creating measurable impact throughout the library programs. Public library services contribute to the type of vibrancy that help us attract and retain talent. Libraries also play a role in our public safety. Short-term, they're neighborhood gathering places during after-school hours and summertime with spaces for programming and activities that build skills and confidence, keeping at-risk kids safe and occupied. Long-term libraries support childhood literacy, setting young Wichitans down a path toward education and employment, reducing the likelihood of incarceration during their life. The library is uniquely positioned to make a lasting impact, and with no private sector alternatives to what they deliver, it's critical that the collaboration between the city and the foundation continues. So what does success look like? It looks like the reimagination of the West Link and Maya Angelou branches, where the city's commitment has been leveraged to garner philanthropic support and create transformative places with usage statistics that are higher than ever. It looks like the book bus, made possible when the foundation secured a $50,000 grant from the Kansas Health Foundation, and the city contributed both a decommissioned transit bus and a family literacy coordinator position. Since hitting the ignition in 2023, the book bus has reached over 50,000 residents, delivering library resources to underserved areas of the city. Just this summer, the program served 6,427 people through events and neighborhood stops. Success looks like a partnership with the United Way that resulted in 35 young readers receiving 162 one-on-one reading sessions with a volunteer reading coach. In just 8 weeks, half of the parents surveyed reported that their child demonstrated improved reading confidence and more interest in reading at home. All of the parents reported that their child was more confident and asked to visit the library more. Success looks like a summer reading program operated by a small staff on a tight budget through which 3,934 young readers reached their personal reading goals. The program delivered 6,500 community member engagements and 4,860 minutes of literacy skill practice. With more funding, staff, and outreach capacity, imagine what the library could do for literacy rates in our community. So here are my asks of you. Please continue the city's investment in the foundational elements of our library system, which is a living and dynamic system that must continue to adapt. Please strive to meet the staffing commitments laid out in the current master plan so that there are adequate staff to meet the demand for services. Please include the library as a key stakeholder in the development of the next capital improvement plan so that library maintenance is proactively planned for. This work is underway through a memorandum of understanding with the foundation that will result in $200,000 from the foundation to ensure maintenance of our beautiful buildings. Please consider the library fully in your upcoming comprehensive plan revision, or commit today to a plan to improve library resources and staffing levels. Without this commitment, there will be an immediate erosion to the branch master plan we have made together. Your serious attention to these matters will enable the foundation to share the inspiring story of our public libraries and acquire new donors. Your investment will be amplified and be a win for every Wichitan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We have questions or comments from council members. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John, for being here. The data you shared and your support of the library, I think it's very important that not only we keep up support of the library, but everything that you mentioned. Seeing the revitalization of the branch libraries has been truly awesome. I'm especially excited for Maya Angelou Branch Library, and I think that sign is still coming. And then everything else that we're doing in the system. Some of the data you shared, I think, is really important. I don't always tell this story, and I think I'm far enough removed where I shouldn't get in trouble for it, but I worked at a group home one time, and as we talk about these investments in quality of life, library is also so much crime prevention. And a young man that had decided to join a gang only did so because he couldn't read. And he told me that he got tired of being bullied, so he started fighting, and then he found family and the gang life, and that was kind of his thing. And he just, at that point, started to spiral, and it really just came from not being able to read. He told me that in a moment that we were talking about life choices. So I think about that all the time, and investment in the public library means more opportunities for young people to have a love of reading, learn how to read, have volunteers to help them, and maybe it shifts their life path in a different way. So I appreciate your words. I think about that young person all the time, and I'm always committed to supporting libraries as a council member, and even when I'm off the council, finding ways to do so, because they have so much impact in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you again, John. I'll just ask City Manager Layton, can you tell us what the budget is for libraries and how that has fluctuated from 24 to 25, 26, and then projected? If not, I have the numbers if you'd like me to read them.
Just so happens I have my budget. In terms of our support for the library, the 2024 actuals for library operations was $11.7 million. The 2025 adopted is 9.8. However, the revised is expected to come in at 12.2 million. 2026 has a 12.2 million allocated, and 2027 at 12.2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Faith Martin, share information about the Racial Profiling Citizens Advisory Board Annual Workshop.
Hello, Faith Martin, Vice Chair of the Wichita Racial Profiling Advisory Board. For those that don't know, the Racial Profiling Advisory Board in Wichita was formed in 2000. And in 2004, this board drafted the Kansas Racial Profiling Statutes, which were passed into law in 2005. Our board consists of elected officials, people that work in the judicial branch, and members of the community that advocate for elimination of racial profiling. Our board's mission is focused on improving relationships between law enforcement and the community by working with law enforcement to change policies to eliminate racial bias. We work to encourage elected officials to advocate and pass stronger legislation that creates greater accountability for law enforcement, as well as preventing any officer from using their bias to profile drivers. Today, I'm here to talk about the last of our mission, which is striving to increase knowledge and awareness in our citizens regarding their constitutional rights and responsibilities. We do that every year by putting on multiple workshops. This year, we're combining workshops, and we're having a large one instead, where we have multiple partners come. We have City of Wichita's WARP office, which was put into place after the Racial Profiling Board lobbied heavily at the Kansas legislature to update and change laws around driver's license suspensions for failure to pay and driver's revocation for failure to pay. So it's created a path, and the City of Wichita wisely invested in that and created the WARP office. They'll be there on hand. People can find out the status of their driver's license and next steps. We'll also have the Sedgwick County Jail will be there to talk about the SCORE program, which if you or a loved one have been recently relieved from the Sedgwick County Jail, it tells you about all of the resources and ways to get back into society, help you get documents you need. They have quite a bit of services for people that are in jail. And a reminder to people, just because you're in jail doesn't mean that you've been convicted of any crimes. Sometimes people are just in jail while they're awaiting, also for failure to pay. So the SCORE will help family members find out what resources are available to them as well. We also have Sedgwick County Elections will be on site to get people registered to vote. So we have another election coming up in November. And then lastly, the ACLU was going to be there to talk about restoring felon voting rights. In the state of Kansas, once everyone has served their sentence and all of the things that go along with that sentence, they are allowed by Kansas law to reclaim their right to vote. A lot of felons don't know that, and since Sedgwick County Elections will be there and the ACU will be there giving people the tools they need to get back where they need to go. We are cordially inviting all of our city council members to attend. It's August 30th from 10 to 1. It's a drop-in event because all of our partners will just be working with people as they come in. So there's no set program. It's a drop-in program so that anyone schedules, they can kind of fit in there. It'll be at the WSU Metroplex, which is 5015 East 29th Street North. And again, we would encourage you to like and share. I'll be following up with an email of the flyer so that you can send it out to people in your district that may take advantage of this workshop that we put on every year. And this is also thanks to a grant from WSU. We get a lot of grant funds to help us with our workshops. So thank you so much, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Faith. Several comments from council members, beginning with Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Faith. Appreciate all the work that you all do. On your resources, do you have any of the health clinics there?
No, our focus has been on justice-involved individuals, and that may be a future way that we go. Right now, there's still thousands and thousands of people that have had their driver's license suspended or revoked for failure to pay, and the ACLU is a great partner, and felon voting rights is also really important to us, but that could be something that we look on in the future.
Yeah, if you do, let me know. I used to, pre-pandemic, it's weird to say that now, pre-pandemic, we used to have some of the folks, returning citizens that were coming into 214, 208, or 219 meet over at Atwater. And we'd have the health clinics there and some of the resources you're talking about, but just to make sure they also stayed healthy.
Perfect.
And thinking about going to the doctor. So if you want to, let me know.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Faith, thanks for being here. Would you mind emailing us the information about the event on the 30th?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
I'll
appreciate
follow
it.
up with the Facebook link and the actual flyer.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Faith, for being here, and thank you for serving on my district advisory board. I was trying to get the information down, so if you mentioned this, I'm sorry. But you had asked if you could present at my district advisory board. Is that something that the Racial Profiling Board is trying to do, is to go to every district advisory board?
Yes, what I was talking about with the Citizens Review Board.
Oh, my bad.
But
Sorry.
that's okay.
You're in a lot, so I'm sorry.
But actually, yes, the Racial Profiling Board has come to district meetings before. I think I presented at Councilman Hoheisel's district before, but we try to talk about issues that are important to the Racial Profiling Board, whether it's helping provide feedback around budget or FOP contracts, or getting the residents connected with the services that city and county provide. So we will be doing that again over this year, but this workshop has been a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Faith, thank you very much. I just will like to mention that Guadalupe Clinic had a driver's license. The Kansas Legal Service, Kansas Legal Clinic out of Topeka had a get your driver's license back, which the city of Wichita participated, and also the state of Kansas participated. 20 attorneys from Koch Industries and Stinson Law Firm came to the clinic and helped over 90 people get their licenses back. We're going to do it again, and write this date down, September 17th. And this time, instead of doing it from 10 to 4, they're going to do it so it can go in the evening. So they're going to do it tentatively from noon until 7. So at Guadalupe Clinic, 940 South St. Francis, Kansas Legal Clinic, September 17th.
If you could reply back to the email that I send you, we have other organizations that'll be providing flyers for upcoming events. We had like 300 people come to the last workshop we did, so we're hoping that we can spread information about other events exactly like that.
Good. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. And one more thing, a plug for tonight. District 1 has a town hall.
That's right.
With the police chief, and so it would be good information to pass out about your workshop at that event.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Faith. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Twyla Purity, Fire Department Wellness Initiative.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. It's a privilege to be up here again this morning. My name is Twyla Purity. I live in Polo Club. I am a proud member of District 1. Speaking of District 1, we had an amazing August breakfast, and Chief Snow went into detail about the health initiative for the fire department. I learned a lot, and then Councilmember Tuttle reached out to me and gave me a little more information on this initiative and what you're finding. I'm not going to recap it here because y'all know what's going on about that. But at the neighborhood night out, the fire department was well represented at many of our events. I got to sit in a fire engine. It was so exciting. But anyway, while I was talking to them, I asked what that health initiative meant to them. And I talked about how, in general, they look like a pretty fit group. And one of the things I learned was that they hold themselves accountable for fitness within their, I don't know what little fire department groups are, but within their, whatever it's called. But anyway, they hold each other accountable to fitness. If they see somebody's, getting a little paunchy, they'll mention it. But he also made a comment about, that there are fitness standards when folks join the department. And then it made me think about something that I've kind of observed, and that's with our police department. Hopefully, this program can come to them, the wellness initiatives or initiatives. I understand that it's expensive, but if you look in general, and this is probably, anyway, a lot of our police officers could use help with fitness. It's a win for everybody. It's a win for the officers if they're healthy, obviously. It's a win for their families if health and fitness becomes a priority for the family. It's a win for the city because if they're healthier or more fit, then they'll use less resources in healthcare and so forth. And it's a win for our community as well, which is also very important. There's a simple way, in my view, and I just want to share it, a simple way and maybe a less expensive way. So because of these standards when they have to come into their academies, right? Why aren't they held accountable to maintaining these fitness standards going forward? People pay attention to what's measured. I've said that here before. If I come in and I'm wonderfully fit, and then 6 months later, if I know that I'm going to have that measurement again of fitness, then it will become a priority for me because it's important at my job. It's a simple solution or a simple start. If you just start holding folks accountable to their fitness from academy going forward, you'll save money in the long term. The city deserves this. With the highest paid police department in the state, we should have fit, healthy officers for all the reasons I mentioned above. So that's just a simple thing. I don't know if it makes sense. Okay, good. I have a minute and a half. We had an encounter. One of our sons made a real dumb move and got himself arrested a week ago. The officers involved were so professional, so kind. We had ICT1 was there as well. I mean, everything's going to work out well. But my husband and I were blown away, and we thanked them. They waited for us to get there so we could pick up our son's car. But it went beyond our expectations as an encounter with local law enforcement. So I thought you might want to hear that. Thank you for your time. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Twyla. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Twyla. First off, I'm glad to hear that we have a high expectation for our men and women in blue, and to the chief's credit, he holds them to the same standards. And I think we really do have a top-flight police force here in Wichita. We still, like everybody else, we still have room that we can improve in all areas, council members as well. Maybe we should do the fitness thing for council members as well. It'd be hard for them to actually keep up to my physical standards here, I think. I also did want to take this opportunity to thank Ted Bush, Chief Stowe, and Councilmember Tuttle for their work on the health initiative, the cancer screenings. You guys are saving lives out there, and
sure.
I really do appreciate the work. We still have a number of other things we can do to show our firefighters appreciation as well, so we're kind of in discussions with that now, but they deserve all the help and support that we can possibly give them, all of our first responders do. So thank you for coming up and chatting with us today.
Sure.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Twyla, for being here. Really appreciate it. It was great chatting with you on Friday, and I was glad to see your name on the agenda. And thank you, Councilmember Holhazen, for your kind words. I do want to thank Chief Snow, who is with us today, and also President Bush. Out of all of the initiatives I've worked on, not just on council, but my career, this may be the one that I'm the most proud of. And you are exactly right. We are not just impacting lives, we are literally saving them with the number of cancers that we've already identified from these screenings. I also want to thank Chief Sullivan and give him a happy birthday shout out because he is also embracing this.
Good.
And we, through the help of the Kansas Health Foundation, so it's a public-private partnership and Ascension via Christie, we are now developing the same concept of creating a culture of wellness within our police department. And we will be focusing on cardiovascular health, which is the #1 cause of death among police across the nation, and then also mental and behavioral health, which is a huge issue for our police department. They see so much trauma every day. And so extremely grateful for everyone involved, especially for the leadership in our police and fire department. We need to make sure that those who take care of us are taken care of. So thank you again for bringing this highlight, and I'll continue to provide updates to my colleagues on council and the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Twyla. I was going to say, since you had such a great experience,
Yes.
you should get with Captain Moses in the back and let him know the officers' names, and then they can get like a compliment filed for them. That's something that I know that they appreciate, and I don't know if they're ever told that they get that, but makes it good for them. It's good motivation.
I would love that. I don't have their names, but I bet we can figure it out if I get with him, like the location and date.
Yep.
Yeah, it was extraordinary.
Yeah.
It really was. Well, and I forgot to mention, for folks who may not know, my son's a young black man, right? And so then you're heightened anyway. So it was fantastic.
Thank you, Twyla.
You're welcome.
We have space for one more individual.
This is my poor man's briefcase. When we're out in Andover, can't afford a briefcase with the taxes out there. I just wanted to say also, Twyla, the speed limit is 30 miles away from here, so when you're leaving 30 miles an hour, after what you said about the police officers and their weight, you might want to just make sure you do the speed limit. All right. Next week is, are we having the, well, hold on a minute. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Legal. Is next week the workshop on animal service? Is not next week? Okay. All right. Well, whenever it is it next month then? Is it in September?
We're trying to figure that out. We have a pretty busy schedule for workshops going forward to the end of the year. So we're trying to figure out when we're going to put it in.
Okay, all right. Well, some people had wanted to make sure that they could talk too. I mean, I know a lot of times on the workshop, they can't. But anyhow, I just handed you all a City of Wichita Community Service booklet. The city is making citizens jump through hoops about illegal vehicles, and yet you have and had a booklet all along. We as a city are looking dumb. Shifting gears now, I'm asking that we start a citizens board to hold MABCD's feet to the fire on some slow-moving cases through the system. Ordinances need to be tweaked or changed altogether. There are problem properties that aren't progressing swiftly enough. Mike Holeisel, you know I am a very passionate person. And even if you agree with me wholeheartedly, please don't acknowledge me if I show this mayor, this city council, and the city of Wichita such disrespect and won't sit down when nicely told to do so. You can agree to that? Thank you. The chief may be in jest, had as one of his cost-cutting measures is to take animal services from the police department. You guys may have heard of that. I think it was in jest, but maybe not. Talk about passing the buck. Someone has to add it to their budget. If you take it from the police's budget, it's all the city of Wichita's budget. So we're not gaining anything. If you take a nickel over here and put it over here, they got a nickel. So, and in closing, I want to say that I show people this picture, and I ask them, does it look like this guy doesn't like me or I don't like this guy? And they all say, no, looks like you guys like each other. Well, I want to tell Bob right here that, Bob, I've always liked you. I have, and I appreciate you. So I know sometimes you feel like I come at you a little bit, but this picture speaks volumes. I appreciate you, and I've always liked you, and I still do. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, George. It's always a good time to see you up here. You didn't let me know this time. This was a surprise. I do believe we are looking at adding many of these into our ordinances. I think that might be one of the end of the year things that we do to kind of sweep up and tidy up some of our ordinances. In regards to animal control and all our talks with county, I would be interested in looking to combine. That might be one of the areas that shared services makes sense because county does have an animal control and we already do work with them quite a bit. And then in regards to the workshops, I think this might be the time to ask. We do have a ordinance drafted, a couple of ordinances regarding the hotels and motels, licensing them and also increasing the nuisance laws on those. And I haven't been able to talk to every council member, but the ones I have talked to have asked that it does get presented to our district advisory boards. So is that something that we can do before September's DAB meetings and potentially get that on workshop for the end of September?
Mayor, so we'll try. If we're going to circle back to DABs, I'm also trying to get industry input so that we don't have a lot of surprises for the hotels. And so we'll keep moving diligently that way. If I can get it on September, we will. But I got a lot of process.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. If possible, I'd like to move forward with this one. I think a month and a half anyways would be a sufficient time for the businesses to look at the ordinance and express their thoughts on it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 31.
Council members, are there any items to be discussed and pulled? I see none. I move to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 31.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Board of Bids contracts dated August 18th, 2025.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday, August 18th, for the following items. For purchasing, we have the telehandler 8,000-pound rated capacity for All Around Access LLC for $132,895. We have the grinding tree debris at Brooks Landfill for Evergreen Recycle LLC for Group 1 for an annual estimated usage of $357,600. We have the Brodart McNaughton book leasing subscription for Brodart Company for a 5-year aggregate total of $111,900. This is how to become a vendor with the city. This is our purchasing calendar of events, including the one going on right now with Evergy Connect, that the city is hosting or participating in. And this is our calendar of open public opportunities of items on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer your questions, and I recommend your approval.
Thanks, Josh. Any questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts dated August 18th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Petitions for public improvements.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, I have some new petitions for your consideration this morning. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Cedarview Village, second edition, located in District 2. The project will provide stormwater drain and sanitary sewer improvements required for a new residential development. Charisse Point Edition, located in District 4. The project will provide water, stormwater drain, sanitary sewer, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. And Regency Park Edition, located in District 2. The project will provide water improvements required for a new residential development. It is recommended that the City Council approve the new petitions and budgets, adopt the new resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the petitions for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Design contract for Plainview Community Center.
Morning again, Mayor. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, the Colvin Neighborhood Resource Center was constructed in the 1970s and is attached to Colvin Elementary School in the Plainview neighborhood. The approximately 3,000 square feet building primarily consists of office space, is functionally challenged and not adequate for the Office of Community Services, operations, the Department of Park and Recreation programming, or the needs of the community. A key challenge is the lack of infrastructure for technology and resource engagement, which limits the programming opportunities. There is a critical need for a facility that provides a functional, safe, and engaging environment for a diverse collection of programming and activities that will serve to increase the quality of life in the neighborhood. Planned programming will focus on technology, educational services, health and fitness, outdoor amenities, and other community programs. To accommodate these programs, a new computer lab, gymnasium, meeting space, and training rooms are needed. In March of 2024, the City of Wichita staff began to evaluate Jardine Middle School as a potential home for the new Plainview Community Center. And in May 2024, Jardine closed to all current and future USD 259 school operations. And through the summer of 2024, an evaluation of existing Jardine Middle School was completed. Haney and Associates Architects conducted an on-site architectural evaluation. Schaefer Architecture supplied prior facility evaluation performed by USD 259. Paradigm Group performed hazardous material inspection, evaluation, and tours of the premises were completed by multi-departmental City of Wichita staff to examine conditions and layout for planned programmatic needs and possibilities. This is an aerial view of the project site that includes, to the left center, north of East Ross Parkway, the existing Jardine Middle School. And then as you move to the right, the Colvin Neighborhood Resource Center, as well as Colvin Elementary School is there to the right of the screen. And I also want to bring to your attention to the very right of the screen, the square box. Those are existing tennis courts, and that will be is the future location of the Plainview Community Center. This is the existing footprint of Jardine Middle School, and that in the color is the approximately 40,000 square feet that was evaluated of the 114,000 total square feet. The Jardine Middle School space would be rolled into the project, which would be more than double the size necessary for programming needs. Structural layout of the and location of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing equipment that is located in the red box limits how the building can be parceled out. In the center there's the auditorium, approximately 8,000, which includes 8,000 square feet of 40,000 square feet, which would limit programming space. Additionally, interior remodel is required for planned renovation areas. Building modifications will be needed to meet current fire and ADA codes. Hazardous material remediation would be needed, and roof replacement is necessary. The recommendation also included a new entry for administrative office space that would be proposed to be constructed there to the right of the screen, and that would be adjacent to the parking lot, providing better access to the facility. This is the location of the proposed facility, which is, again, those existing tennis courts, which I had pointed out in previous slides. This would be directly northeast of the Colvin Neighborhood Resource Center. It is also in close proximity to Colvin Elementary School, allowing students to walk to the facility for before and after school programs. This is the proposed layout of the new facility. This layout provides space for all current and existing programming, including computer lab for digital skill building and workforce development, classrooms for before and after school programs, and summer activity camp and office space. Additional room for expanded services include community meeting spaces, a permanent food pantry, open gym space, and flexible multipurpose rooms to utilize for recreation programming in addition to the community partner programming. The cost evaluation that was completed, the existing building space is approximately 40,000 square feet, as mentioned before. The new facility would be 17,000 square feet. New construction costs for the lobby, new entryway is estimated to be $2 million. The new facility is approximately $9.9 million. Deferred maintenance of the existing facility for the 40,000 square feet is estimated to be $8 million, and property acquisition and demo costs, which would be, as proposed, USD 259. So total estimated cost for renovating Jardine Middle School is $11 million, and the new facility just under $10 million. Annual operating costs for both, the 40,000 square feet is estimated to be $250,800 as opposed to $81,900. In February of 2025, a request for qualifications for architectural services was issued to design the new facility. 4 proposals were received. SFS architecture was recommended by the staff screening and selection committee based on presentation, understanding of project objectives, qualifications, and experience of value engineering and interview performance. The design fee is $820,565, and funding is available within the existing budget of $9,937,299, which was approved by City Council on January 2nd, 2024, and is funded by general obligation bonds. And it is recommended that the City Council approve the design contract and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Paul. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, can we go back to the slide with the cost? Yeah, this slide right here. Now, it says $1 million for property acquisition and building demo costs estimated. Can you delve into that a little more?
So our proposal was that I think the existing building is on the market for $2.9 million for the 114,000 square feet, which equates to $25 per square foot approximately. We multiplied that by the 40,000 square feet that we would need, and then we would also, so that would be our offer to USD 259, as well as offer them to demo the remaining of the building.
So that's what the expected
That's-
here. We
that's how
buy
that
the
number
section
came
we're
up.
interested in, and then we rely on USD 259 to demo the rest of the building.
Correct, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear here. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Paul, on slide 31, the outlay of the building, I wanted to know what J is right under the family restroom. Is that like a lactation space?
You're fine. It's a janitor's closet. Becca Johnson from the Office of Community Services, for the record.
Okay. I didn't see one in here. Love seeing the family restroom. But also, is there any space that could be used open to the public for a lactation space so someone wouldn't have to go into a bathroom?
It is on our list of uses that we would like to see in the building once we are in the actual design process instead of conceptual design.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you to Councilmember Hoheisel for all of your work on this. I know it's been a couple years coming. Can you maybe explain, Paul, or perhaps Becca, or even Councilmember Hoheisel, how has the community been engaged in this process of determining what the needs are, what the facility should be like, discussions regarding, because what I think is happening is we're just trying to decide today if we move forward with the design work for the new concept or we consider Jardine. So can you just give a little background on how the community has been engaged and what they told us?
Absolutely, Councilmember Tuttle. Well before my time at the city, the last 3 generations of CSRs in District 3 have been continuously asked for expanded programming in Plainview at the Neighborhood Resource Center, specifically looking for spaces for our youth to be more involved in so they are not roaming Plainview, as well as more technical job skill building. When Mike and I both came on board, were engaged in many conversations with the Plainview Neighborhood Association. They were really the leaders of what services and specific items in the building we were looking for. They put together a video, also with help from the City of Wichita, advocating for this specific build, in specifically making sure a gymnasium was included for youth space, that they could do digital skill building and have continued classrooms for more skills for job prep. We have engaged the District Advisory Board, DAB3, several times about this, as well as the Plainview community in smaller sects, and the different stakeholders who do a lot of work in Plainview. That includes Chapel Hill. They've been a really big advocate. They were trying to donate space specifically to see this happen, and we're kind of the group that got the ball rolling for us to eventually have a community center conversation at all. Is there anything else you would like
No,
covered?
that's great. I have two more questions, but they're probably for Paul. Paul, if you could advance to slide 32. Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood this because I heard something that Councilmember Hoheisel said, but something's not clicking with me. So under property acquisition and building demo cost, the cost of the property right now from 259 is listed at 2.9 million. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in this estimate, we're assuming that we're going to get a really good deal of going from 2.9 million to 1 million, and we're going to ask them to scrape part of the building and remove it.
That would be our offer to USD 259, yes.
Okay. So not only are we asking for a $1.9 million reduction in the cost of the property, but then we're assuming that they would then assume the responsibility of paying for the scraping of the portion of the building we don't want.
Correct. Everything that is left of, which begins with two-story of this colored portion that we.
And do we have any sort of tentative memorandum of understanding with 259 that they would be willing to do that? Because it's a $1.9 million reduction in the cost, but then also asking them to scrape and remove part of the building could, I don't even have a clue how much that could cost, but substantial.
Correct, yes, and we do not, that I'm aware of.
Okay, so it's just a speculation that, okay. My last question is something that's really important to me that you mentioned, and I appreciate it, is that there'd be before and after school programming for kiddos, the gymnasium, but then also computer classes, tutoring, ESL, that's what I heard, correct? And part of the reason that this location is selected is because the Colvin students could walk to the new location. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Instead of being transported to the existing Jardine Middle School.
Could they walk from Jardine?
I think we had looked at that. That is approximately a half a mile, and it's probably a 10-minute walk, which with students probably longer. But.
Okay, thanks so much, appreciate it.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, just a few quick questions, and we may have to bring in the city manager or somebody from the CSR department too. What are the number of rec centers or community centers per district right now?
I would need to reach out to probably Reggie on that.
I can share that information. So currently there are 3 in District 1, 1 in District 3, 1 in District 6, 1 in District 4, and 1 in District 2.
Awesome, thank you. A few additional questions. I know Colvin's right across the street. If we can go back to that image. Okay, so we're looking at the far right part of the image. Colvin, from what I could find, has a gym located there just directly across the street. So let's say we build a community center aspect of it, have a shared gym space that's probably often not used in the evenings of an elementary school. Have we had conversations specifically with USD 259 just about the rental space of a gym or the use of a gym in the evening, that we don't maybe need the rest of the office space, but just the gym portion of it?
There were existing partnerships with 259 in the past for the NRC to use, the Neighborhood Resource Center to use the gym for open gym space for youth. That was ended, and they have not been open to renegotiating that program.
Is that with the district specifically or with the school?
The district.
It's with the district? Okay. 2 other questions. So looking at the budget allocation, it's $9,937,299 exactly. The exact construction cost estimated is $9,937,299. That comes out to $584 per square foot for the facility, which is seemingly pretty high in new construction cost, while the Jardine Middle School portion comes out to $275 per square foot. Can you just talk about the discrepancy of what is the average cost per square foot of a new build versus reconstruction? And $584 just sounds pretty high for new build. So have there been multiple bids, multiple construction estimates yet?
I think that was the budget that we probably put in there, Councilmember Glasscock. We would need to get it designed and then have the actual cost come out. So that was the budgeted number I put in that slide.
What is our average per square foot for a new build?
I don't know that I have that. I would have to get back with you on that, Councilmember.
I may have additional questions,
Okay.
but that's probably my biggest question right now.
I have multiple questions, so I think I should probably give some background. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for mentioning the lactation room, because I actually was looking at the minutes from the January 2nd, 2024 meeting when this was discussed and passed, and you did ask about the J for janitorial, and you asked about lactation. So I'm appreciative that you keep bringing that topic up. However, as I was looking at these minutes, this was the meeting right before a new council came into office. And in that meeting, the vote was 6-1 with Councilmember then Fry voting against it. And he did raise some questions that I wanted to bring back up because I'm just curious where we're at when it comes to the deferred maintenance and the park maintenance system, because this was, I guess, money that was then transferred over to create this new rec center from park maintenance. So where are we at on park maintenance first?
So Mayor, I want to make sure I understand your question specifically. Are you referring to existing facilities that we're working on and the dollars that we have allocated there?
So during the January 2nd, 2024 meeting, Councilmember Fry asked specifically, because that agenda item showed that deferred, by doing this project, the community center, there would be an impact to the park maintenance system. So I wanted to know, has that changed, or is that still as is? Does
Reggie,
anyone know?
if I can help, I believe that the discussion was about building a second maintenance facility out west, if I remember correctly, and we had that originally in the CIP at that time in 2031 for design and 2033 for construction.
And I would defer to the manager on that. That was preceded me being in this role. So.
Councilmember then Fry also asked about making sure that there was a rec center master plan. I know that we're undergoing a park master plan at this current moment. Can you address a rec center master plan?
So what we were referring to on that, the master plan is the overall plan that we actually do for all of our amenities and everything that we do in the system itself, and that's what we're currently going through now. What he may be referring to is our recreation master plan that we do with the type of programs that we offer in the community. So this will be consistent with that, with the type of programs that we offer to serve that community where there's a need.
Thank you, Reggie. Since I am looking at the recreation center budgets operating, can we go back to the slide regarding the operating costs between Jardine and a new build? Can you provide the work behind those two numbers? This is really for Paul regarding the operating budget, because I'm looking right now at the rec operating budgets for Brewer at 13,864 square feet, but it will increase to 30,000 by this November. And that operating budget is $230,000, whereas also Edgemoor has 14,925 square feet, and the operating budget is $261,662. And so those two square footages are below the new build, which is 17,000, and the operating budget is 80-something thousand?
So we had, Mayor, we had looked at existing facilities that we have for maintenance costs is what we based the number on. I think part of those operating costs that you have include staff as well. So these were just maintenance costs of the building. So it was we took the average of what we have in 2025 for operational maintenance cost of existing facilities. We use that as a square foot basis, and then we increased the existing approximately 30% for existing space per square foot. So it was just maintenance cost of the square footage. It did not include staff time because we believe that staff would probably be equal in both either Jardine renovated space or the new facility.
Same amount of staff for
Yes.
either space, 40,000 or 17,000. Also, in the January 2nd minutes, and also what was passed was an 18,000 square foot building, and now we're talking about 17,000. Has that now been reduced in size?
Now, I think it's, I think I had approximately 17,000 square feet. But
So which
It-
one
it has
should
not
I
been.
work off of? The one from January 2nd, 2024, which says 18,000 square feet, or this new one that says 17,000 square feet?
I'm trying to see if there was square footage on this, Mayor. Apologize. I would work off the 17 square feet, 17,000 square feet as it is today.
Thank you. So I have a follow-up question to Councilmember Glasscock's question.
Oh, sorry, I'm correct. It is 18,400. I see it down at the bottom of the sheet now. Apologize.
So our green sheet is incorrect.
Correct, based on this, yes.
This is starting to frustrate me, seeing that green sheets are inaccurate. So I would just like to make sure that when we're comparing apples to apples in this situation, we're actually talking about a specific amount. The reason why I'm asking is because I have a question specifically to the square footage. So now it's 18,000 square feet. So the question was, per square foot, I think Councilmember Glasscock asked this, but I want you to calculate it so that we have it accurately. On a new build, what is per square foot for either Jardine or the new build?
I believe Jardine would remain the same as the renovation space because that square footage is not changing. I do not have the estimated dollar per square foot for new to multiply that out by the 18,400.
If you don't mind going back to that slide so that there we go, thank you. So for Jardine, 11 million divided by 40,000. So that one would be approximately $275 per square foot.
Okay.
And then Jardine, it is inaccurate, 17,000 is incorrect. We'll go with 18,000. So 18,000 would be $555 per square foot. Can you just tell me, just based off of the cost of the space, why would, I guess the recommendation is new build, but the square footage per square foot is actually lower at Jardine versus at a new build?
Again, this $9,937,299, that was the budgeted amount that we have for within the budget right now. So I did not have a estimated construction cost at this time based on we do not have it completely designed.
I have several more questions. The contract itself with SFS Architecture actually says new build is going to be $7.87 million. But again, our green sheet says 9.9. Can you break that down for me? Which one is accurate? And does 9.9 include furnishings?
I can't speak to the first half, but 9.9 does include furnishings and technology and AV.
9.9 will include furnishings and technology, as well as the new build and design. So all encompassing 9.9. Is that accurate?
So I believe this, you're right, I see this project understanding and budget, that's, you do have the construction budget of $7.87 million. Design costs, are approximately $1.12 million, so that does leave the, from the budget, approximately $8 million for construction.
Thank you. Councilmember Glasscock, I have several questions left.
I just have one. So the total budget amount is $9,937,299 without construction estimates, correct? So that's just our budgeted amount.
That's our budgeting amount. And if you take
So
off,
taking, it's $540 per square foot. The Advanced Learning Library, granted, before COVID, was $333 per square foot. So what is the incentive for staff to be able to go under budget on this project and not go to the full capacity of $540 per square foot, which seems above market value? What is the incentive for us to go under budget on this project?
so let me back up just a minute, Councilmember Glasscock. So if we have the $9.9 million budget, as you mentioned, and we have approximately $1.2 million in design costs, leaves $8.7 million of the budget for construction costs. If we divided that by the 18,400, that's approximately $474 per square foot. But those are estimates at this time without final design.
So I guess this would be more of a policy question for Bob. What is the incentive for us to try to save money on this project? Because most projects that come before this body have not been under budget. Sometimes we've exceeded budget allocations for it or had to come for additional allocations. So 474 still seems probably above market value. But I know doing the cost of government is a little more expensive than the private sector. What is the incentive? Do we have any incentive to not capitalize on the total $9,937,000 budget?
I can talk about what it's taken to get to this point. We have tried to fix the budget, get a target amount, and then have reduced programming in order to try to bring that within the estimate. There was discussion about add alternates in order to be able to get some of that programming back. But right now, we've already done some of that. We always have the ability, in working with the architect, to do some cost analysis and, sorry, I've gotten blank on the term.
Value engineering?
Yeah, value engineering to bring the cost down, and we will do that frequently with architects.
Okay, so you don't expect during the construction that we're going to come back and have to increase this budget at all from the $9,937,000?
We'll continue to look. If the estimates come in significantly higher than that, we will regroup and talk about, reprogramming.
How to fit within this budget?
That's our goal, right?
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, I think you said the actual building cost was $7.8 million plus the design cost. If you take the $7.8 million divided by 18,400 square feet, I think it's $424 a square foot.
Yeah, I took the 9.937 minus our total budget minus the design cost to
Design
come up.
cost,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
There's
so
some
that-
furniture and
that-
fixtures in there too, though. isn't
Correct,
there?
correct, yeah.
Yeah,
there would
I think
be.
originally
So-
you said 7.8
Sure,
million.
yeah.
So, to Councilman Glasscock's point, I think that's in line post-COVID. I think you're seeing a 25, 30% increase in building cost. So, I'm comfortable with that.
I have a couple, Councilmember Tuttle.
Sorry about that. I just have a question, and it's probably for legal, or maybe for city manager. But we have the green sheet, right? And then, I just want to make sure I understand this. We have the contract for design services, and it's with SFS Architecture, and it was on August 7th of 2025, so a couple weeks ago, and it's already signed. So was that signed I guess if you could just maybe help me understand, have we already signed an agreement with them? And is it too late to go back?
Checking on that. I thought this was to approve the agreement. I'm not sure why that is signed and attached. It was,
I believe this was originally scheduled for the consent agenda on August 7th at that time.
So I guess my question then, and I'm asking a question I obviously don't know the answer to. If the agreement's already been signed, is it, I mean,
No, Mayor, that's an error. I don't know how it got into the mayor's signature folder, but that should not go to it's not valid until it's approved by the council.
okay, thank you.
I have several more questions. So I'm looking at the green sheet, and 40,000 square feet is obviously more than the allotted 18,400 for a new build. And it says, quote, more than double the size necessary for programming needs. And that may be true, but then I'm confused because the following sentences say approximately 8,000 of the 40,000 square feet is auditorium, which then limits programmable space. So even if you took away the 8,000 in the auditorium, that's about 32,000. Isn't that more programmable space than the new build?
It would be. I think what we were trying to get at is this, how we can parcel up this building to meet our needs. And with the location of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing room there in red, which is to the left, it's that space has to be included because it serves, the building, all of the building. So we can't cut that out. And unfortunately, the auditorium space is kind of right in the middle of the whole 40,000 square feet. So, but to your point, yeah, 32,000 would still be usable. But again, it's difficult to parse it out, knowing where the mechanical, electrical, plumbing room is.
Thank you. And I also have a question regarding the entrance, the new entrance that would be proposed in this Jardine redraw. My question then is, there are two purple rooms that are where the auditorium is located. I believe those are classroom size or office size. Why was that not considered as the front door to the center? And why would a new build have to be constructed over there when you literally have, no, you can go back to that drawing. Why was the front door currently not being considered as the front door to the new community center?
And Mayor, I skipped over to this drawing because that is, as you can see, that the proposed expansion is adjacent to the existing parking lot, providing better access to if you look at the Jardine School here over to the left of the screen, the expansion would be to the northeast of it, adjacent to the parking lot, instead of folks parking and then having to walk around the building into the existing entrance.
Isn't that what people currently do, and it's okay to
They do. We just
walk around?
thought this would be a better experience.
So in other words,
parking
not
and going into-
necessary, but this red area is necessary, or you could modify the current front door to the facility with those two purple rooms that could be offices or classroom space?
You could modify that space. The reason the entrance was relocated is we serve different populations. Jardine Middle School serves middle school students, most of whom are able-bodied. The Neighborhood Resource Center serves a vastly elderly and disabled population, so giving them clearer access to a front door was seen as important.
Thank you. And then I know that someone mentioned transportation. It is actually 0.4 miles from Jardine to Colvin, and it is a 10-minute walk. And so I just wanted to know, when I was talking to some community members, community would like to be helpful in any ideas. Have we thought about maybe even activating churches or even groups that have vans that are nonprofit organizations and helping transport the little kids, whereas the older kids can walk to this location?
And one of the challenges with that is because we are a licensed child care facility, so anyone that's there has to go through FBI fingerprint background check for to be able to transport, to be in the same space where the kids are. And sometimes that can be a challenge with working with some community groups.
And then wanted to know what other community partners have decided that they're going to lease space in the new build?
We have made no decisions on who will be leased in the new build. We are going to go through an RFQ process for that based on community needs and what they want to see in their community center.
And so the city would still be a property owner that then would have tenants. Is that correct with the new build?
Neighborhood resource centers don't really lease. We share space because we are not allowed to make money on CDBG funded specific buildings. Housing can get more into that than I can, but we typically just share partners and have MOUs, but we would still go through an RFQ process for that.
City manager, any other buildings have similar arrangements?
Evergreen's a great example. We also have partners in the Atwater Center as well.
And then lastly, can you go back to just the drawing of Jardine? There we go, thank you. So I've walked around this space multiple times now, and for full disclosure, again, you provided background. Councilmember Hoheisel has been really great at trying to make this work. And unfortunately, it seems like there's multiple barriers every single time. My big thing is I don't want to see a blighted building in that neighborhood, which is within walking distance of a new community center that we're about to build. So I know that Councilmember Hoheisel has a reasoning why we need to move forward with this. Can you tell me again why Jardine just does not work?
There's a number of reasons. We did pause the project for 8 months to do due diligence. And in that time, costs did rise as well. Costs continue to rise on materials. That's why I'm hesitant to delay this any further, because then our footprint gets smaller and our ability to actually have the full build that we have planned continues to decrease. There's a number of issues. If we do buy Jardine, it would be like buying the downtown library with all the deferred maintenance that we would be responsible for further down the line. That's also reliant on a number of things. The proposal that we had, USD 259, coming down 2/3 on the price, agreeing to demo, finding suitable partners who would want to come in and be able to actually do the maintenance as well. We have the heating and cooling costs for the entire building. We have responsibilities also for Grace Med, who is on the campus as well, that we would inherit from USD 259 for this. It's just, if we go back to the ongoing cost as well, the ongoing maintenance that would happen. This is something that was very painful for me to accept. I tried to look every possible way of making this work, and I just think we owe it to the taxpayers to not get into a boondoggle that would affect us further down the line with ongoing cost every single year. Our estimates match USD 259 as well, so this isn't us trying to overestimate the actual rehab that we have to go into this building. I love this building. I would love nothing more for us to be able to go in and program it. It's too big of a bite of an apple for us to really get into at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel, and I know that he has been working hard with his community service representative, Becca, on trying to see if Jardine could work. And I have, again, walked through this space 3 times. The entire building is 110,000 square feet, and we don't need that much space. And 40,000 is more than the current 18,400 new build. And so I just want to make sure that we've looked at all of our options. And so I want to know, so the options right now on the table are just new build and buy Jardine and have a portion of it demolished by USD 259. Are there any other options, City Manager?
Well, I think the only thing that we did look at, Mayor, that you mentioned was buying the entire facility, and of course that comes with significant investment into the building, and then you'd have to find community partners who probably will not cover the operating costs. So that was the biggest concern we had. When we analyzed the building, it's, as you mentioned, it's over 100,000 square feet of space, significant deferred maintenance. That's one of the reasons why the school board voted to close it down. We believe it would take about $20 million to deal with the deferred maintenance with additional money required going forward. So I'm not sure that, I think the most viable options are the ones that are in front of you today, and that would be a new facility or trying to make the 40,000 square feet work.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go to the slide with the new build, please? We have had contact with a couple of organizations who was interested at the front of this project, at the front end of this project as well. Funding has dried up for them as well over the past year or so with budget cuts and federal grants disappearing and whatnot. They have still expressed interest in helping out with this. You'll see new attachments, future additions on this as well. We are setting this up so that way in the future, if more funding does become available, if other partners want to come in and put some of their resources towards this as well, we could build onto this in the future and partner with them so that way we do have shared space and they wouldn't have to do a new build themselves as well. So we are trying to be respectful and mindful of the partners who want to come in. We want to support these partners as much as we can, and we want to do it responsibly for the community and for the shareholders as well, or the taxpayers as well. So one of the major ones expressed, again, interest in partnering with us further down the road. We met with them earlier this year, and this is kind of what they were telling us after they found out we were not going into Jardine, and they said they did not have the capital to actually help out with ongoing maintenance costs and investing in the building as well.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. This is a question for legal. I'm going to put you to work today, Jennifer. Sorry. So I just wanted something I said earlier, and then I heard it repeated again, and I just want to make sure that I have a good understanding. So the recommended action right now is that we approve the design contract, correct?
That is the recommended action.
Yeah. So the vote today is yes for the design contract or no for the design contract. That doesn't necessarily mean we move forward with Jardine, because that's a whole new agenda item, and we have a council policy that says any new agenda items will be put on the agenda the Thursday prior to the meeting, because it's not one or the other. It's approving the contract or not approving the contract, and then we'd have to decide how to proceed, correct?
That's how I would interpret it.
Okay, because I said it before, and I'll just say it again. My concern, I have lots of concerns, but in this real estate market, I'm just not confident that USD 259 is going to accept $1.9 million less and agree to scrape part of the building. So that's what's resonating in my mind right now. So thank you for the clarification, Jennifer.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel? No. I have one more question. This is more about programming the space. So I'm looking at various community centers, and revenue that's coming into those centers is meeting room rental. So we charge for some of that space. Maybe I'll ask Reggie that question. How are these rec centers, do they generate any revenue?
They do. We actually have set rental rates for each of the spaces there, and we have a standard rate, and then we also have a 25% discount for nonprofits that are actually use it. But we also partner with community groups like neighborhood associations who host meetings there on site, that there may not be a cost for those type of organizations that use the space.
And also I see that, so meeting room rentals is a revenue generator, and another one is lessons and classes. Can you address that? Would this rec center also have lessons and classes?
That's correct. So part of what we do with it as well, we go out to the community and get feedback on what type of programs and services they want to see offered at the site. And then we look at options either through grant funding or through other funding opportunities to offset some of that cost so it's affordable for the community to take advantage of.
Can you also address if anywhere in our park and rec system do we have an auditorium, an indoor auditorium besides the city council chambers?
We do not have an indoor auditorium area.
So would that be a possible revenue generator to rent out the space in that auditorium if Jardine was one of the locations?
To my knowledge, we haven't received any requests for auditorium space for usage from the community, so I wouldn't be able to give accurate assessment if that would be something that would generate revenue.
So as of right now, no need for auditorium space in the city of Wichita?
Not with our rec programs that we currently offer.
Thank you very much. With that, I see no further questions. We will now open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public can state their name, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Well, good morning. Chuck Knowles, 1945 North Meridian. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to share our perspectives as we look at a multi-million-dollar building. As a taxpayer, I believe it's essential to evaluate not only the financial cost of a new building, but also the broader perspective of how it will impact, or the impact it'll have on our community. A building is more than brick and mortar. It can be a vessel for programs, services, and opportunities to shape lives. I would like to ask that we consider how this investment will enhance the well-being of all who call this community home. I'm the founder and CEO of McAdams Academy. McAdams serves high-risk youth expelled from school or youth who are unable to function in traditional school settings due to behavioral issues. Most citizens do not know or believe that when students are expelled from school, they have no educational options during their expulsion. McAdams steps in to fill that gap, offering not just academic but behavioral intervention and support their families. For over a decade, McAdams staff and volunteers have helped transform the lives of these neglected youth. Last year, while expelled from school, instead of sitting at home or in the streets, 14 young people at McAdams completed enough credits to earn a Kansas high school diploma, and one even earned dual high school and college credits. We also provide daily mentorship, counseling, tutoring, a GED program for students and parents, life skills, and job readiness training. Each student has an individualized behavioral and academic plan that allows them to continue earning high school credits while addressing their behavior that continues to negatively impact their lives. For the past 3 years, McAdams has been looking for a permanent home to bring together under one roof city and community-based programs. other 501c3 organizations and businesses that have day-to-day contact within our economically disadvantaged communities and know their real day-to-day needs. The reason I'm speaking this morning is that over the past year, McAdams, along with other organizations, has been exploring the possibility of transforming Jardine Middle School into a collaboration center dedicated to meeting the practical needs of our struggling youth and the neighborhoods they come from. For that reason, I've submitted a letter of intent to purchase Jardine Middle School. Jardine would be a great collaboration center that could immediately start addressing the needs of the Plainview area without spending millions of dollars and waiting 18 to 24 months for a new building. There are areas within Jardine that have been updated to meet current safety requirements and building codes. And keep in mind that children were attending classes in Jardine during the 23-24 school year. Last school year was the first year the school sat empty. A thriving community understands the value of a strong working relationship between local city government and community-based organizations. No matter what role we play in that partnership, we must continue asking ourselves, are we helping neighbors towards success, or are we unknowingly setting them up for failure? Spending several millions of dollars on a new building is not necessarily wrong, but bricks and mortar alone do not change lives. It's the relationships, the accessibility, and the collaboration within that space that create real transformation within individuals. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak, and I would be open to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chuck. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chuck, for coming and meeting again today with us. I believe in your mission. I believe in what you do. I believe there's definitely a need in the community. I would like to continue to support you. I have written a letter of support. I have also indicated our willingness to look at having you guys in the new community center as well. This building is, if it was right-sized, it would be perfect for a collaboration. If it wasn't so far behind in some of the maintenance issues, and when it does transfer hands, we are held to a different set of standards, HUD standards, as far as what we have to invest in the building. So I do appreciate you coming forward and talking and just pushing the message out there, because it's something I do want more people to be aware of. Again, I do support you guys.
Yep, I appreciate that.
And I want to make sure, and again, we talked about future additions, we talked about some of the programming in our building, and I would be more than happy to have you guys in there helping us out.
The difficult thing with McAdams is that our children, once they're expelled, they're not allowed on public school grounds. So I'm not sure our kids could go to a building, or we could lease space, new space, you know, in a building you would build. So that's a big hurdle to jump.
I appreciate that. I think you wouldn't have to, because we are exchanging land with the school district for the parking lot. So I don't think there would have to be any part of you guys actually being on school property after this project goes through.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's good information.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hoheisel, you mentioned exchanging land with the school district. With the new build, there's still an exchange?
The current Colvin Center, which is maybe a third of the size of this room, if not less, would be exchanged for additional parking space at the end of their parking lot. Becca, could you clarify that one a little more? We're still on talks with that one.
There is a small strip at the very back of the playground fields for Colvin Elementary that are not utilized, that we would be putting a small road on that you could access the parking lot for the new facility without having to cut through the existing Colvin parking lot.
Thank you. So there are opportunities. I know that Councilmember Tuttle mentioned it would be a hope that 259 would do some of the things that have been discussed. before I ask further questions to McAdams, City Manager, can you address what have conversations been like over the last year with USD 259? I know that the City of Wichita was very fortunate in getting a collaboration with USD 259 with Park Elementary School, and we're very grateful that they wanted to be a partner in helping address homelessness in our community by having a shuttered school in Midtown now become the Second Light campus. How is this is obviously different. This is a community center. Can you address where conversations have been with USD 259?
Thank you, Mayor. I have had conversations with the superintendent. They have been just preliminary conversations, no negotiations. He indicated that the school board looks at this building differently than they did Park Elementary, and that they are still trying to recover. They'd like to recover something close to what they deem to be fair market value on the property. Doesn't mean necessarily it'll be a $2.9 million, but that is the asking price, and it's listed with a broker, as you know. So we've had discussions. He confirmed that their estimates for upgrade and addressing deferred maintenance are similar to ours, so he knows the amount of money that we would have to put into the building over time. He hasn't given me a number, but he believes it has to be much closer to the 2.9 if we were to buy the whole building. On Friday, I did tell him that we were having this discussion today, and indicated that we were going to at least broach the concept of paying the same square foot cost for a reduced footprint, and that we would then ask the district to demolish the remainder of the building. He appreciated knowing that, didn't agree or disagree, just simply at that point I wanted to make sure he wasn't surprised and he knew the concept that we were exploring with the council. And so if we were to move in that direction, we would have to have much more discussion with them regarding what the fair value of the building would be and the responsibilities for the remainder of Jardine if we only purchased a portion of it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Chuck, thanks for coming today.
You bet.
We talked yesterday, had a nice conversation, always appreciate that. Can you give an update on where you are with your fundraising? How much you have in the bank, how much you have committed?
Where I'm at in the fundraising, I mean, it's.
Yeah, how much do you have in the bank right now?
That's ongoing. But my fundraising dollar amount is like 1.2 is what we've raised to buy a building. We've been going at this for 3 years, have had several disappointments, but that's about where we're at.
It's cash and commitments.
Pledges, yeah.
Pledges, okay. Thank you. I also suggested the idea of you possibly building on to a new rec center. So, and I know you have a board meeting tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so I hope you bring that forward to them. I think that might be a good option. Could still share spaces, could share the gym, maybe some other meeting rooms also. So,
Yeah.
just as a possibility.
One of our unique positions is that as a 501c3 and plus what we do, believe it or not, is not real popular. It's always a challenge to get people to understand the real need of our students and their families. And so I'm looking for different revenues of income or streams of income. And so part of it is we can start small in Jardine, and then we will, there are several organizations that are interested in leasing space from us. And so that's how we plan to continue to slowly expand. We don't have to come in and demolish everything. And so budget-wise and the way we have designed the concept, I think it'll be a challenge, but at least our kids will have a permanent home for a school.
Yeah, I believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job. I appreciate it very much. Years ago, Willard Elementary used to do that for 259, and they closed it a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so now you've picked that up. So it's much needed, and I really appreciate you doing it.
Well, thank you for your encouragement.
Chuck, thank you again for not just what you do, but also trying to see how you can better invest in District 3. I really appreciate you saying that what you want is, the vision is a collaboration center.
Yes.
So my question then is, would we be in competition with you if we built a city community center with collaborators, and you would too, and 2 separate gyms, one at your location and a gym 0.4 miles from you? Are we in direct competition with you?
Well, I would hope not. The problem with most organizations is they become inward-looking and become selfish, and I hope that we could not do that. My concern is our students and their families. You can change students, you can change families. Ultimately, we need to change the community, and that's how we do this. But I think there are so many advantages partnering with the city and finding out what our real strengths are. Being a 501c3, our hands are not restricted and tied as much as a city organization. So I don't see that. I see it as a positive, and especially with as much support as the council has for McAdams. I think it's a win-win. So.
And I appreciate that there is more flexibility with a 501c3 than here with City of Wichita / HUD dollars. So I see right now, obviously we have an opportunity to build a new building. That's option 1. Option 2 is renovate a portion of Jardine, possibly. That's option 2. Option 3, again, the City of Wichita owning this former middle school and then possibly leasing out space to others. That's option 3, possibly.
Yeah.
And then what you've also mentioned now is option 4, which is you want to buy Jardine. So my question then is, has that been explored if we became the tenant instead of the owner of the space?
Mayor, good question. For that to work, the owner would have to be able to make improvements, the improvements that we anticipate to the 40,000 square foot space or some space, so it would be usable for us. We could not invest in that because it's owned by someone else, so we'd be investing in their leasehold interest. So that would have to be, they'd have to incur those expenses, and then that would be reflected in our ongoing lease. Difficulty in that is that a lease payment will be operating budget, so we'd have to come up with operating funds on an annual basis versus capital improvement funds, which are designated right now, that we could put in the front end of the project, probably 50% cash, 50% debt funded. At least that initially is what our target would be. So that's the downside to that. Somebody would have to make that space usable for us. And our estimate today is $11 million. It's maybe if someone could do it at a different price, that would be factored into what they would charge us for rent, which I imagine would be pretty substantial because they'd want to recover that over, I don't know, a 10 or 20-year period.
So if the city, so what I'm hearing, I guess, right now is possibly McAdams buying this property, and if we were to lease, they would have to make all the improvements.
Correct. We wouldn't want to invest our dollars into somebody else's building and not know how we would recover that.
Thank you, City Manager. And thank you again, Chuck.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. Might be afternoon by now, but I'm the resident of District 3 under Mike Hoheisel. So I'm Genevieve Howerton. I'm very excited about the prospect of this community center, District 3. It's a huge consideration, and we desperately need some investment in that district. So the idea of an updated community center is exciting for everyone. They are friends that I have. It's a great idea. So the need is clear. Residents in that area We have higher levels of poverty and limited access to youth and educational programs. So the center would truly change lives. But that said, there have been a lot of questions today and proposals, and I believe it's our duty to make sure that this project is handled with care and financial responsibility. So I want to thank everyone, especially you, for all the time that you've spent on this. And I would respectfully request that the council consider holding off on approving this budget, this design contract today, and take additional time to allow any of the questions that were asked today, just resolve some of those. And then we can review the projected plans, the cost, and evaluate all available options. District 3 deserves not just an updated facility, but also the confidence that this project was managed with full transparency and financial accountability. So I'm truly excited about the future of this center, and District 3 desperately needs this investment, so I look forward to seeing it grow our community. But before moving ahead, I urge you to ensure that all options have been explored and give this project one more careful review. So when we do move forward, it can do so with confidence. So thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jenna, for coming up and giving your perspective today. I agree this is something that we need to have happen for the good of our constituents and our neighbors in District 3. It has been quite a while since we have invested in basic amenities in our district like that. We did just delay this for a couple of weeks to get additional information out there. And to be completely honest, the clock is ticking. I think we are already losing some ground as far as the delay originally, 6-month delay to look into the feasibility of going into Jardine. Prices continue to go up. We have tariffs just around the corner. Sometimes you hear that, sometimes it gets delayed even longer. I do feel like we have been open and transparent and looked at all the scenarios and possibilities with it so far. So I do appreciate you coming up and giving your support to the project overall. I do feel like we have exercised transparency and our due diligence so far with this. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. I will address this. Thank you for delaying it for 2 weeks, a week and a half or so. This was delayed from the August 4th evening meeting to today. And so it did allow for more time for discussion. But I want to make mention that during that consent agenda item on August the 4th, it did not have any information regarding Jardine. So with that, I think that this is new information, and I agree with Councilmember Tuttle. You know, we have a lot of things that still need answered. And so my question then to the staff and city manager is, according to Councilmember Hoheisel, the clock is ticking. Can you address what a delay of another week, what a delay of a month before coming back to the council would mean in terms of any additional costs or any obligations that we would have?
Mayor, in terms of obligations, I don't think there are any obligations that we have that would be impacted. We're in a different time now, and I think the only wild card in all of this is what will happen with construction cost and the impact of tariffs. Those are it seems as if those are pretty well established, although they continue to move, that target moves. You know, I can't tell you for sure that that a 1-week delay is going to make any difference in that regard. The further we go, the later our design is, and then, you know, do we miss a construction season? I don't know. We'd have to plot all of that out. But it's always the will of the council in terms of the direction you want to go.
Maybe this question's more for Paul then. What is that construction timeline? So this specific agenda item is for $820,565 just for the design, not for the build, just the design. Can you address the timeline it would take as of right now?
For once design is complete for construction time
Just,
frame.
can you give some timeline measurements, for instance, how long it would take for design, when construction would approximately be, when construction would commence and end, and when actual individuals could be inside a new facility?
So I think, per the contract, I think they're estimating design to take approximately 28 weeks, which is 6 months or so. My guess is construction would probably be maybe a year, would be my guess.
So this really would not even have individuals until 2027?
At this time, yeah, that'd be, yes.
So in the meantime, we have a lot of space in a current building. They even have a gym. My question really is about how to best utilize taxpayer dollars. And I understand that USD 259 gets taxpayer dollars for that building, different than the city of Wichita and our tax dollars, but they are the same taxed individuals, so property tax owners. I guess I'm asking, there are so many options here at the table that still haven't been fully flushed out, and the only delay would be delaying more design work, which will take another 6 months anyways. Why cannot we pause this for another month to really flush out some of these ideas? I guess that's my question really to Councilmember Hoheisel. Just a delay, especially a delay of a month to flush out some of these ideas.
I would say that we have $8 million that would have to be rehabbed in the current building. So it's not move-in ready. It would probably be a full year anyways to get that construction done before the building would be able to be open and operating. And again, we've delayed this, we've ran the traps, we've talked to the partners who have been interested, we've reached out repeatedly, we've delayed this project already. We can still have conversations, and there are still opportunities to work with partners coming in on this project. I also have consternation about transporting kids from the center to the new center, from school to the new center. Ongoing maintenance costs. This is the responsible move to the taxpayers, in my opinion, is to make sure we don't have ongoing costs. Again, this would be like putting the downtown library attached to a community center. With the ongoing maintenance costs, we are already having trouble just trying to find people who can't go into the downtown library and do the necessary maintenance upgrades on that one as is. So I don't foresee this happening. Again, we've reached out to multiple organizations looking for the feasibility of going in, and even before the budget cuts, we only had a certain few responses. I think this is just continuing to delay a project that we can move forward in and that we have done due diligence in.
Thank you for bringing up the former Central Library, and it's a prime example of why I always say, if there's something currently there, how can you make that possible? The current Central Library doesn't have a use right now, and we have not prioritized that, so it continues to deteriorate. However, a new roof was put in place this year, and so I appreciate that at least some of the deferred maintenance is getting addressed, but again, this is a prime example of another building. While we don't own the former Jardine Middle School, that is USD 259, we do have a former Central Library that the city of Wichita does own, and we have not talked about that, yet we're about to build something new. So it just, to me, seems like we're not being prudent with taxpayer dollars right now, and so that's why I'm asking, can we have another delay? And this delay would be to flush out some of these ideas to see what community partners. I have also heard from some micro schools that are interested in space. I've heard from other nonprofits also that would like to utilize some of this space, but maybe it shouldn't be the city of Wichita owning it. Maybe the city of Wichita should be a tenant instead. And so I'd like to explore those ideas. So I'm just one person on this council, and my thought on this is halting this or delaying this for just a little bit longer is the prudent thing to do for taxpayers. But again, we're still continuing with public comment, and we'll come back to some of this further in conversation. But again, it just makes common sense that we would be asking, there's a current vacant building not utilized. It has a gym, multiple classrooms. It could be right now activated with some small improvements. I mean, kids were there just last year in May before it shuttered down, and I believe the boiler system was upgraded last year as well. So there have been improvements made to that building as well. And so I'm thinking that this has not been flushed out fully. So we'll continue with public comment, but I have, at this moment in time, I still have a major concern of pausing this for another month. We'll continue with public comment. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Ballard. Or Councilmember Hogan.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from 259? Because we're talking an awful lot about a property that is not ours, and I wish there was someone here from USD 259 that would maybe be able to answer some of these questions. Thank you.
That is a great point, Councilmember Ballard, which is why I think having a pause would be necessary so that there would be some responses. This was really thrown at them if, again, the consent agenda, if you look at it on August 4th, did not even talk about Jardine Middle School. Had it not been for the pause, we would not have had this information in public record. That's a problem. So I do believe having a pause is the most prudent and responsible thing to do, especially because we're asking questions about 259 and they're not here. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was trying to wait until we got done with public agenda, but I do want to address that. I don't believe staff had that in the agenda packet because it's not feasible. The option is to build new. With all the work that Councilmember Hoheisel had been doing with Becca and also talking to 259, it just is not a feasible option. We can say it's an option, but also the recommendation was the best option, which is to build something new and something that Plainview deserves. So I think that's probably why you didn't see Jardine. The delay was, let's talk about the things that we've already talked about, the things we've already looked into. But I believe that's kind of where we are today. Many in the community knew about it. Councilmember Hoheisel's been talking about this for quite some time. I've been to a Plainview meeting with him. He talked to the neighborhood about it. So it's been talked about, especially in the area. I think it just may be new to folks to see that we're actually moving forward with actually doing something now, rather than just the conversation that we were having a couple of years ago.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. And on the track, 8.6 million, those aren't small improvements. I know it might sound that way, but if you work in the trade, there's going to be some time behind that. And also 259, the day that I heard Jardine was closing was the first day that we reached out to them about Jardine. So we have been in contact with 259. I think there was a last-ditch effort on behalf of people who saw that this was coming up and they wanted to try again to explore the possibility of getting in there. But we've done our diligence. We've done 6 months worth of look at it, tried to make it work. You can talk to the city manager. I even kind of threw a fit that we weren't going in there when we first did it. But again, we have to be responsible to the taxpayers, and I don't see any way that that would be feasible going into the current building.
We'll continue with public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some brief comments before we vote. I will be supportive of this today. I do want to express concerns I have about, it's not an often pattern, but it does happen where there's inaccuracies in our green sheet. And if we're set to vote on the documents presented to us before us, it creates an impediment for us to go back decades old and look at documents that we should be relying on staff to also provide us accurate information. So that's something that I just want to change for the future, and that's happened a few times from the bench. Regardless of that, I do believe that we do need to do community service or community centers differently in the future. We need to partner with schools in the evenings, and USD 259 has talked about partnerships they want. This would have been a moment to step up and figure out how to engage differently. I'm thankful for their partnership at Park Elementary, but we just recently had an en banc about how we can partner better together, and I hope we can continue those conversations as well. Often people aren't using community centers, but in this neighborhood, people will benefit from community centers. If there's one spot in our community that it makes sense to have a community center and these resources for kids and families in this area, it is in Plainview. And I'm thankful for the work, Councilman Hoheisel. I do think we've explored all options, and I look forward to supporting this project and seeing hopefully the lives that are changed as a result of it.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to highlight a few things from the green sheet that, you know, if you're in the audience or you're viewing, you may not see. But almost 44% of the households within Plainview has someone with a disability, and 18% of the population is without health insurance. Also, almost 34% of the population are 18 years or younger, and half of those of the age of 18, 14% lack high school diploma, highlighting the need for education and programming. It goes on to tell you more about the average cost of a home. The average cost of a home in Wichita is $270,000. Here, I think it's less than $70,000. So there's more crime in this area than almost any other part of the city. So this is a high-need area. I think it's an area that Councilmember Hoheisel represents well, and he continually reminds us of the need in this area. And so by offering classes, English as second language classes, youth programming to help with middle school and after school students, all the things, again, health care programming that are listed, it helps to address the needs of our residents. And I feel like we reached out to the residents and we asked them what they wanted. We asked them what they need. We say from this bench consistently, our job is to listen to our residents. They've told us what they wanted. They told us what they needed. They didn't tell us another option. They said, this is how we want to move forward. Thank you for letting me share all of that. My last comment is there's just too many ifs in delaying this. I think that this has been going on since 2023, so it's certainly been thoroughly thought out, discussed. We could just keep kicking the can down the street, but I think we're going to come back to this option because it is the least expensive option. If we look at the hope that we'll get it for $1 million and the hope that they'll scrape it for free, it's still more than $1 million more than a new build. A new build is cheaper even under the best options. So with that, I'm going to be supportive.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I did walk through this also with the mayor, went up for 3 times. When Mr. Martin said it was 2.9 million, I looked at him like he was crazy. And he said, well, JV, we got to start somewhere. You know, probably not going to get that. So 2.9 is way too high for that building. But that being said, I think it has been fully vetted. I think Councilmember Hoheisel has done a great job of that. The need is there. I spent a couple hours plus down when my CSR, Teresa Vesey, was covering down there, and we had a meeting, and it took over 2 hours. A 30-minute meeting took over 2 hours because she kept getting interrupted by the high number of traffic in that community center. And there were 9 and 10-year-old kids on their own. Computers were busy the whole time I was there. Tremendous need for that in this community. Also grew up not too far from that community. We used to ride our bikes down there, so I know it well. And we have a clinic just really close to there on Hillside, so I do know it well. It does need it. I am concerned about taxpayers, and I do think that the new build is the best option for taxpayers. It will cost less, as Councilman Tuttle said. But even more than that, the initial cost, I think the ongoing maintenance cost or what we really need to look at, and there'll be far less in a new build than at Jardine. So that being said, I will be supportive of this, and I appreciate all the effort's been put into it.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I too will be supportive of this. I believe it has been vetted to the fullest extent, and I don't always share frustrations, but even Councilmember Hoheisel remembers me bugging him about pushing forward with a new building as he continued to look through if Jardine was going to be feasible. So I'll be supportive for those reasons. I think it is right to invest new in Plainview. Plainview deserves this type of investment. I remember the comments from the meetings that we attended, even the neighborhood cleanup I just went to. The need is there, and this will provide a great opportunity for the folks in Plainview for programming, for collaboration, for everything. But we heard a lot of good news today. So we don't own Jardine, USD 259 does. So what we're hearing today is we can move forward with a new center for Plainview that can provide all those opportunities, and we even have nonprofits looking to purchase Jardine. That's a win for the community because now the nonprofits can work with the school district to acquire that space, renovate it, and the city will have this facility there. And I will say, I don't feel that there cannot be too much help in Plainview. There's a lot of need in Plainview. And us building a community center is going to be great. And these nonprofit partners taking over Jardine, if they can, would be even better for that community and the community surrounding it. Even looking at proximity a little further away to Oakline, there's a lot of need there. And I think there should be that type of investment, both from the city and a new center and from nonprofits or whoever in the private sector might want to look into Jardine. So today I think there's an opportunity for a win-win, and I'll be supportive of this item.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a long project, but this is one that you do because you see the need in the community. I always think about the kids, watching them out there at summer camp, watching them out there walking to and from school, a lot of the needs that they have in the community, the seniors there, refugees that live there. It's a beautiful community. It's multicultural. There's so much need there, but there's so much opportunity there. And it's all about the residents. It's all about the people that we can help. And that extends across to other partners who are looking to get in there as well. I'd love to help out as much as I can to anybody who wants to do work in Plainview. We have a number of groups that we brought in there already. Violence Interrupters, Wall is doing spay and neuter clinics, and we are going to help with some support for them here shortly as well. There's just a number of groups that are already doing the work down there that we want to support. There's going to be great opportunities for other collaborations as well, whether it be in our building or whether it be in Jardine, trying to get people in there to utilize that as well. I've always had the concern about Jardine being used, laying vacant there. Again, that's why the first day that I heard it was closing, that's what we started exploring. I also have to maintain the trust of the taxpayers that we're using their funds intelligently to the best of our ability. So again, this has been a passion project because I see the real need and I see the real opportunities to help people who need it. This will also stem crime not only in the community, but it'll also extend crime that begins in Plainview and spreads throughout the community. Same thing with poverty as well. So this has been a while that we've been working on this. This is a passion project. And so I will recommend that City Council approve the design contract and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? I will put my 2 cents in on why I will be voting no for this. First and foremost, I do believe that it's important to look at all options, and I understand that there has been months of consideration regarding Jardine. However, I do believe that community partners were not at the table at the same time talking about these. And if the whole purpose is to have a community collaboration space, whether at Jardine or at the new build, I don't want to see competition with one another. And especially when there is a building right now with a gym and space that could technically start moving into with very few renovations in some parts of this building, kids can start having that activity right now or by the end of this year. And again, that's why I said pausing and delaying so that we can explore all options is something that we should do for taxpayers, to be prudent with a major investment of nearly $10 million. And as I've been told from the bench today, it will go no more than $9.9 million. And I'm very glad to hear that, that budget will be set and it will not go any higher. Again, I think that putting a pause for an additional month to explore more options was not a non-prudent idea, but actually a more prudent idea, especially as we're talking about taxpayer dollars. And so my vote no is not because I don't believe that Plainview and Southeast Wichita deserve this, because they do. I know the resources that are needed, and I'm very grateful that Councilmember Hoheisel has made this his passion project, because this will take until 2027 before it's even realized. However, I think that there is a building right now that is currently shuttered, and while I hope that McAdams Academy is able to get this building and get it activated as soon as possible, I also think that it would make for a great community center right now with literally a gym available at this current moment. And so with that, I will be voting no. And I also don't like seeing design contracts in the amount that this has been brought to us. I feel like these design contracts always are over in estimates, $820,000, not for construction, but simply for design. So this is what we're approving, a design contract for $820,000. And so with that, I will be voting no. And I see that we already started voting, but Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
2026 Annual Operating Budget and 2026 through 2035 Capital Improvement Program.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Goldtree. I work in the Finance Department in the Budget Office, and I'm here today to present this item. Today is the third of 4 public hearings about the 2026 proposed budget and the CIP. This meeting is an opportunity for residents to come and provide feedback. And also, as a reminder, ordinarily at this meeting, if there's any feedback from the City Council about the proposed budget, we generally receive it at this time. The development of the proposed budget in the CIP was guided by contributions from residents, the City Council, and employees. Resident engagement included the community survey last fall, DAB meetings in May, and creating budgets in the online simulator, as well as public hearings like this one today. The City Council was engaged in the budget process in monthly workshops since January. And then finally, employees were engaged in developing tactics that will result in implementation of the strategic plan. The community survey is one that is conducted annually, as I mentioned. That happened last fall. The top line results are summarized in this matrix, which plots quality on the Y or left side and then importance on the X or the bottom part of the matrix. This visualization has guided strategic planning as well as development of the budget and the CIP. This slide zooms in on the lower right-hand side of the matrix. So you can better see the labels for items that residents rated as being the most important, but they also rate as being of lower quality in the community survey. There's a variety of strategies and tactics across departments, and most of them are interdepartmental to address these topics. So the online budget simulator, I'm going to go into a little more detail on that today. It was launched in May at the same time as the DAB meetings that we attended, and it's available through today. We'll be closing it this evening. At this point, we have nearly, when I checked yesterday, we had nearly 900 responses, so we got about 100 more since the last city council meeting. The increases and decreases are based on priorities and also the financial impact. And I like to bring that up because if you go back to the citizen survey, there's no dollars attached to it, but on this one, the increases and decreases, the objective here is for people who are participating to balance the budget. The largest average increases across the services have been in street repair, city parks, and public library services. As a reminder, unlike the community survey, the results from the simulator are not scientific. This is a voluntary activity. We posted it on social media, and it was reposted to lots of other groups around Wichita of concerned people. And then also as a reminder, not every possible budget item is included in the budget simulator. For example, one of the comments, which was great feedback, is water, drinking water is rated as a really high, is very high importance in the survey. Why is this not in the simulator? And that's because the simulator is only for general fund services. So it's been shared a lot in the community, and we see that in the number of responses we've seen. And just also in the feedback that we've received as well. When I went out to the DAB meetings in May, I told people, I'm like, even if you don't like what it takes to balance the budget, please provide us comments at the end, and we'll get to that in a little bit. We received a lot of comments. So this table here reports on the most common services selected in each increase and decrease option. So the 5 options that were available for services on the right side of the community survey were plus 10%, plus 5%, 0, so no change, -5, and -10. Then for services on the left side, the only options were 0, -5, and -10. So I've also included the expenditures on here just to give you a frame of reference. So to increase something that's in maybe the $1, $2, $3 million range doesn't have as great of an impact as to increase something that's costs more. And the converse is true. To decrease something that's $2 or $3 million doesn't have as great of an impact as the alternative would be. So just as a reminder, if you haven't been into the simulator lately or you've forgotten, the options for fire service were to increase or decrease staffing levels. The plus 5% option was to add staff for an additional fire station, whereas the -5 option was to shed half of the 42 positions that had formerly been funded by SAFER that are included in this budget. So it just gives you a little bit of context on that one. And then municipal court is interesting because it is in the lower importance category, but 706 people of all, and there's around 880 budgets. 706 people held that one at 0, so that is noteworthy. And as a reminder, we've talked about municipal court a lot in this budget, and there's a lot of changes related to efficiency and levels of service in that department, but the concepts presented in this were more about service levels rather than efficiency. On police services, that was the most common item to have a decrease of 10%. If one were in the simulator and attempting to balance their budget, that would be a relatively easy way to do that. And that's like a reason why it was probably chosen pretty often. And as a reminder, the option for that one was to eliminate 47 unfilled positions at this time, which was based on, it was about 2/3 of the vacancies they had at the time that the simulator was created. So we'll have more information once we close the simulator and create a report. So about the comments, as I said, I encourage people to provide comments because by definition, balancing a budget is kind of frustrating and difficult. About 100 people provided comments after their budgets were finished, and there were some main themes that we use the data to extract some main themes of the comments, and as you can see, it adds up to more than 100 because many times people hit all of these themes in one comment or several of them. A big one is the police budget. A lot of people provided feedback that they feel that the police budget is large and it consumes too much of the resources. And I was just reading I'm just summarizing these comments. These are not my opinions. These are the comments from the simulator. Many suggestions include cutting vacant positions, reallocating funds to social services, or restructuring police responsibilities. A minority defended the need for police funding, and there was also feedback about tying it to public safety and crime control. The second big category was fiscal responsibility. There was a strong resistance, a lot of comments about resistance to tax increases, particularly regarding property taxes, which many said were already too high. There was an interest in cutting wasteful spending, as well as advocacy for raising revenue differently, like sales tax for public safety, taxing businesses or non-residents, and sponsorships for recreation. The third big category, is roads and infrastructure. There was persistent frustration voiced about street conditions, flooding, and bridges. And this was open when there was a lot of flooding that took place in the late spring. Criticism of patch fixes, and significant advocacy for public transportation expansion. And then the last category, for which there were a lot of comments, was what was grouped together as quality of life and community services. There was a desire for investments in libraries, parks, arts, and cultural programs as drivers of long-term community well-being. There were calls for mental health services, youth programs, and rehabilitation rather than punitive approaches to crime. And then some people emphasized homelessness prevention, affordable housing, and blight reduction as higher return investments on crime prevention. So again, as I noted, this was shared with a lot of groups. It was a lot of people participated in it just from already following City of Wichita channels. But we feel that it represented a lot of different voices in the community. But again, it is not statistically valid. I feel the room is incredibly quiet right now. The next item I'll move into is just an overview of strategic planning for anyone who's joined us today for the first time. Strategic planning was a focus of budget workshops in January, April, and May. Each of these workshops resulted in different layers of the strategic plan. And of course, as I mentioned before, they guided development of the budget and the strategic plan. And these different layers are shown here in the slide. In the interest of time, I won't dive into them. But generally, each meeting, each month, we worked a different layer of the strategic plan was addressed. So the City of Wichita budget is inclusive of 36 different funds. We focus a lot on the general fund, but there are 35 more funds that make up the all funds summary. In total, net of interfund transfers, the budget's about $776 million this year. On the left side, when it comes to revenue, charges for services are a large slice because of water, sewer, and stormwater utilities. So the general fund is what most of the time is spent focusing on. The largest slice of general fund revenue is property tax, and then that's followed by franchise fees, and then the countywide sales tax. These two pie charts are different ways of looking at expenditures. So police, fire, and public works comprise about a little over 2/3 of the general fund budget. And then on the other pie chart, this is how the funds are spent or the type of expenditure. And salaries and benefits are about, again, I said 2/3 on the other side. Police, fire, and public works are 3/4. And then on salaries and benefits are 3/4 of the budget. So if you kind of smash those together, police wages are about 1/3 of the general fund budget, and fire wages are about 1/5. This slide here shows the mill levy change between 2025 and 2026. Property tax, again, is the largest source of revenue for the general fund. It's split between the general fund and the debt service fund. Overall, it will be 1/2 mil lower in 2026 than it is in 2025. As a reminder, at the meeting on July 15th, so about a month ago, that set the maximum taxes to be levied for each of these funds. So it set the bottom line maximum taxes and then also for each of the funds. This feels like success to me because this table is displaying correctly this time. This is a 5-year forecast of the general fund. And so the general fund is balanced in 2026 and 2027 as a result of adjustments to the budget. Those include research topics that we shared, I think that was in February, things that we worked through in May and June, a lot of different changes that were made along the way. Due to the uncertainty in the remainder of the planning period, a deficit is projected in 2028 and 2029. As always, the fundamental reason for this is growth in wages, that it's expected to outpace revenue growth. And as I mentioned before, wages is 3/4 of the general fund budget. Revenue growth is hampered by an anticipated decrease in interest earnings during the planning period. We continue to update projections as information is made available. So we'll be back together again early next year, and we typically provide an updated forecast each year as we kick off the budget process. So as a reminder, there were research topics that were presented in February, the budget options in May. Generally, items that were included in this budget do not result in public safety service level changes. There are a lot of things that are focused on efficiency and also help us achieve tactics in the strategic plan. And here is a summary of those changes. Most of the work was done in 2025 and impacts also 2027. So that is what I have today for the general fund overview, and then I have a few slides on the self-supported municipal improvement district. It is a special district which is located downtown. So each year, the Downtown Wichita Schmidt Advisory Board provides a formal budget request to the city of Wichita, and this year they requested a budget funded with 10 mills. That being the case, the mill levy would increase from 6.807 to 10, and it would be used to implement the Clean and Save program. So that, in that action, to the maximum taxes to be levied, and the notification and all of that action occurred at the meeting of July 15th. So that's an overview on the Schmidt budget. And there's more information about the dollars in the agenda report. So the final element for today is the CIP. It has a variety of funding sources. It's a 10-year plan. It's over $3 billion. During the development of the CIP, like the operating budgets focus very much on the general fund. Most of the budget during CIP development is on GO at-large and local sales tax funding. Where the expenditures go in the budget. In the expenditure side of the CIP, because of their funding sources, most of the focus is generally the GO projects are in public facilities, park and rec, and heavy equipment. As a reminder, in 2026, the debt service fund mill levy rate is set at 7, with 0.17 mills shifted to the general fund in 2027 and beyond. The 7 was the maximum taxes to be levied that was approved on July 15th. The lesser amount in 2027 is modeled at this point, and adopting the budget does not change the mill levy yet for 2027. That's an action you would take then. The CIP is guided by the Community Investments Plan, and an update for you all as we presented the CIP at the MABCD meeting on August 14th, and they affirmed that it's in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. And then it also was guided by the strategic plan, and fund balances for each of the funds that fund the CIP are within appropriate levels. So at the end of this month, next week, is when we are scheduled for the final public hearing. It was published in the Wichita Eagle and online in mid-July that would be the date. So today is this budget hearing, and the budget simulator closes, and we will work on a report for your consideration. And then on August 26th, there will actually be 3 items. The first will be related to the R&R for the Schmid. The second being the R&R for the city of Wichita. And then the third is approval of the operating budget and the capital improvement program. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions, or we can open it up for residents.
Any questions from the council? No. Hearing none, we'll open it up for public improvement. Is that okay, Mayor?
Public comment, yes.
Public comment. Improvement comment.
Would anyone from the public like to speak on the budget or CIP?
Good morning, Celeste Rosette. I'll be brief. Just real quick, I appreciate that we had a chance to be a citizen-led bipartisan committee to look for savings in the budget, and it looks like some of them have already been taken into account, so I appreciate that. 2 questions for the budget that was just presented. The budget simulator, did they account for multiple IP address submissions on the survey, because that could sway your results? I know we did when we did a survey. We allowed 2 per IP address.
Yeah, the budget simulator is set up in such a way that it's completely anonymous. We don't collect any personally identifiable information, and people can submit budgets from the same IP address multiple times. So as I mentioned, it's not statistically valid, and we don't purport it to be so. It's a learning tool. It's also an opportunity for feedback.
Thank you. The only thing I would say in response to her answer is it can sway the results of the survey for people who feel a certain way. Just wanted to point that out. The other comment I wanted to make is I know that sometimes I wish we had a little bit more information when we publish like what you're spending in streets repair, because actually when you look at how Wichita has expanded, you should do streets repair per mile of street, because we've added new subdivisions throughout northwest, east, south around Wichita that's part of the street repair. So even though we're spending more, if you look at per mile of street, it could actually be declining. So the numbers can be misleading too. So I just wanted to point that out. With the CIP, I know that going into the adopted budget for this year, we had budgeted $400 million for a new convention facility. What's been budgeted this year? That's a question. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, well, actually 2 more and then I'll stop. Crystal Prairie Park, you've heard me speak about that. I think before we do any new parks, we ought to take care of the parks we currently have. And Pricewater Park is deplorable, even though we did a lot of work in that park and used Lowe's Heroes Project. We're still waiting for the irrigation to get turned on, and all those plants have basically, a lot of them have died, trees have been cut. It's a hot zone now with no water in the ponds. So I'd say before we do a new park that's going to cost $2.5 million per the budget for the pathways, and then another $7 million for the park itself, we need to take care of what we have. And park facility maintenance for this year's budget was actually less, about the same as the new bike path for Crystal Prairie Park, and that just seems completely unbalanced for me. I would let the developer pay for his own park. That's all I wanted to comment. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Celeste. I will ask those 2 questions to the city manager. Number 1, regarding the $400 million new construction of a convention center.
Mayor, we have I believe the convention center is in as a placeholder for discussion, but there are, is that correct? Yeah, right, yeah. But there is no funding source identified, so it's simply there for planning purposes and to recognize a need. But the council's not done anything at this point to designate any hard dollars for that project.
I have a follow-up question to
Yes.
that, and that is another adjacent property, which is the former Central Library. Are there any dollars in the CIP to assist with getting that building back up to at least some functionality?
Mayor, the only dollars that would be available would be from our public facilities maintenance budget. We do not have anything earmarked for the old library itself. I think I've mentioned previously that we are having ongoing discussions with the management firm for C2 to see if there is some repurposing in that building that could be done with minimal improvements that would not require the full breadth of improvements that have been outlined by our architects.
Where would those dollars come from if those conversations are being had?
We would have to, again, it depends on the scope, Mayor. If it's a small amount of money, which we hope, then we would be able to accommodate that through our public facilities budget. If it's going to be significant improvements, for instance, an elevator or some other significant changes in the building, then we would have to program those.
And when you say small amount, what is small?
Well, probably anything, a million or lower would be able to be accommodated with existing.
I would like to see the former Central Library be operational again. I know that I had mentioned at one point this year regarding police, but if that's not the space for it, it still needs to be activated. My concern with the previous item was also about an abandoned building or a building that has been shuttered. This is the same topic really, but just a different building and one that the city actually owns. So I would like to see emphasis on trying to get it back up to at least some functionality so that it doesn't become just a blighted building.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Celeste, to just one of your points about the road construction, that would also, there's a little bit of a nuance there as well, because it also depends on whether or not you're spending money on more on asphalt roads during that period or concrete roads. The concrete roads like we see in the core are almost twice as much as the asphalt roads. So if we did expand on the information we put out there, that would have to be taken into consideration too, maybe splitting it up between what we spend on asphalt roads as opposed to concrete roads. So appreciate that.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, can you please talk about Crystal Prairie Lake? I feel like there's some confusion about maybe what plans might have been decades ago or years ago, and what is in the current CIP, what the current plans are, and where we are. Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. The CIP right now, over the 10-year period, includes $2,250,000. And those allocations are, it starts with $750,000 in 2028, and then every other year, not the next year, but the following year, has $500,000. Those are basically anticipating path improvements, no development cost that would be consistent with the master plan. So there's not $7 million in the CIP at this point anticipating changes in Crystal Prairie Lake.
And what are the current plans that were, as far as the little gravel parking lot and the match?
That work has been designed and is anticipated to be completed, I think, before the end of the year, if I remember correctly.
Which is providing a small gravel parking lot
and then a path
to tie under 96.
That's correct. That will tie then back to the Sedgwick County Park.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, just go back to pavement maintenance. Two comments. First of all, a majority of our pavement improvement work is in the capital improvement program, not in the operating budget. So it's a little misleading when we show you a number in the operating budget, because that doesn't represent a majority of what we're spending. But if you look at our road rehabilitation expenditures on a per capita basis, they are increasing during this budget period. Right now, we estimated that, actually we know that last year it was $38 roughly per person or per capita. This year it'll be $39, $31. The following year, 2026, the budget you're considering will go up to $40.37. But if you do it on a per lane or paved lane mile, as Ms. Reset talked about, those numbers are going up as well, from 2,800 last year, 2,900 this year, and 3,000 next year. So we are putting that's a council priority, and we are putting those dollars in either way that you decide to measure that performance.
Thank you. We'll continue with public comment. I see no one from the public. We'll bring it back to the bench. Council members. I see none. I will go ahead and move that the City Council receive public comment on the 2026 proposed budget and the 2026-2035 proposed capital improvement program.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request by WUG Radiation LLC, doing business as Advanced Cancer Therapies, for approval of a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. This is a request that came to us from the Wichita Urology Group Radiation LLC. You'll hear me refer to them as WUG or WUG Radiation, an affiliate of Advanced Cancer Therapies. They're an outpatient cancer center treatment located at 2077 North Webb Road, again, which Advanced Cancer Therapies occupies. Over the last year, they've experienced rapid growth in the number of patients. Again, serving a population even outside of the Wichita metropolitan area. They estimate more than 30% of their patients are even outside the Wichita metropolitan area. Due to this rapid growth, they're looking to expand their facility. This particular expansion project consists of a 2,000 square foot expansion and also includes acquisition and installation of a linear accelerator. WUG's requesting a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds to not exceed $6 million. It includes a 10-year property tax abatement and sales tax exemption. So under our guidelines, the project qualifies for a 10-year, 90% property tax abatement, broken down as follows. For capital investment between $5 and $10 million, 50% abatement, the creation of 5 new jobs, 30%, and being located within a regional growth plan sector, an additional 10%. The estimated 90% of the abatement for the first full year is about $55,000 a year, broken down as follows on the screen in front of you. These numbers are also provided in the green sheet. Project's also eligible for sales tax exemption. The approximate sales tax exemption is about $350,000, city share being about $27,000. Cost-benefit analysis was performed. The following ratios of benefits to cost have been provided additionally in the green sheet, but are on the screen here in front of you. Standard disclaimer around revenue bonds. Revenue bonds are a mechanism for achieving a sales tax exemption and/or property tax abatement only. In a revenue bond transaction, the city is not lending any money, bears no risk. The owner-developers required to achieve all of their own financing, no taxpayer dollars are at risk. So financial considerations before you today. WUG Radiation agrees to pay all costs of issuing the bonds and agrees to pay the annual obligation fees. Bonds will be purchased by WUG or a related entity. The actual bond documents required for the issuance of the bonds will be prepared by outside bond counsel, but ultimately law department will review and approve all final form. That being said, it's recommended the City Council hold a public hearing, ultimately close a public hearing, adopt the resolution, authorize the necessary signatures, and otherwise I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, I have a few questions regarding the 90% property tax for the first full year, or the 90% property tax abatement. Does that cover their existing tax obligations? I don't see anything in here about a pilot.
No, the existing tax base continues to be paid, and so this is on just the capital investment, not only for the physical expansion, but also any furniture, fixture, and equipment that is included in that.
Just want to make sure that was the case. In addition, regarding the ROI, the city general fund is 1-to-1, which is right at our policy. I don't think we've approved anything since I've been here that's exactly at 101, 1-to-1. Can you give the rationale for that? Because it's very close to not being. I just want to make sure we're not adjusting the numbers, that it's actually 0.99-to-1, and we figure out a way to get it to 1-to-1, just so it can be presented for council.
Yeah, so appreciate the opportunity to kind of lean into this a little bit. That is just looking at the general fund cost benefit return. The overall city of Wichita is the 1.12, but something else to take into consideration is that only looks at the 10-year period as well, right? I don't have the cost-benefit analysis in front of me, but years ago we started also looking at kind of the 20-year impact as well, knowing and understanding that these properties are maybe abated over that first 10-year period. If those properties are abated over that first 10-year period and you're only looking at sort of the return on investment or the cost-benefit analysis for that same term, then obviously you're immediately going to start in the red, and then you start looking at things like job creation and those kind of things. We all know that then too, once it comes back on the tax roll, we've seen a significant capital investment and ad valorem taxes that will be added to the tax roll in year 11 through 20. And so we've also started looking at sort of that 20-year cost benefit analysis. Again, I don't have the numbers in front of me today, but this is just looking at that 10-year return based on the period that that the taxes are going to be abated. You're right. It is 1-to-1. That does meet our guidelines, but it is.
In the future, I'd be interested of the 20-year. I know, well, we had a meeting yesterday that the 20-year is discussed, and I think it shows a clearer picture of what the capital investment does. And so just including that, I think would give a better idea to the community of, hey, this is just when we're abating some of the property tax. This is also investment after. I think that's helpful information for people. There was one question I had in the green sheet. It said, it's anticipated that the expansion will result in shorter wait times for patients. It doesn't talk about more patients coming into the community, more outside investment from people engaging. Can you maybe elaborate more, or maybe the applicant could elaborate more?
Yep, thank you so much. We do have representatives from the applicant here that can probably answer that question. Thank you.
Hello, hi, good morning. Well, afternoon, I made it to the afternoon. My name's Alicia Sanger. I'm the Director of Operations at Wichita Urology. So right now we're treating about 55 patients per day, which they're there from 7 a.m. Our therapists are there from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. So with this, we'll be able to treat more throughout the day. So we will draw in more patients from the outside communities and all of that, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you will draw in more patients and shorter wait times, not just
Right.
shorter wait times as
Yes.
presented here.
So we'll be,
Okay.
yeah, and because of that, because they're in conjunction there, we'll be able to treat more patients, so.
So you're not limiting the number of patients at the current
No.
capacity? Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Alicia first? I have one. This says that this will create 5 new jobs.
Yes.
What's the salary for these types of jobs?
Most of them will be radiation therapists, so they're paid pretty high. So they'll generally be around 100,000 to, I mean, we're also looking for possibly another office manager over there, so that could be around 100,000 as well.
Thank you, Alicia. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Glasscock took a number of my questions there, actually. So Troy, I did notice you talked about kind of this being an appropriate employment field as far as qualifying for some of these exemptions here. Could you delve into that one a little more? Because if there's one area that I think we can all agree on, cancer therapy is one area to look at every option to give them all the opportunity that we can. So yeah, if you could just touch on that point just a little bit more and clarify that for us.
Yeah, so I'll pull it up here. There are 6 categories under the regional growth plan sector. And so I'll just read those off here. Actually, there's 7, I apologize. Advanced manufacturing and materials, aerospace, agriculture, energy, healthcare, IT systems and support, and transportation and logistics.
Okay, so does that qualify them for a greater percentage of the tax abatement, or how does that necessarily work?
Yes, so that's the additional 10% under the, if the scope of work is a project that is located as part of one of the regional growth plan sectors, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a couple questions, but they actually stem from a meeting that was held back in June of 2021. So June 1st of 2021, there was a similar project that came before the then council. It was regarding the Plastic Surgery Center. And at that point, there were multiple questions regarding
a plastic surgery center or a medical facility getting tax abatement. What has been done since that conversation? Because there were multiple points that Councilmember Fry brought up and was worried about, including Councilmember Blubaugh. What has changed from 2021 to 2025? Because I believe this is the first time a medical facility is asking for incentives.
So I don't know about the June 2021. I know that Wichita Urology Group, and again, I took some notes. I think these are the right dates, but again, I'd have to go back and just confirm this. I think back in June of 2020, there was a letter of intent for a 26,300 square foot facility. It was about a $10.7 million capital investment. They were to create 22 new jobs as part of that. In December of 2021, the project was complete. The actual bonds were issued. And so at the end of this year, so 22, 23, 24, 25, actually 26, at the end of next year, we will do the 5-year review on that. So I'd have to get together with the urology group. I don't have information on kind of exactly how well they're performing on satisfying the 5-year review of that today.
A follow-up question. It actually is June 1st of 2021, that
Okay.
specific item.
Okay.
I'm looking at the agenda and the minutes, June 1st, 2021. I would like to see, I know that there's 5-year reviews, including that one that will be coming up next year. I think it would be responsible for the community and transparent to put that on our transparency portal or in the economic development tab on these 5-year reviews. If they have performed what they promised, if they have not, it should be very easy for people to see why a tax abatement or an incentive was necessary, and if they fulfilled their promise. I think we need to have a more accessible way to see these companies that are getting tax abatements. So I would like to see that, really for the community to be able to see these incentives more easily. Then my next question is about, oh, I apologize.
Nope, I'm good.
Councilmember Tuttle wanted to speak.
I'm good.
Okay. Wanted to know, I know that this is one of the, quote, regional growth plan sectors, and it only gets 10% tax abatement. But in accumulation, it gets 90% tax abatement because they're putting more capital and creating jobs, and then regional growth plan. My concern then is about the property tax abatement. So they're not only getting a sales tax abatement of $349,000, but in addition to are also getting a property tax abatement. Can you, again, tell us why in this situation they got the and instead of the or?
So the and is part of our economic development guidelines, right? That projects can qualify for a whole host of tools in the toolbox, so to speak, right? Whether it's tax increment financing, whether it's a community improvement district, sales tax, or whether that's the use of revenue bonds, which include both a property tax abatement and sales tax exemption. The tool allows for both. Our economic development guidelines allow for both, so we're simply processing these applications as the economic development guidelines have been written and adopted today.
Mayor.
I think this is opening up a floodgate of individuals then coming to city council asking for more tax abatements. So I'm very concerned about this because, again, since we've been on this council for 1.5 years, this current council, we have not had a medical facility asking for this type of abatement, whereas it was discussed in 2021, and there were questions because there were at least 2 council members that were concerned about would this be a slippery slope. And so I'm concerned about voting for this, especially on the property tax abatement. Go ahead, City Manager Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. You're going to have an opportunity to dive much deeper into this in September, during the September workshop. That's, I think, you all asked to bring the guidelines back for refinement, recognizing there's I think an evolution in terms of our thoughts on property tax abatement, as well as sales tax and other incentives. And so I'm going to we'll introduce it in September. I'm not sure you'll all want to reach, you'll reach consensus, but these are the kinds of issues to talk about. And I think with the opening of the Biomed Center, the question is, what should our role be in the medical field, and where do you draw those distinctions? And is it something that's more geared towards research and development and other services that would be supportive of that biomed mission, or is it the medical field overall, because it's one of our growing, right now our plan recognizes as a growing sector and one that we want to encourage, and that's why the incentives are written the way they are. But that was after a lot of discussion by the council to refine what we were doing previously, to put a finer point on it. That's when we went to this scoring system. It used to be almost an all or nothing approach, where it was, if you got a property tax abatement, I think it was 100%. And now the council said, we're not comfortable with that. You're going to have to check some boxes to determine exactly how, if you're going to get property tax, what that looks like and how much. So more than happy to have that discussion about refining that even more. And I know others in the community want to be involved in that discussion as well.
And then looking at this green sheet, just one quick question regarding the green sheet. So this is a $6 million investment. However, the actual property is only $2.5 million of the $6 million. It's the equipment is $3.5 million. So 58% of the $6 million project cost is a piece of equipment. I am having trouble seeing this as something that we as a council should be incentivizing. I know other doctors that have made investments in their facilities without coming to city council and asking for a handout. So I have a major concern regarding this. But I'll leave my comments for further discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate you, Troy. Just to give a little more insight on 2021, the council at the time and council prior was looking to change the economic development guidelines because we had only really been incentivizing larger companies. So you had to create 50 to 100 jobs. You had to make, I think, at least $25 or $30 million in investment. It was just really high, and smaller business was not getting any type of help from the city of Wichita. So changes were made to economic development guidelines at that point to allow smaller businesses to use the same economic development tools. We see one today, we saw one then that you were referring to, Mayor, and we've seen some other ones. And again, the goal was to support small business and not just our larger businesses in the community. I think the September conversation is a good time for this council to have those discussions and find out ways we can continue to support small business and not just larger businesses, because there's a lot of folks in Wichita who may want to make some investments and expand, and I think they should have access to the same tools as we allow our larger businesses. So welcome that discussion. Just a little insight on where that happened in 21.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, thanks for the presentation. My comment is for Bob. You and I have spoke a little bit about talking more about the gaps. If that's, I don't know if this is the appropriate time for that, but I definitely want to make sure that that is included in the workshop or the conversation in September.
Based on the conversation we've had, I already talked to Troy about introducing that into the discussion and about whether a financial gap needs to be present in order for the city to bring some type of incentive to the table. That's not applied right now to IRBs.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to review the meeting minutes from June 1st, 2021, and have that pulled up as well. One of the points of discussion looks like, and that vote did pass 7-0 even after the conversation, but one of the points of discussion regarding the last project was they had stated 30% of their patients from outside the community. That's our current economic guideline, correct?
There is not a requirement that a percentage of that be served outside. It leans into the fact that it's not just serving the Wichita population, but it's serving a larger regional area.
Did that policy change from 2021 to now?
I'd have to go back and confirm that.
Okay, if the policy didn't change, the green sheet in 2021 was inaccurate, where it says the current economic development guidelines require medical groups to derive at least 30% of their participants from outside of the Sedgwick County.
I'd have to go back and confirm that.
Okay, I'd be interested if that is a requirement of our current economic guidelines now, or if that's just an accuracy from back then, because looking at the green sheet as well, currently they're exceeding 30% of the patients. The argument in 2021 had to do with increasing that. The PSC, who had come before the council previously, estimates that 50% of its patients would come from outside of Sedgwick County, and so they actually saw an increase. I don't see an increase of patients from outside the community in this proposed application. And so I would be interested in what our guidelines are now. If it is 30%, how are we measuring the 30% as well? Or do we just say 30%? Because that might have been in the guidelines previously, because that would be very interesting if it's that 30% of their patients seek, exactly 30% of their patients seek it, and then our guideline is 30%. That would just be a unique happenstance, so.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and verify that.
Okay, I would probably need that information before I feel comfortable voting to make sure it seeks our guidelines, so.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Sorry, just as a follow-up, other than this caveat, which I don't remember that ever being a requirement that they had to have 30% from outside of the city or the region, but yeah, that's my old memory. But based on the application, has the applicant met all of the criteria that we require?
Yes.
And I've said this from the bench before, and I'm super glad we're having an economic development tool workshop in the future. But if they have met all of the criteria for the application at this time, I don't think it's fair for us to inject new rules that we want to see happen in the future now. We've done that a couple times, and that's really uncomfortable for me because the applicant or anybody else who's applying is playing by the rules, and then we change the rules so people don't know what the rules are. So I just wanted to confirm the applicant at this point has completed all the requirements that we have set forth to be eligible for economic development tools. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So can you answer Councilmember Glasscock's question?
Yes, in our IRB section of the guidelines, it talks about professional services, which this falls under, and that 30% or more of revenues must be derived from transactions originating outside Sedgwick County. So that is in the existing guidelines.
So they just happen to have exactly 30% of their revenues from outside of the community, when that just is our guideline. That
I don't
seems-
know if they are.
How do we measure
I don't know if this
that?
is a statement that they meet the 30% and that they exceed. A representative from the company would have to speak to that.
Okay.
But it is in your guidelines.
I'd be interested in hearing from a representative of the company.
I'm sorry, it's also under healthcare. There's a separate section on healthcare as well. Regional medical centers and specialty hospitals considered likely to attract at least 30% of patients from outside the county.
Thank you.
So we did pull our data, and we pulled by zip code, obviously, and it did come out to, I mean, it was actually just above 30% of the patients that we've treated in the past year have come from outside zip codes and all of that from Wichita. So that data is accurate to that number.
Do you expect that to increase?
I mean, so with not being able to treat patients timely, they're seeking care other places. So if they're like closer to Colorado or, Oklahoma, they'll go there. So yes, we can now treat those patients sooner instead of them waiting and seeking care elsewhere here in Wichita.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
I see no further questions for staff or the applicant. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hello, Twyla Purity. I live in Polo Club. I was the CEO for Wichita Urology for 11 years, and I personally pulled the data when we were working on the surgery center. So let me give you a little bit of background on Wichita Urology, and it may make some of this data maybe a little more believable or palatable. So Wichita Urology is right now the only urology practice in Wichita. They're very large. Now, things have changed perhaps since I retired nearly 2 years ago, but think about it like this. You have cancer, your loved one has cancer. You could go to a medical oncologist where they have the responsibility of dealing with over 100 different types of cancers. But if you have a specific GU cancer, let's say prostate cancer, which is pretty prevalent, would you rather be treated by a medical oncologist who has to know a little bit about a wide range of cancers, or a specialist who knows a lot about your special type of cancer, as in prostate cancer? I was super proud of the expertise and knowledge of Wichita Urology and how they treat cancer. That group their physicians are nationally known. One of them travels the country speaking on treatment of prostate cancer. So circling back, you have a loved one who has cancer, you want to see the specialist. The physicians, your primary care will send you to the best provider for that. So I have no qualms in believing that there's a large number of patients coming from outside of Wichita. That was our case when we built the surgery center, and I believe it's probably more. When we built the surgery center a couple years ago, there was another urology group in Wichita, and that has changed. Right now, there's only one. So I'm very much support this. They do good work, and they have the reputation in the community to support this work. When we were working on the surgery center, Councilmember Tuttle came out to see us and talked with us. I would just highly recommend that you go ahead and support this for them. I stand for questions. I'm going to steal somebody's pen. No, I'll leave it.
Thank you, Twyla. We'll continue with public comment.
Celeste Rosette, and I'll be speaking again when we come up on economic development for the new community improvement districts, because I've seen a lot of problems with the economic development not being fully staffed, not being compliant. So I'm going to start with this one when I talk about economic development. Yes, Wichita Urology Group is a great group. I also have had, with my family, personal experience with their expertise. But the question I'll put out to you is, did we pay for the cyber knife at St. Francis Hospital? And if not, why not? So when we open this up and say this medical piece of equipment, the new linear accelerator, must receive abatements, sales tax exemptions and property tax abatements, what's to prevent a new cyber knife coming to St. Francis or some other new piece of equipment that's specialized? Because as we know in the medical profession, and I was married to a surgeon, you're going to get more and more advanced technology. So is this opening up the floodgate now for any new piece of technology or equipment coming to us? And I really have problems with, back in 2021, plastic surgery getting a tax abatement or getting any kind of special treatment for their facility, because plastic surgery, the majority of the time, is elective surgery. Can be elective surgery, and that could open up again. I'm thinking of, there's been other anesthetic types of treatment that involve Botox, that involve plastic surgery. You really have to be careful when you look at your guidelines. And here's one thing I'm going to bring up that wasn't mentioned. We talked briefly about how these are supposed to be reviewed, and I've got the policy right here. And yes, it's supposed to bring more than 30% under health services and professional. But one thing I bet we're not doing, though I'd love to be corrected, tax abatements on real property will be reviewed after an initial term of 5 years. Continued abatement is subject to review and approval by the City Council. And yet, when I look at some of the properties that have received tax abatements, we already have Wichita Urology Group, we already have the Plastic Surgery Group, and we have several parking lots on North Emporia. And I'm just so curious, where's the 5-year review of these properties that justified the tax abatements, especially when we're talking about budget and we're talking about property tax increases for the individual taxpayers of Wichita, seeing these special incentives? I would like to know if the 5-year reviews are done, get them posted on the city's website. And I would also like to know what kind of discounted value is used in the cost-benefit analysis for the 1-to-1 ratio. That's my questions. My concern is we're opening up a bailiwick. It's not clearly defined in the policy. The follow-up's not there for me to see that we're staying on top of these. So I have severe questions, concerns about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. I will ask City Manager to address. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to see the 5-year review easily accessible for anyone in the community to see what has been promised and what has been delivered within the 5-year time frame, and then obviously during the 10-year end of that agreement.
Thank you, Mayor, and we will put that on our economic development page, the results of those. I just want to point out to you that you approved on the consent agenda today second 5-year reports for 4 different projects. We have had a little bit of a staff shortage in the department, so we're a little behind on those reviews, but we will continue to bring those forward on all of those that have reached the end of their 5-year period. And those that do not meet the target will be on a regular agenda, not on consent, so the council can discuss that.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you. Quick follow-up to that. Do we expect any to come before us this year that did not meet the obligations?
I believe it's possible.
Okay. And they should come at some point in the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I know this resides in Councilmember Tuttle's district, but I would like to add a couple comments before that. I know that Councilmember Tuttle will move this item. As I mentioned earlier, my concern is that we're not just doing a sales tax abatement, which sales taxes are for the construction costs of a new build. That sales tax exemption is $349,000. And then this property tax abatement is 90% of the property tax newly generated in that area. And right now, that would be estimated in the first full year to be about $55,000. The city's portion of that would be $17,800. So again, I don't mind I really love seeing development, and I appreciate when people want to invest in our community. And I'm very grateful to the Wichita Urology Group for what you do for our community and really for Kansans. However, I'm uncomfortable with property tax abatement for a portion of this request, especially when I see that 58% of that request is for a piece of equipment. If this were housing or a material number of jobs, I would feel much more different about this. I just feel like this opens up the floodgates, and it's a slippery slope of more individuals coming to City Council and asking for tax abatements. I have seen a lot of improvements in multiple areas of this community without people asking us for tax incentives. And so I am very worried that, again, this is a slippery slope, which is why I'm grateful that there's going to be a discussion specifically on tax abatements, and there will be more transparency on holding people accountable to their promises. So with that, I will not be voting in favor of this because I do believe that this will generate more individuals asking for more tax abatements, and then it becomes a slippery slope. Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Tuttle that as long as they met the existing guidelines as required by the staff, that we should likely move forward with this. But I do have challenges with the existing guidelines. I believe that we should need stricter guidelines. Mr. Manager, do you know when we're having the EcoDevo presentation? I know we've talked about it. Isn't that the one in September?
Workshop.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I look forward to having that. I believe that we should have stricter guidelines, increasing the number of out-of-state. If they're already at 30%, how do we encourage more people from outside the community to come? I think that should be topic of consideration. And then I think to one point, this is not an attack on anybody that's on staff right now. We have to know the current guidelines. The current guidelines are not in this. I had to look at a proposal from 2021 to find out that one of our guidelines was 30% when it's not included in here. So I just want to make sure that the reports that we're getting, again, are comprehensive when we're examining what our current guidelines are. And so I will be supportive of this because they meet it, but I believe that we should change how we're offering incentives in the future.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Glasscock. I concur with everything you say. I agree. If we want to look at and I've said this from the bench, like I said, 3 or 4 times, because we've done this before to other applicants, and I find it completely unfair, that if we want to change our guidelines, we should change our guidelines. But if people come to us with an application and they meet all of the guidelines that we require, it's incredibly unfair for us to change the game rules in the middle of the game. No one will trust the city if we do that, and we continue to do that. So I just want to thank Troy and your team. I know that you work incredibly hard to find opportunities for our community to grow. This is one of our 7 sectors that we focus on. As our city manager mentioned with the Biomed Center, I anticipate even more of these coming to us. And so I'm going to go into the workshop not thinking that we shouldn't have these. We need to refine it, right? But we don't want to miss opportunities that could come to us. I do want to thank Twyla too for helping to remind us, and it was a great process to go with you, through you back then, and I learned a lot about this organization and how respected it is in the medical community. I do agree too that other entities haven't come and asked us for these incentives, but they could have, and they didn't. So because this group did, doesn't mean we should, not move forward because other groups didn't. That was their choice. So I personally want to thank the Wichita Urology Group. Thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for growing and expanding. Thank you for providing additional services, not only to our residents, but also probably the region and across the state for people who need healthcare and come to Wichita because we are the largest city in the state of Kansas. Finally, I just wanted to mention that I have had no ex parte communication with the applicant, so this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to thank you, so thank you in person. With that, I will move that the Wichita City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 6-1. It is 12:38 right now, and I've been asked to have a break. So I will ask if we can have a 15-minute break and return at 12:55. It will give us a little bit more time. So we will just break until 12:55. Thank you. number 10. So my motion is to start with first part of public comment now.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, Madam Clerk, can you open the roll? Motion passes 4-2. We will now have public comment, first half of public comment regarding water restrictions. If you would like to address the council, please state your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wu and members of Wichita City, or the Wichita City Council. My name is Jim Benage. I am the mayor of Bel Air, Kansas, and I live at 4437 Rushwood Court in Bel Air. But I thank you for accommodating this. I do have a meeting coming up this afternoon I need to attend, so I wanted to take some time to just go over the proposed permanent water restrictions that we just learned that these were being proposed to be adopted today, yesterday. So this is kind of news to us. I mean, we knew there was some talk about this, but the talk sounded more like it was something Wichita would do for Wichita residents, but now we're seeing you're wanting to do it. The proposal is to do it for the wholesale water customers. And so this is a concern because as you may know, our contract with Wichita, and I think all the contracts with Wichita, require us to have our own water conservation plans. And we've worked a lot to do that, and we have that water conservation in place, and we've actually done a lot of work this last year revising those plans in response to some of the recent drought issues. To change that again, suddenly like this is a major deal for us. And I'm not sure that it's beneficial. I think that, and I don't want you to misunderstand, we're very concerned about water and conservation of water. Bel Air I am the chair of the Chisholm Creek Utility Authority, which provides water to Bel Air and to Park City. And we also do the wastewater treatment for those two cities as well. And we already send sewer effluent to the Willow Bend golf course. So we're already doing some things on trying to conserve water. We've been doing that for a number of years. And I've also talked with Gary Jansen, just idea, not discussion, not total discussion, about maybe doing some pilot project on making sewer effluent potable water, which would be that's a significant step. It is done in some other states. There's currently nobody in Kansas doing that, but it's so we know that there's an issue with water, but we just think that we need to have a bigger discussion among the communities, that especially the cities that have contracts with Wichita for water, so that we put something in place that really makes sense for those communities as well as Wichita. I'm not opposed to putting some permanent restrictions in. I'm just want to make sure we have a good, clear discussion about it. So my only request of you is to table this item, and let's bring those different stakeholders into a discussion. And that would be Bel Air, Park City, Andover. I know there are other communities. I know a lot. I think Goddard also buys water from Wichita. But I don't know all the numbers, but I know that is known, and have a discussion, a meeting of hour or two of those stakeholders, and making sure that we put something together that makes sense for the wholesale water users, and then we maybe you make an appropriate ordinance with regard to that. And that's really the main thing I was just trying to point out. I sent each of you an email yesterday after I learned about this, because it was kind of a big surprise to us. And so I appreciate your taking the time. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Benaj. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. This is more a question for Gary and the mayor. I noticed in your email that you had talked about how you guys enforce and you don't enforce on the weekends, and that's one of the problems you have with this. Gary, do we go based off of reporting there as well? Do we rely on them to have public works, or I don't know who would go out and actually check on this? How is that process done with some of the surrounding communities that rely on our water?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Mayor and Councilmembers Gary Jansen. Sorry I was a little late getting back down here. One of the things I failed to mention in my most recent correspondence with wholesale customers, which was anything but the first time they've heard about all of this, because we've been in discussions of looking at long-term watering restrictions literally for months, since late last year. But to your point specifically, and I can come back to that, one of the things I failed to mention, this is no different than when we went into watering restrictions for 1 day a week. Within the wholesale water agreements that we have with our 11 wholesale water customers, that's 8 neighboring cities, 3 rural water districts, they are required to follow same conservation requirements that Wichita puts in place. When we went to 1 day a week watering restrictions, they were required to limit watering to 1 day a week. They could do that however they wanted. The enforcement is up to them. The penalty schedule is up to them. The information I sent out to the wholesale customers just gave an example of what we're planning to do, what the proposal is today for 3 days a week. That's up to wholesale customers. They can do whatever 3 days a week that they want. Pending our discussion, and if the council so chooses to move forward with long-term watering restrictions to 3 days a week, all wholesale customers, by way of their wholesale water agreement with the city, will be required to limit watering to 3 days a week. They can do that however they want, whenever they want. Enforcement's up to them.
Okay, and the restrictions that we're planning to put in would become active in October probably, whenever we move from stage 2 to stage 1 of the drought?
Well, I guess it depends on how far you want me to go into that, because we're a little bit backwards here. That's all part of the presentation I'm going to make here at some point, but I can go ahead and start with that. Our recommendation today, per the information that's in the agenda item, was for these new watering restrictions to go into place when we get back to stage 1. So when we get to 70% on the 12-month running average, which right now we're predicting to be October.
Okay, thank you.
Gary, just 2 follow-up questions. Wanted to know, has there been a table discussion or a gathering of wholesale customers, including the rural districts, regarding these restrictions?
There has. I won't say that there's been a specific direct conversation focused only on this. Probably within the last few months, we invited all wholesale customers. Bel Air city manager was there to our new water treatment plant. I think almost all wholesale customers were represented. We talked about where we were at with our drought response plan. It was very clear that we expected to move forward with some type of alternate day watering plan for long-term watering restrictions. So we had that discussion there, got a lot of feedback. I went out and made presentations to the Bel Air City Council, to the Andover City Council, to the Valley Center City Council, numerous other groups talking about this plan moving forward. It didn't have the kind of detail at that point that you will see today. But we've been having these conversations since last fall with all of our wholesale customers.
May I also ask one more question? You mentioned several neighboring communities get Wichita water. Can you name them off for those that may be watching? And the 3 districts?
I'm going to see if I can get all 8 of them right. It's Benton, Bentley, Park City, Bel Air, Keachai, Valley Center, Derby, Rose Hill. That's 8. Rural Water Districts 1, 3, and 5.
Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you, Mayor Benaj.
One little quick follow-up, if I could. And
Sorry,
I'm not.
we don't allow for further comments. Okay. I just want to respect our council members' process. We appreciate your comments, and again, appreciate you putting that under the public record. We will continue with public comment from, I think, several individuals that still want to talk.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Foster. I'm at 14220 East Gilbert Circle, and I'm in District 2. Wichita's drought plan does not work, and I'm not sure if it has worked. When the plan was set, its only action was to change the status from no stage to stage 1. And if I understand that correctly, that changed us from unlimited watering to unlimited watering, but please try to conserve. When the water level dropped in Cheney in late May of 2024, we dropped to 69%. The plan did nothing. The 12-month rolling average was too slow to keep up. In August, after no action, the city council intervened and changed us to stage 2. When the level continued to drop to 51%, the city council was planning again to prepare for stage 3. Now, fortunately, we received plenty of rain and stage 3 never happened. We are now at the conservation pool, but the 12-month rolling average is too slow to keep up, and we're once again waiting council intervention to fix it. The plan does not fix it, the council does. The drought plan is not being protected by, the drought plan is not protecting our water supply. The city council and their interventions are protecting the water supply. There is an inherent flaw with any plan that endorses odd, even, or days of the week watering. If we move to 3 days a week, I can install a putting green in my yard. I'll merely set the timer to activate at 12:01 a.m. and then again at 11:30 p.m. I can wake up 6 mornings in a row and have a watered yard, and I'm still completely compliant. This loophole cannot be closed, but it can be controlled. To control it, the loophole needs to be embraced and accounted for. We then limit the frequency in which that loophole can be exploited. Therefore, I recommend we move to 2 days a week instead of 3. We all want the same thing. We want a simple plan that is effective and flexible. I'll give you an example of what I perceive as simple, flexible, and effective. April to October is considered our watering season. I propose that on April 1st, we look at the level of Cheney, and the level of Cheney determines our watering level. For example, if we're above 100%, 3 times a week. If we're 70 to 100, 2 times a week. If we're 50 to 70, 1 time a week. On July 1st, we take a look at it again. That is after our spring rains. We will know, did we have high rains or a drought? And we reevaluate. Do we need to loosen the restrictions, tighten them, or leave them the same? We run through the rest of the year at that same watering level. If you want to continue to water past October 31st, that's fine. 1 day a week. With a tiered plan, I am now armed with incredibly important information. I now know what the watering will be and what to expect in the future. So when I'm making decisions on reseeding my yard, planting trees, anything, I will know to plant climate appropriate landscaping. Also, every box store, nursery, hardware store, everyone else will know the watering plan. They will then be able to give better advice for climate appropriate planting. With a flexible plan, the August 2024 intervention would not have been necessary, because on July 1st, the plan would have automatically caught it. We're now here again to have the council fix the plan, and if we were on a tiered system this last July, it would have moved us up. We would not have this conversation. Please scrap the current drought plan and replace it with a simple, effective, and flexible plan that adapts to our changing conditions. Anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Robert. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your comments. I, like you, would wish we would go to watering twice a week. I think it's more than enough. There are some communities I know that think that, using treated water for irrigation just shouldn't happen at all. And I'm really proud of our community. Want to applaud Public Works, our director, Gary Jansen, as we're thinking about water reuse. We're trying to be forward thinking. We're trying to think about conservation. Water is the most precious resource that we have, right? And I've said this a million times, I'll say it 1,000,001, not only for us as residents, but if we're thinking about economic development, if we are trying to attract business and industry to come here, and they look at infrastructure and utilities, and they see that we are in drought at any time, and we're not aggressively addressing it, they will assume that we're going to raise our water rates, and it may prohibit from us attracting new business and industry. So thank you for your comments. I would invite Public Works Director Gary Jansen to come. You talked about the potential loophole. I'm not sure I exactly understand what you're saying. It's been a long meeting, so I'm sorry. But Gary, could you maybe help me understand, and maybe anyone else who maybe didn't catch it all?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't understand how 3 days become 6 days, because 3 days is 3 days, just like 2 days is 2 days. We went to 1 day a week watering restrictions. If the council chooses to move forward today with our recommendation of 3 days, that is literally 3 24-hour days. I'm not sure there's a loophole of getting out of that, but I'd be happy to talk more about that to make sure we're not missing something. I don't think that we are. We've looked at what other communities do. I was just actually in a conversation with somebody from Aurora, Colorado last week who's been on 3-day watering for quite some time, and it works well for them, and they've seen a definite savings of water for the future. I would go back to the start and say that, number one, I agree wholeheartedly that the City Council, Mayor and City Council have done a wonderful job working with us and collaborating through what has been a truly adaptive challenge. This is the first time we've activated a drought response plan since 2013, coming off the heels of that. We suffered truly through a historic drought the last 4 years, the impacts that we've never seen before. Last November, Cheney Reservoir was at all-time low since it was built in the early 1960s. This drought response plan, 1,000%, did exactly what it needed to do, and it worked, and it could not have worked any better. Had it not been for our drought response plan and the timing of our drought response plan, you'll recall I talked before about our drought response plan was designed to carry us through an 8-year drought, a 1% Dust Bowl type drought. It's not easy. It was starting to get hard as we were going through the 1 day a week watering. The comment was made, we were getting very close to going into stage 3. Nothing would have helped at that point to have looked at flexibility and to start coming out of that. It would have just gotten worse a lot quicker. We were very fortunate that we've got record rains in June. And I might repeat that again, we got record rains in June. That's not stability. That's not something that we can count on. Had we not had that, we did. That's just not something we can count on long-term and into the future. This is why we're here today, to talk about long-term outdoor watering restrictions. And I'll talk a little bit more later about how we came about with 3 days, why we think that's the optimal approach. I've had other people reach out to and talk about 2 days. We think that's going to create some real challenges, that one additional day, to be able to properly maintain landscaping and lawns. So.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Robert.
And I can expand on the, if you'd like.
You can talk to Gary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with public comment regarding water restrictions. Sorry, Vice Mayor Johnston.
Yeah, I can help explain it. What he's saying is, if you watered Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you could water at 12:01 a.m. That would count for Monday. And then you could water again at 11:30 p.m. for Tuesday. So then do the same thing on Wednesday, 12:01, 11:30 p.m., and then Friday, 12. So you could water 6. What he's saying is you could actually water 6 times in only 3 days a week.
Yeah, I don't think that's still true. With all due respect, Vice Mayor, that's still 3 24-hour periods. Even if they happen to span over the course of 2 days, that's not 6 days.
That's not what he's saying, though. He's saying he can water 6 times, essentially taking care of every day, watering before every day. That's what he's saying.
Right, and so if that's the case, then we'll make sure that the ordinance is very clear, because that's not the intent. We're not interested in there being a loophole to that.
Oh, I understand, and I don't think people are going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may come forward.
Afternoon, everybody. Damian Vosberg. My address is 500 Southeast 125th
Say your
Street.
name.
Oh, Damian Vosberg. I've been a landscape owner-operator for 13 years. I've worked in Wichita for about 25 years in the landscape industry. Just a couple things. We went into phase 2, I believe, back in 2016, 2017. The difference between then and now is new lawns were water exempt back then, so you could still put in a new lawn, water it accordingly, and then go down to your regulated watering. Just a few things that maybe you guys don't know. Warm season grasses that we have, Bermuda, zoysia, buffalo, those are our 3 main ones that grow well here in Wichita. We're just far enough south where those grasses do well. But if any of you, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are in here, ladies too, golf, you saw last 2024, we had a bad winter kill. A lot of the golf courses just got destroyed. Cost, somebody buys a home, they're young, whoever it is, not everybody's rich. Cost, warm season grasses versus fescue, roughly 3 times the cost. If you buy a home and you want to put a yard in, short of doing like Arizona where you just put pea gravel in, it's going to be very expensive and a lot of people can't afford it. So next thing would be Better Homes and Gardens, April 2025, had a deal from Texas University out of Arlington, did a study that said curb appeal, Wichita, just in general. You're talking about the businesses, earlier with the proposed recreational center. I noticed that there was a lot of green on that. I assume that has to be some sort of turf. You're not going to do that. It's going to look horrible. If you try to water 3 times a week with any new lawn, it will perish, whether it's warm season or fescue. 7% loss from curb appeal, according to Better Homes and Garden. He was talking about a 4-year drought. It was a horrible drought, and versus record rain. We've been on water restrictions since, last year, almost 13 days from today. And immediately, within the first 3 days, I lost over 30 jobs and I had to return deposits. I'm here today because I am completely out of work. My phone has not called, rang. The decision to do this is going to be very big. It's going to put a lot of people out of business. I employ 3 people. I'm not a super big company, but I feel like we do a pretty good job, and I've taken a lot of pride in the work that we've done in Wichita to improve it. So with that being said, I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Damian, and thank you for being a small business owner. Can you provide your address so we know which district you reside? Which district do you reside in?
Oh, I'm county. I'm on the county line.
County line. Thank you very much, Damian. There are several council members who want to speak. Councilmember Tuttle. Vice Mayor Johnston. Also from before. Okay, nobody wants to speak. We will continue with public comment.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremy Coster. I'm the general manager of the Sod Shop. We're located at 3601 North Hillside. Just to go upon what pretty much everybody else has said, obviously water restrictions affect our business quite a bit. What we would like to do is kind of work hand in hand to try to change the narrative. Let's get it to the water. I'm going to get up here and talk to you about the grasses and the benefits of fescue versus warm seasons or anything like that. But water is the deal. I like to drink water just like everybody else. Perhaps we could promote the watering, how much people water their lawns the same way that like my father, when I was a kid, if we left one light on in the house, he would get really angry at us. Maybe a smack on the head, And if you left that light on all day, you're talking about 30 cents, or something like that, something cheap. I would like to get that concept into people about watering as well, I have my own well for my lawn. My lawn looks great. It's bad advertising if I don't have a nice lawn. But it still drives me crazy every morning when I back out of my house and see people that do even have a well, and they're watering, and it's actively raining outside. So my thing is just maybe we promote incentives, for possibly getting rain gauges, people that are going to put in sprinkler systems, and just make it, during the bad times we were doing fines for people that are watering more than one day a week. Maybe we do that when times are good. If you see people that are watering when it's raining or something like that, just to promote the water. Let's talk about the water part and not so much about the grass. That's all going to take care of itself. But yeah, get mad at people for watering when they shouldn't be watering. Don't just set your clock at the beginning of the season to water 3 or 4 times a day, every day from, like I said, beginning of April to October. You don't need to do that. I've ran my system probably a total of 15 times this whole season because of how much rain we've had. So anyways, that's it. I appreciate your time and would love to talk to you guys about, like I said, promoting watering and correct watering as opposed to having no grass at all. So.
Thank you, Jeremy. I do have one quick question before
Sure.
I have more council members speak. Can you address, do you water between the high evaporation times? Because the proposal is no watering between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Do you water with your well water during those times?
It depends on what the temperatures are. I mean, yes, sometimes yes. It's something if I'll notice I'm stressing out or whatever, I'll do it, during the day if I know it's not going to be real windy. But I mean, if it's 95 or 100 degrees, it's not really a good idea, no. But like I said, the amount of rain we've had this year, even with the one-day water restrictions, you could look at the front of our business, the grass in front of our business is stressed, and like the edges around the curbs are, getting some weeds and stuff like that because the grass is just weaker, But if we go to 3 days, obviously it will be a lot better, But like I said, let's promote correct watering and start with that before we go too drastic 1 day a week to where it's really impossible. And also, like I said, people wanting to put in a new lawn, possibly giving incentives for rain sensors, smart clocks and stuff like that to stop it's April, I'm going to turn my sprinkler system on, it's going to run 3-4 times a day, every day, no matter what. So that's it.
Thank you, Jeremy. I have several council members who want to speak. Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you. Jeremy, I don't have a question for you. I have a question for Gary real fast. And this has to do with the last 2 speakers' question regarding new lawns. What is our general consensus of people will have to plant new lawns at some point. So if these are permanent restrictions, then it's 3 days a week. How are we accommodating that long term? Or is our argument that lawns can survive 3 days a week under new planting? How do we accommodate that if these are permanent in the future?
Good question, thank you. And if we get to the point of being able to make this whole presentation, you'll see, but I'll tell you again here right now, we do have a variance process in place that I'll hit on again here in a little bit, but we want to try to get back to some semblance of normal, right? You've heard me talk before about some years as much as 20% of our water consumption is outdoor discretionary water use. That's where we can do the most for long-term conservation. 3 days a week, we still think is optimal, but to that point, we are going to allow variances for new yards, for establishment of seeded yards, sodded yards. We're going to be as flexible as we can. Oklahoma City's had a similar process in place since 2013. We talked to them. They think they've got a really successful variance program, and we're going to be open and willing to talk. I've already talked to one citizen about this, in fact, in advance of this, who was in a really tough situation, and we're going to try to work with them. So great points. We are going to provide variances for that. I think we can make that work, and it's understandable, and we know the impact that has. I've heard that from the Realtors Association. We want to make sure everybody's working with us, but we will provide variances. And I might provide one more quick comment, if you don't mind, to one of the last comments. I could not agree more about educating folks on proper watering. We have been doing this very robustly since January of 2023. SaveWichitaWater.com has got tons of information about proper watering. We've had K-State Extension. They were at the July 22nd workshop talking about proper watering. We have said all along, this was not about fining people. It was not about being punitive. It was about being educational and collaborative. Best case is for everybody to get on board. We don't have the resources to go out and enforce this. Nobody wants to rat out their neighbor. We want people to get on board and recognize the value for long-term water resilience for our region. But we've talked to businesses about promoting education with us. We think that makes sense. One quick last comment. Those businesses whose economic activity revolves around water use, sod shops, these exemptions do not apply. They still can water if it's part of their business, and they don't have to go to the 3 days a week.
Thank you. To those that may be attending for the first time or those listening online for the first time, we're going out of order today. So normally we would have a presentation to maybe answer a lot of these questions. And so apologize if Gary's presentation is going to be having this information in a little bit, but this is just backwards to our normal process.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the speaker certainly for coming today. And one of the things, Gary and I have been on a road show for the last several months. We've probably made 24 presentations talking about drought and talking about water reuse. And thank you to Councilmember Holeheisel for sitting on the water reuse task force with me. I really appreciate it. And one of the things that I think I said every day since we went into stage 2 of drought is we don't want to go into stage 3 because we will literally put small businesses out of business, right? So thank you for coming here today and to share your concerns. Gary, I hate to make you keep jumping up and down, but I'd just like to ask one more question. I appreciate your comments. Could you maybe, and you said it, I think a little bit before, but just maybe reiterate us working with the builders, with the realtors, with WABA to try and maybe rethink, not mandate, but rethink how we do grass, for example, to not promote Bermuda, to think about fescue, or to, the other way around. We want to not think always about fescue, but think about Bermuda or buffalo grass. And then also, how have we engaged and partnered and gotten feedback from the landscaping companies even before we went into stage 2 of drought? If you could just let the community know, and our guests here today know, we're trying to be good partners and trying to get community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the first part, we have engaged the Wichita Area Builders Association and the development community, really looking for their input on how we can go forward. We're not unlike many communities. A lot of new housing developments, fescue sods being put in place, and we're going on down the road. Fescue obviously takes more water, even if you get past the establishment period, but people want fescue yards. You know, we've heard the talk about property value, sellability. We've heard that. I heard that from the Realtors Association also. I've challenged the Builders Association and development community to see what they think could be done in the future. To take off in a different direction. One of the challenges we faced when we went into watering restrictions was HOA covenants, and you've heard me talk about this before. Now, HOA covenants do not take precedent over local ordinance. So the question was initially, I'm going to get fined because my yard's not green enough. What am I supposed to do? We advised them that they needed to follow local ordinance. But what we did more than anything was spend time, considerable time, with as many HOAs as we could connect with. So HOA Management Company here in Wichita, they have oversight of 200 or 300 HOAs across the community. So it was really good to talk to them, focused with them. They realized the situation we were in, what we were dealing with, and they started looking for ways to change how they were enforcing. They were encouraging conservation within their neighborhoods. I don't know that I saw any of them actually make a change to say you can do something other than fescue grass, but they started talking about different watering techniques. We saw numerous homeowners associations in their commons areas that they did trade out fescue for xeriscape type landscaping, something that was more water tolerant. And some have talked about going to a different grass type. So we're going to keep that communication going. We're going to keep talking to them. The landscape companies, the nurseries play right into that. As we were contemplating going into stage 2, I heard from numerous companies, most of them that said, don't do it. It's going to have a big impact on us. We did not take that lightly, knowing where we needed to be to protect our long-term water supply. We did things, and we didn't see as many people take advantage of it as we wish they would have, but we were offering free water at the Water Center at Herman Hill Park to anybody who can take water. Landscape contractors, they could take as much water as they want at no cost to be able to put landscaping in. We encouraged landscape companies, nurseries, those to look at a better way to landscape. One of the local companies, as we went into stage 1, put out a flyer, which I think made a lot of sense, not trying to dictate how folks should do business, but it said, we can get you through the drought. We'll work with you on more drought-tolerant plants. That seems to make a lot of sense to me. We would hope that others would do that too. So as we move forward, we'll continue those conversations, continue talking. That's real, and that's been our concern. When the drought response plan was developed in 2013, the goal was have as little impact on businesses as possible, and that's why there's the exemptions that they are. The challenge that you face is, just because a landscape company can still grow sod or trees, what do you do when the property owner can't use their irrigation system? Going forward with the plan that we're talking about today, we will have the ability to overcome that. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Gary. Councilmember Glasscock. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple comments. Gary, thank you for all your comments, and thank you to the speakers. I just want to say thank you for the common sense approach. I just can't believe how many people still don't know that we've been in a drought and are irresponsibly watering. So I just appreciate some of your suggestions. It's definitely, I personally feel like a culture shift, and you don't have to water every day. This is just how we've always done it, and so people are really in this routine, and there is a better way and more responsible way for people to water. So appreciate you guys hanging in there through this long meeting, but water is really important to me, and conservation, and we need to continue to shift the message that we're in this for the long game, and not just because people want a beautiful lawn tomorrow. We need to be thinking about for years to come. So appreciate all of your comments.
Thank you. Do I see any other individuals who would like to address the council during the first half of this public comment time? I see none. I want to just halt public comment until we actually listen to item number 10. We're actually going to be in item number 3 next. So I appreciate the council for voting in favor of allowing public comment to come ahead of time. A lot of the questions that Gary will address yet again will be when it's presented as item number 10. But again, we're at item number 3 still. So thank you again for the 4 individuals who came forward to just give some comments ahead of time. At this moment, do we have one more, Councilmember Ballard? Okay, it just didn't clear. We will now ask the city clerk, can you please call the next item?
Public hearing and request by the Douglas Apartments LLC for approval of a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. This is a request that we received from a group, Douglas Apartments LLC. They're specifically a Kansas limited liability company that was formed for the purposes of developing and constructing this project, which includes 2 3-story buildings with 18 units in each building for a total of about 36 units. Douglas Apartments is requesting the issuance of about $3.2 million in revenue bonds to finance the project. Currently, the property at 1301 West Douglas is vacant, undeveloped, and so this project will be built with workforce housing in mind, offering rents that are below market rate. According to the Economic Development Guidelines, the project qualifies for a 40% property tax abatement based on their new capital investment between $1 million and $5 million. The estimated 40% property tax abatement for the first full year is about $34,000. The project is also eligible for a sales tax exemption. The approximate sales tax exemption is valued at about $117,000, with the city's share being just a little over $9,000. A cost-benefit analysis was performed, and those ratios have been provided to you not only in the green sheet, but on the screen in front of you here today. I won't read through those. Standard disclaimer, revenue bonds are a mechanism for achieving a sales tax exemption and/or a property tax abatement. In a revenue bond transaction, the city is not lending any money, bears no risk. The owner developer is required to achieve its own financing, and again, no taxpayer dollars are at risk. Douglas Apartments agrees to pay all the costs of issuing the bonds and agrees to pay the annual origination fee. The bonds will be purchased by Douglas Apartments or a related entity. Bond documents will be prepared by outside bond counsel, but ultimately law department will review and approve the final form. With that being said, it's recommended the city council hold a public hearing, close the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. We do have a representative from the applicant here to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. Questions for staff? I just have a couple, just to give it a contrast to the previous item that got 90% tax abatement. This one is getting 40% tax abatement. The green sheet talks about the first full year of tax abatement would be $34,000. Is that based off of already improved, because this will now have buildings, is that the amount of post improvements, or is this pre-improvements?
So that's post improvements. So the cost benefit analysis analyzes the capital investment that is made and then makes those projections based on the investment that's already made. As previously brought up, the payment in lieu of taxes, the base value that exists today will be continued to be paid. It's only on the capital investment and the future value of those tax obligation that's being abated.
And is this a 10-year abatement?
Yes. Yes.
It didn't say that on the green sheet, that's why I'm asking.
I apologize. It is a 10-year abatement. In this one, there is no job creation, right? And so it becomes a little bit nuanced. Again, we're going to try to hopefully clarify this in the next round of guidelines, right? But because this is entirely based on the capital investment, we'll know that the capital investment is made at the time that the bonds are issued. So in essence, this one doesn't necessarily need a 5-year review because there's no job creation. We'll know whether or not the capital investment was made at the time that we actually issue the bonds. But again, we're going to kind of hope to clarify some of that stuff when the new guidelines come out. But this one is not projected to sort of have a 5-year review.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
I think it would be important for community to know that this is a 10-year abatement. While it doesn't have a job creation component, they may hire somebody. And so I would like to make sure that when we're giving these 10-year abatements, there's always an opportunity to come back and look back or look forward, I guess. And so I would like to see that, especially in our presentation in September, that be added. I would like to see that these agreements have a performance measurement. And again, I think Twyla mentioned what gets measured gets recorded. And so I really would like to see more measurements and more plainly visible measurements that are on our website. So again, any 10-year abatements should have a 5-year look back and show community there was an investment made. And I think that again, provides transparency, and people want to see more housing. I think that's what I heard from this entire council last week. We want to see more housing, and I'm looking forward to more housing, but I think it would be helpful. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, here it talks about below market rents. Is that part of the requirement here?
No, again, this is just the developer's intent that by utilizing this incentive, they can make the units more affordable. They're going to pass that cost savings on to their tenants in the form of rent reductions to be more competitive into the workforce housing market. But no, there's not a requirement that they do it.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and I was just going to emphasize workforce housing. First time I ever heard it was the other project from the applicant, so greatly appreciate that. Regarding the 5-year, adding in the 5-year when we don't have to, I'm fine with having that discussion. I think that's another thing that we can add to when we have our workshop on our economic incentives in September. I think it would be a little trickier when there isn't job, but I just wanted to emphasize that that's something that won't be tied to this vote today. That's something that's aspirational that we'll be talking about when we have our workshop in September. Thank you.
I would like to add one more thing to Councilmember Tuttle's discussion for the September workshop, and that is clawbacks. I want to know that if a company receives any type of IRB, will there be a more, I would like to see the development happen as soon as they've gotten the green light. I know that there are some projects that have been stalled, and there's nothing for us to say, hey, you need to continue with the project. You got approved by the council. Are there opportunities to put that in the workshop? Maybe some clawbacks or some performance measurements to really encourage them to move ahead with their development versus stall for another 2 years or 3 years. I know that in District Number 2, in Councilmember Tuttle's district, there's a project that did not get any city incentives, but it's been stalled, and a lot of residents have been upset. And so if you're getting city incentives, there could be something where we could say, you need to move along with the development.
Yeah, we can absolutely introduce some of these concepts, right? Clawbacks, traditionally, as that has been used in the context of economic development, is to sort of claw back some sort of dollar or benefit that went to a project, right, if it's not satisfied. Again, if we're going to shift all of the risk onto the owner developer for performance, and it's pay as you go, and the city's not putting any taxpayer dollars into the project, there's probably not much to claw back, so to speak. But yes, you're right.
Can you reduce the amount of property tax? So for instance, if you get 40%, not in this project, but if you were to get 40% approved by this council, but if you don't start developing within the 1 year time frame, and you've now waited 3 years, instead of 40% abatement, you get a 30% abatement. So that would encourage that developer to move a little bit faster. So those are the types of clawbacks that I would like to see, because again, we had this long discussion last week about stalled development, and we've seen those around our community, and people expect that if you're getting some city incentives, that you're going to move along.
Yeah, absolutely. We can introduce some expirations of the offering and those kind of things, absolutely.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so I will just ask the applicant to come forward and just share the importance of this workforce housing. And I know that Councilmember Hoheisel asked about the below market rates. Could you address some of those rates?
Yeah, sure. So we, this is the third of a similar project that we've undertaken. The first one was in District 1 by Central Standard Brewing on hydraulic. The second one was on Hillside, just south of Douglas. This one's on Douglas, just next to Los Pinos, my favorite Mexican restaurant in town. And so what we've done is we've found ways that we can consolidate all the value in our construction costs to the units themselves. So the units are going to be receiving 100% of the value, or most of the value of the construction costs, meaning they're going to be luxurious units. But we save costs on things like exterior siding. We don't do any sort of amenity. I mean, everybody's got a gym membership. We're locating these in areas that are walkable. There's a lot of great restaurants and bars and things to do, retailers nearby. So, you know, if we add amenities, that just gets passed on to the tenant. And so by removing that, we're able to save costs. And then tax abatement is another thing that we're able to take the cost savings of that and pass it on to the tenant. We've imposed kind of a goal and we're holding ourselves to this goal of the blended average rent rate being below $1,000 a month. And that is about $200 to $400 below market.
Thank you very much again for your focus on workforce housing. Out of full disclosure, I got to visit one of those locations, your very first project, District 1, just south of Central Standard Brewery, and I think that the development is moving along really well, and the location is great. As you mentioned, it is walkable. There are amenities already in that neighborhood, and so you won't have to add those costs into your project, but you're just taking advantage of the things that are in those neighborhoods. And so I'm very appreciative that there are local developers really thinking about workforce housing and the opportunity to be in neighborhoods like District 1 and District 4 in this situation. And so I am encouraged to see that you guys are continuing to do more workforce housing. That is exactly what we need.
Oh, thank you.
I see no further questions for staff or the applicant. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public coming forward. I will now close public comment and bring it back to the bench. This resides in Council Member Dalton Glasscock's district.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing nobody on the board, thank you for investing in Wichita. I'm excited for this project. Los Pinos is also my favorite restaurant. And so as a neighbor, I'm excited to welcome you to the neighborhood. And with that, I move that we close the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request to approve a development agreement, create a community improvement district, approve a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds, and adopt a redevelopment project plan for a full-scope hotel located at 229 East William.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. Stand before you today with another request. This one's fairly complicated, involved, but I'll try to break this down as easily as I can. There are a couple of different public hearings, but obviously we're just going to have one, right, public hearing, but it does satisfy the requirements for the multiple public hearings that are going to be required as part of each one of these. But this in part is an approval of a development agreement, but it lays out all of these other things such as establishing a CID district. There's an ordinance associated with that in your packets. There's a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds. There's a resolution included in your packets. And then there's also an adoption of a redevelopment project plan. There's an ordinance in your packet for that, but they all kind of roll up under this umbrella of this development agreement, all for a full-service hotel. More specifically, there are two LLCs, McClellan Hotel 1923 LLC and Petroleum Building 1923 LLC. You'll kind of hear me refer to them as McClellan and Petroleum, but for all intents and purposes, they are one and the same organizational structure. They are the owners of several lots located at the southwest corner of East William Street and South Broadway Avenue. These buildings are currently vacant, abandoned, underutilized for years, and so this is a really exciting adaptive reuse of a couple of these vacant, abandoned buildings. Both McClellan and Petroleum wish to renovate the existing buildings into a full-service hotel to include 110 rooms, 4,000 square feet of commercial retail space, and associated parking improvements. You'll hear me refer to that as the project. So with that being said, the owner developer will pay all construction costs associated with the project. It's the increment from the Community Improvement District sales tax and from the tax increment financing revenues that will be then used to reimburse the owner developer for certain eligible expenses. This is all based on a pay-as-you-go basis. The owner developer assumes all risk. There's no risk to the taxpayer. There are no taxpayer dollars going into this project. Really high level, the project costs are estimated at just under $44 million. And so in order to differentiate between the incentives and the eligible expenses, we've established some what we call cost caps. So the maximum eligible amount for reimbursement to the developer by the CID sales tax is $2.5 million. That's based on a projected 2% sales tax revenue for up to 22 years. The redevelopment project costs eligible for tax increment financing reimbursement, and the TIF proceeds total about $4.7 million. And then the IRB is being used as a sales tax exemption only. Obviously, we can't layer sort of property tax abatement with TIF because you can't abate property taxes that you then need to rebate back for the purposes of the covering the eligible expenses. So the approximate value of the sales tax exemptions about $1.5 million, the city share being about $115,000. So the financial considerations before you today, the owner developers requested the use of CID and TIF on a pay-as-you-go basis. The city will not issue any debt for this project. All proceeds will be held by the city and dispersed pursuant to a development agreement until the maximum amounts identified in the development agreement have been reimbursed. This is that cost cap I was referring to. Owner developer agrees to pay all costs of issuing any bonds, agrees to pay the city's $2,500 annual origination fee, and then the bonds will be purchased by McClellan Petroleum or a related entity. Law departments reviewed and approved the development agreement, ordinances, and resolutions, all as to form. Again, bond documents will be prepared by outside counsel, but law department will review and approve final form. With that being said, it's recommended city council hold public hearing, close the public hearings, approve the development agreement, place the ordinances on first reading, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. We do have representatives from the applicant available here today to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a pre-existing TIF district.
That's correct.
When does this district close?
The TIF district, I believe, closes in 2 or 3 years. So.
Okay, so if the project, I assume, would be done by then, the construction costs would be paid off through that TIF by then. So does that TIF keep going if all the costs recouped are not paid off?
So in Kansas, the TIF district has sort of that 20-year shot clock in which you can create a project plan, right? So this is creating that project plan. The project plan for the project plan area survives for 20 years because that's the pro forma for that project plan and that project plan area. But once the district term expires, you can no longer create any new project plans within the district. So it's really more of you're establishing a district and that 20-year shot clock for the purposes of when you can approve project plans, but just making sure we're saying the same thing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Also, Councilmember Glasscock and I had discussions when we did chat with the applicants about making sure that the CIDs, the signs are posted in a visible area and that we do collect on those. So I just wanted to make that a public note that we have been talking about that and doing our due diligence on the CIDs.
Yes.
Thank you, Troy.
And again, a follow-up to that, the CID signs would show the 2% sales tax additional that would be charged in that area.
That's correct.
A follow-up question, sorry, Councilmember Ballard, one follow-up question. So the shot clock for the district still has 2 to 3 years, but this project, once it commences, it still has its 20 years, is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
That was a point of clarification.
Yep.
And then the other one was the redevelopment project costs eligible for TIF reimbursements total $4.7 million. Can you address what are the TIF eligible expenses?
Man, I do not have those in front of me. Primarily, it's the acquisition costs. I think there's some other ancillary sort of infrastructure-related improvements, but primarily tax increment financing. Tax increment financing under state law is much more restricted in the eligible expenses that you can use, primarily horizontal improvements, demolition, renovation, those kind of things. So primarily, and we can let the applicant speak to it, but primarily it's for the acquisition costs.
I would like to hear from the applicant regarding those TIF eligible expenses.
I'm Randy Furstenberg. I'm with Crane Development. So the TIF eligible expenses are, as Troy mentioned, mostly the acquisition of the properties, as well as garage improvements, horizontal utility work, and parking lot improvements. Should be noted too that that portions of design, engineering, architecture can be also TIF eligible. We've excluded those.
May I ask Troy the question, why are parking lots getting property tax abatement? Is that because state law? Can you address that?
So under statute, it talks about horizontal improvements. There are generally captioned around public. When they say public, it's the users, the guests, the patrons, client of the usage. So when he says parking lots, it's actually the existing parking lot and the renovations, because there will be no parking lots as part of the final product, right? There is on the backside of the petroleum building, there is parking within the petroleum building, and so it's those public amenities to the users of the project. It's those eligible expenses under state law. So there's no parking lot per se, but there is an existing public parking lot that, not public, it's a private parking lot that will need to be demolished in order to satisfy the project. So those are the eligible expenses.
Since you brought up parking really quickly, you mentioned that there is parking behind the petroleum building. Will that be enough for this hotel development?
Yeah, the interesting fact, the petroleum building has a structured parking garage that was the very first structured parking garage built in the city, which is kind of an interesting historical fact. That was free. It was built for 105 parking stalls. We'll be doing valet parking through our hotel. So as you know, valet, you can stack and rack those however you need to. So we do have adequate parking with the garage and with a little bit of existing surface level.
Thank you, Andy. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Troy. So I have a couple questions. First of all, I really appreciate that you guys are all local. I made that point the other day. It makes me really happy that someone local is investing in some really incredible buildings that we have in our old town to preserve some of that history. The only question I have is, so the AC Hotel just opened up. We're building the hotel on the river and then adding this one additionally. I know there is so much momentum going into the biomed area, and I'm sure that we will need all of these spots. But the information that I got from Visit Wichita is that we're at 65.2% occupancy. I just want to make sure that with the other one just now opening and it's not really having much data, and then the one on the river not opening yet, I just want to make sure that we're not kind of putting the cart before the horse. So.
And if I may, sure. We did reach out as part of the downtown master plan update that we're going through right now. A full demand study from our replanning research this fall has been conducted. Yes, there are a number of hotel rooms already operating in the study area. The study talks about, in addition to the pipeline noted above, over the next 10 years, the hotel market is expected to support 430 to 560 new hotel rooms in the core.
Would that be including like the new hotel AC and then the additional rooms for the one that we're building on the river? I'm totally supportive. I just want to talk about this now, I guess.
In addition to the AC Marriott hotel that is coming online, based on, I'm just reading from the study, that based on, in addition to the 1,279 rooms that are operating in the study area today, and the 119 rooms coming online with AC Marriott Hotel, there is still an additional 430 to 560 new hotel rooms anticipated over the next 10 years that the market will be able to absorb.
Okay, thank you very much.
One last question for the applicant, Andy. Can you, obviously this is literally right next door to the new $300 million Wichita Biomedical Campus. Can you address why you guys chose to have that location as your next hotel? And again, I think I share the same concern as Councilmember Ballard, making sure that we're not over producing these hotel rooms, that there's actually going to be demand for these hotel rooms. I understand that the study says it still would allow for about 400 plus more rooms in the next 10 years. So can you address why you guys chose that location?
Yeah, first of all, just with the buildings themselves, we purchased these buildings along with the Crest building in December of 23. And the intent there was between Crane Development and Schellenberg Development, we wanted to be involved in what's happening downtown in the core with the biomed coming on board, et cetera. So we saw the opportunities with these buildings. We didn't know what we were going to do with them when we bought them. We just knew that they were in a great location. So we went through just about every highest and best use scenario that you can go through. Underwriting each one, pro formas, talking about projects. We started out with multifamily ideas, but the efficiency in these buildings just doesn't lay out very well for apartments. We talked about keeping them as a commercial use building and letting that corridor kind of develop and just kind of wait. Feasibly, you just can't buy a property and sit on it for however long that's going to take. There's too many unknowns. Ultimately, we were introduced to the thought of a hotel. We consulted with Lexima Hospitality, John Cantelli and his group, another Wichita local group who will be managing the hotel for us. We did, through their help and through our own third-party market study, it was determined that there was plenty of demand, even as it exists today for downtown. Especially for the Hotel Indigo brand, because it's a little bit higher end. And so that's really what ultimately got us to this point. And just adding to that demand factor, like I said, we did the third-party study that helped aid us. I think it came out to a need of 350 rooms, roughly, even today, so.
Thank you, Andy. And one more question for you.
Sure.
I know that this hotel has other amenities that you guys are planning to have. Can you just address those? Again, you will have some competition nearby, but what makes yours different?
Yeah, well, we like to think that our architects and interior designers are doing a fantastic job for us, and they really are. Sheldon Architect is leading our architecture group. We have a really unique situation with, well, we call it the McClellan Building. It's some people refer to it as the O'Rourke Building, but it started out originally in the 20s as a hotel. And with it situated right there on the corner, it's got a really cool corner vibe to it, and what used to be a restaurant. So we're taking that piece of it and turning it into hopefully what we're going to create is a destination restaurant and bar, not just another hotel restaurant and bar. We feel like with the location directly across from the school, there's a lot of students, a lot of professionals that could utilize those facilities. Creates a new restaurant in the area. And so that's a big part of our plan. We're creating if you've seen the renderings, there's a porte-cochere entrance that connects the two buildings. And it's going to be a really good meeting place, just gathering place. And we'll have, kind of the usual. The 5th floor of the Petroleum will have a fitness center, and just kind of some of these normal hotel amenities.
Thank you very much, Andy. I see no further comments from this bench. Again, thank you, Troy, and thank you, Andy. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no public comment. We will now bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to state for the record that I've had ex parte communication with the applicant. Thank you.
This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Before I make a motion, I just appreciate the investment in Wichita and downtown. Appreciated the presentations at the partnership meetings, so very informational. Love the renderings and looking forward to this coming online. With that, I would move that the City Council close the public hearing, approve the agreement, place the ordinances on first reading, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. I am so sorry, but I do have one last question, and that is for Troy. Can you just address how much in property taxes this current location produces? Or maybe Andy has that, just so that we know that that area currently has some property taxes that it's not on our sheet, so that's what I want to know.
I don't have the information. I apologize. The suggestion was maybe $50,000 to $70,000 a year.
It's off the top of my head, so I apologize. I don't have the exact number.
But this is not getting property tax abatement.
That's correct.
That's the reason why I wanted to know
Correct.
the amount.
Yep.
Because I know people have asked that question before, and I just want to make sure that that is on the record, as they are going to be paying their property taxes that currently are levied on that area. Sorry, Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to publicly say thank you very much for investing over $40 million in downtown. So, huge investment. I know you got to be a little bit nervous, but thank you very much and wish you the best of luck.
When will it open?
By summer of 27.
By summer of 2027, the applicant just said that's when it will open. Thank you very much. With that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendments to Title 4.08 of the Code of the City of Wichita relating to the creation of a common consumption area for the consumption of alcoholic liquor.
Good afternoon, Sharon Dickruff, City Law Department. I'm here today to present some additional amendments to the city's ordinances relating to common consumption areas. As you recall, I was here in early July. The council amended ordinances relating to common consumption area and allowed the city to be a CCA permit holder. The ordinance at that time provided that permits were to be issued for less than a year in length, with the idea that there would be a 6-month trial period, and then after that, the permits would all be a year in length. Following consultation with the ABC, the following amendments are recommended. CCA permits will be issued for 1 year. The ABC would not recognize permits that were issued for less than 1 year. Staff will report to the city manager any criminal or alcohol-related issues at the 6-month period of the initial CCA. The ordinances also establish a participant CAA permit to allow licensed establishments to participate in the CAA. The proposal is that the permit would be for 1 year and has a fee of $250. Additionally, from a safety standpoint, we have recommending that the chief of police have the power to do an immediate suspension of a CCA if there is an emergency that occurs. CCA requirements in other cities. The ABC website indicates that there are about 50 CCA permits issued throughout the state. Several cities do not require an additional participant license, but rely on the state-issued participant permits. Other cities that do require local participant permits have fees ranging from $100 to $250. Financial and legal considerations. As a permit holder, the city is responsible for insurance and any signage or barrier costs. The estimate on insurance remains at $25,000 per year. Risk management has completed an insurance application, and we have not gotten any more definite information. An alternative option would be if the city did not want to obtain insurance coverage, that it could rely on the tort claims liability limitations of a $500,000 cap. Public Work estimates that signage for these areas will be about $300 a sign. ABC regulations require that there be a sign or some sort of demarcation for every entry and exit point. Reggie is going to present the actual Delano CCA. Estimates for those signs are about $22,000 because of the size of the proposed CCA. The city would be legally responsible for any liquor violations occurring within that common consumption area. It is recommended that the city council approve the proposed ordinance and place it on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures. These changes would not authorize the Delano CCA. That is the next item that's going to be presented. And I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sharon. Are there any questions from the bench? I see no questions from the bench.
Thank you.
We will now open it up for public comment. I see no public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Sharon, thank you for the updates to this. I know that we've already voted. This is on a lot of these rules and regulations, so this is just making sure we're in compliance with state law. So with that, I move that the City Council place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Designation of common consumption area authorizing possession and consumption of alcoholic liquor, public hearing and resolution.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Reggie Davis from Parks and Rec. Given a follow-up, as Sharon said, about looking at an option for a common consumption area for the Delano district. So a little bit of background on this. In 2017, the Kansas legislature authorized cities to establish one or more common consumption areas, CCA by ordinance or resolution to designate the boundaries of any CCA and prescribe the times during which alcoholic liquor may be consumed. In January 18, the City Council adopted an ordinance creating Chapter 4.08 of the Code of the City Council, which allows the establishment of CCAs within the city by resolution, which Sharon just mentioned earlier. A little bit more background. The City of Wichita has requested an annual CCA in the Delano area to begin on Friday, September the 5th, 2025. Possession of alcohol or liquor will be allowed within the boundaries of the CCA on Fridays and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Here's a map that kind of shows the area that's designated for the CCA. You'll see that the stars are for the point of sale sites for that location, and then you'll see the squares, which is where the entry and exit signs will be placed, letting the community know when they're entering or exiting that particular area that's been designated. So the financial considerations for that, as Sharon mentioned earlier, the cost for annual insurance coverage for the cover alcohol insurance is approximately $25,000 annually, which would give $1 million in liability coverage. And then state law requires signage which enter and exit the CCA. Signs will be required with an estimated cost of $22,000. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the designation of a common consumption area and allowing the consumption of alcoholic liquor on property not otherwise subject to a license issued pursuant to the Kansas Liquor Control Act of the Club and Drinking Establishment Act. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Reggie. We'll begin with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question regarding the map. If we go back to the point of sale map real fast, the one with the stars. Though we're starting our application for 1 year, let's say a business moves in, or let's say a current business wants to be able, and they go through the process with ABC to offer the sale of alcohol, can they opt into this without waiting until a next application period? So let's say 2 months from now, somebody wants to join into this. Are they able to?
Yes, we can actually add them in later on. Same with special events. If there's any special events that would be fully within the common consumption area, we can add them in for a temporary time as well.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of questions on this map. Does this include some of that walkway along the river?
That is the intention, yes, because there's not a sidewalk on the west side of McLean.
Thank you. And then last question is about the 60 to 70 signs. Is that excessive? Because I feel like when I went to Topeka,
they had on the sidewalk permanent paint that they basically, that was their signage. Can we not do that?
We did have those discussions internally. For now, that was seen as much more of a permanent, whereas with a sign, we can easily change it or remove it as needed. We have discussed paint, that is an option, but the state requires there to be some form of signage entering and exiting at all points, so it would basically be any sidewalk that's entering into the footprint.
So all the yellow markings are the various signs that you're expecting to have?
Correct, and at each one of those locations, there would be both an entering and an exiting sign.
Could we find a more cost-effective method and also not littering so much of this area with a lot of signs?
Yes, we can look into paint further, but there does have to be some sort of a barrier at those locations.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. When we had said, so I counted on this map and it's 30, 31, I think it's 30 on here. Though I think the application says 70 signs. So are we not seeing that as just like front and back? Can we just not do a front and back sign?
We did talk about those, but Public Works said that with the type of the post that they may have to install, it's not going to be one where you can have a double-sided sign, because there'll be a sign on either side of the pole, is how I understood it at least.
Okay, because I think that's also what I saw in a couple of the other common consumption areas is a front and back sign, which would cut down half of the install that we need. So if we can explore that, I don't know if by passing, I want to move forward with this today, but if we could maybe explore some of the other options, I don't know if that has to take a motion from the bench, but if we're able to do front and back sign, that could cut down on the number of signs we're doing by half.
Okay, I'll talk to Public Works and report back.
Thank you. Any other comments from the bench? I see none. Thank you very much for the presentation. We will now open it up for public comment on this item. I see no public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I don't see any other of my colleagues on the board. So given that they have no other comments, I'll move forward with the motion. First, I want to thank staff for moving on this. I think this is going to be exciting for the Delano district. I've heard very positive response from individuals, and I think this just adds a different vibrancy to the area and capitalizes on the history of Delano. I want to thank my colleagues for the support. I know I've talked to all my colleagues multiple times about this project, and I hope that this is just the start of weekends. If Wichita can be responsible in this usage, maybe we can expand this, and maybe we can look at other opportunities to add quality of life amenities in this area. So with that, I move that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution authorizing the designation of common consumption area, and allow the consumption of alcohol liquor on the date at the location and during the time set forth therein, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Lincoln Park renaming.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Josh Navarro, Management Fellow and Project Manager for this project. Today, I will be presenting on the Lincoln Park renaming. For some background, Lincoln Park is located near the intersection of Lincoln and Broadway. It has been a public park since the year 1900. The Kansas Firefighters Museum and Fallen Firefighters Memorial are located within the park. The fire department is currently working with the state to designate the memorial as the official Kansas Fallen Firefighters Memorial for the state of Kansas. For analysis, the fire department and the Wichita Local Fire Union approached the Department of Park and Recreation with the idea of redeveloping Lincoln Park as a memorial park for fallen firefighters. The redevelopment would include an expanded memorial for firefighters who fell in the line of duty, security improvements, elements to educate about firefighting, and firefighter-themed playground features, art, and splash pad. The Board of Park Commissioners on September 9th, 2024 supported the idea and recommended proceeding with further exploration. On July 17th, 2025, the Board of Park Commissioners recommended that the City Council rename Lincoln Park as the Kansas Fallen Firefighters Memorial Park. As per City Council Policy 13 on naming of public facilities and/or land, the Board of Park Commissioners is acting as the naming committee in considering the proposal to the park, and the name recommendation identifies the location of the park by historical and geographical landmarks associated with the Kansas Firefighters Museum. The name Lincoln Park was chosen due to proximity to Lincoln Street, and there is no other nostalgic or meaningful association with the current name of the park. And here is a current rendering of planned park improvements and enhancements. And in the northwest corner, you can see the Kansas Firefighters Museum, as well as a proposed additional display building in order for the museum to be able to house additional fire trucks and historic memorabilia that the museum cannot currently display. There's also planned improvements to the Fallen Firefighters Memorial Plaza, and so that includes an expanded memorial wall, new plaza and memorial lighting, and then a tree grove as well. There is also a new splash pad, fire-themed playground, and refurbished plaza as part of this rendering. And so in terms of financial considerations, the financial impact of renaming the park is limited to the cost of installing new signage. The fire department will coordinate with the Police and Fire Foundation, Wichita Parks Foundation, and other groups in order to raise funds for the park improvements, which will include the cost of new signage. The sign replacement will not come out of the Park and Recreation budget. And for recommended action, it is recommended that the City Council approve the renaming of the park as the Kansas Fallen Firefighters Memorial Park. And with that, I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Josh, for the presentation. Questions for staff? I just have one. Can you go to slide number 118?
Yes.
And the gazebo. I know that that's highly utilized for a lot of individuals. Will that remain?
I will lean to Reggie for that.
I will have to confirm, but I believe it will be because of that purpose, because it is used by a lot of the community.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. Thank you, Josh and Reggie. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. This is in Councilmember Hoheisel's district.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I do want to give thanks to Chief Snow and the fire department, Ted with the fire union, who also expressed earlier before he had to leave a lot of appreciation towards city staff for working on this. Reggie and the Parks Department, the neighborhood, we did engage with the neighborhood. They were fine with the renaming. They are more interested in the improvements. Representative Kessler, who helped get this through his committee on the state level. Representative Hoheisel, who has done a lot of work to help with this. Just a little bit of background as well. There is some funding opportunities from the state to actually work on the actual firefighter memorial. The rest of this we are planning to fundraise around for the improvements. It seems like the governor will be down in October. Those are the tentative plans, and to anybody listening, there is a memorial service the first Sunday of October. It's a real solemn ceremony. They play the bagpipes, they read the names off of the memorial and give the due respect to the firefighters who have given their lives for us. So I would encourage people to come down. Sometimes it can get warm. It's at 1:30, but it is definitely something to behold. Also, we're looking at fencing it off, having those discussions as well to make sure we protect any investments that we have down there. So this is another good project, another amenity in District 3. We're coming for District 6 as far as the park system goes. I think we're already there, but this will definitely cap it off. So I do appreciate everybody who's worked on this over the past year, and let's keep the momentum up and show the firefighters the respect that they deserve. And with that, I will move that the City Council approve the renaming of the park as Kansas Fallen Firefighters Memorial Park.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion, Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and I'll be extremely brief. I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Hoheisel. I have watched you work quietly, use the connections, brothers, if you need to make this happen. I know it's something that you're quite proud of, and you should be. I'm really proud of this council and how we're really trying to embrace how we work with our first responders, right? Making sure they're healthy, police and fire, and then also, as you so eloquently mentioned, giving them the respect that they deserve. So just a heartfelt thank you to you. I also want to say congratulations to Josh. I know you were nervous. You did a great job. Thank you for being one of our 2 magnificent management fellows. Your partner in crime was serving as clerk earlier today, but it's been a pleasure to get to know and work with you. So great job today. Thank you.
And the only comment is to add to Councilmember Hoheisel, thank you again for your leadership in this. And the date for that memorial is Sunday, October 5th. Sunday, October 5th at the soon-to-be renamed Kansas Fallen Firefighters Memorial Park when it gets approved. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
State Revolving Fund Loan to Agreement for the Biological Nutrient Removal Program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you this afternoon is the second installment of a loan agreement for the Biological Nutrient Removal Program. The BNR project program is a group of upgrade projects to our wastewater treatment plants 1 and 2 and a portion of the sewer collection system. The upgrades are needed to comply with new regulations regarding nitrogen and phosphorus removal, as well as to provide substantial odor control improvements. Project financing overall was WIFIA funding through EPA for 49%, SRF funding, which we're here to talk about today, through KDHE for 47%, and the balance is revenue bonds. The overall BNR program is broken into 6 separate construction packages. There's only one project left to bid that we're expecting to bid here in September. Substantial completion of the overall project is still in November of 2027. For the WIFIA part, I'll just hit on that real quick. The WIFIA credit agreement was approved in March of 2023. Maximum principal is just over $191 million. What's left out of that so far that we will still be pursuing at some point as the project moves along is almost $117 million. So for the item today, each SRF loan has a specific interest rate, but all other terms are the same across all loans in the series. The first loan agreement was approved in July of 2023, and then as I mentioned, the second agreement is provided today for the City Council's consideration. Total is $185 million maximum principal, including capitalized interest. Assistance offered through a series of 3 loans, as I mentioned. Interest rates to be set with each loan, calculated as a percentage of the average bond buyer index rate. 20-year terms planned for all loans. Estimated cost of required loan assurance is, 0.25% total debt service cost. So just comparing where we are between first loan installment and second, we do realize a savings over standard financing of revenue bonds. Because there was a difference in interest rates, you can see the 2.13% in July of 2023 compared to 2.91% now. We end up with almost $2.1 million more in estimated service fees, a little bit higher insurance cost. And because revenue bond interest rates are a little bit lower right now, that's where you see the difference between the $19 million savings in 2023 and the $9 million savings today. Overall, again, brought real value to this project. Same thing we did with our new water treatment plant, utilizing WIFI and SRF loans to be able to save on financing costs overall. Future rate adjustments are not impacted. This just shows, and this is the same thing we've looked at since 2024, the impact to rates for these loans themselves, still within those same projections. What is required now for the steps to close the SRF loan, assuming City Council approval today, August 26th is final passage of the ordinance on second reading. August 29th is publication of ordinance in a local newspaper and also signing of required exhibits and certificates and payment of the insurance premium on or before that date. Following these steps, the documents will be forwarded to KDHE for signature. The loan is considered closed once it is signed by KDHE and the insurance payment is made. With that, staff recommends City Council approve the loan agreement, place the ordinance on first reading, authorize the required insurance payment, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for staff? I see none. We'll move to public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. This is in Councilmember Mike Hoheisel's district, and he has been pivotal in this project.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a District 3 day here. Also, thank you to Councilmember Tuttle. She served on the BNR Steering Committee. They were instrumental in getting the WIFIA funds loans before I was on council, so I did want to give a shout out to you and Public Works and Gary for all your guys' work on this. It's great seeing savings, taxpayer savings here. That also helps with the fee adjustments coming up, that we don't have to hit people over the head quite so hard with this to pay this project off. So with that, I recommend that the City Council approve the SRF loan agreement, authorize the required insurance payment, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Johnston?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to tell JT, thank you for sitting through a long, long meeting, for being here. If you don't know JT, he is an absolutely great speaker, and he's probably the premier bond counsel in the state. So thanks for being here and sitting through our meeting, and thanks for all the work you do for the city.
A dynamic bond council. Never thought I'd hear that.
Exciting stuff, according to him.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Concept and Progressive Design Build Amendment Number 1 for First Street Bridge over the Arkansas River.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. This afternoon, I will be asking approval of the design lane configuration concept for this project. Slide before you shows the project location on First Street over the Arkansas River, there between Waco and McLean Boulevard. On October 8th, 2024, the City Council approved the initial budget for multiple capital improvement program projects, including the First Street Bridge. On December 10th, 2024, the City Council approved use of a progressive design build project delivery method for this project. And in May of 2025, the City Council approved the selection of and project development agreement with Donlinger and Sons Construction for refinement of the project scope. On August 11th, 2025, the project was presented to the District Advisory Board 6, as well as Wichita Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, and they reviewed the concept, provided concepts, and approved. The initial PDB agreement provided a design discovery phase to refine the scope for a bridge repair or replacement project. Traffic volume, structural condition, and cost-benefit analysis were evaluated to develop a concept and scope for Amendment Number 1 of the PDB agreement using Engineers Joint Contract Document Committee format. The discovery phase showed that the replacement of the bridge rather than rehabilitation is the most cost-effective option and provides for the longest service life. The project will include a new 3-lane bridge and approximately 14 feet wide multi-use space on each side of the bridge, including connections to the bike paths along the Arkansas River. The slide before you shows in orange the deck. 100% of the deck would need to be removed and rehabilitated. The outside beams, as well as the elevated sidewalk portions shown on the left and right of the bridge itself, would all need to be replaced. A few photos of the existing conditions, the photo on the right shows the outside beam with some of the concrete that could spall and fall down on the pathway. And the left shows what's on, left picture shows the underneath side of the outside beam as well as the walkway. In addition to that, here's a picture of the first pier there. Piers 1 and 6 on the outside of the bridge structure would also need to be replaced. And taking into all of that into consideration, approximately 60% of the superstructure would need to be removed and replaced, leading us to the decision to replace the bridge. Bridge rehabilitation was estimated to be $4.5 to $5 million with an expected service life of 15 years, and then we would need to be back in the same position and probably recommend a new bridge at that time. The new bridge we are estimating to be $9 to $10 million and get 75 years of service life. During the first phase, Don Linger had done some investigation of the bridge as well as utilities. They had reduced First Street Bridge down to one lane each direction as they did that investigative work. During that time, we had asked them to do a traffic study. We had left the traffic control up for approximately 3 weeks while that study was going on. Early in the morning or the morning peak, there is a heavy southbound to eastbound left turn movement to get folks from the northwest part of the city into downtown in the morning, showing that 247 vehicles per hour. And then that return trip, the 167 vehicles is a PM peak hour turn movement. That is the right turns, westbound right to go back to northwest part of town in the evening. So we felt comfortable as the traffic control was set up, and they monitored that, looked at video, and we feel comfortable that 3 lanes is needed to accommodate that dual left turn southbound to get them across the bridge. As they were monitoring that, the weave pattern to weave back into one lane was a little dicey. So we are recommending 2 lanes eastbound with 1 lane westbound for this replacement of the bridge. We believe that will accommodate traffic. The other thing we looked at, there's 2 options, and I'll go over these a little bit. We presented these to the Wichita Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board. One of the options shows a 14-foot wide path, but let me back up. So the magenta color are the connections we would make to the paths. We need to coordinate with Exploration Place with their current work going on to make sure that we can get that path in the correct place. So I'm going to go to this slide. So this shows the 14 feet of the multi-use space for pedestrians and cyclists, and it would be separated from motor vehicle traffic. Again, the 2 lanes eastbound and 1 lane westbound. The other option that we had provided to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board is a separated space for the cyclist. Adjacent to the traveling, the motorist, we've got a few, after listening to the Bike Ped Advisory Board, we're going to modify this a little bit to probably have some on-street cyclists who want to continue on-street going through the continuing east or west, and try to widen the space for the, if they don't feel comfortable in riding out in the lane of traffic, to widen the space there where they could share that with bicycles or with pedestrians. So if you were traveling from the east going westbound where they have the green there towards the right end of the screen, cyclists would be there. They could continue across the bridge without getting into that space where the or pedestrians are. So we want to do a modification. We plan to go back to the Bike Ped Advisory Board, most likely in September, with a little bit of a modification to this to accommodate both types of users, those that commute as well as those that. During construction, we would plan a detour route southbound on McLean, east on Douglas, back north on Waco, or vice versa, southbound Waco, west on Douglas, northwest on McLean Boulevard. Some of the comments that we received at the District Advisory Board is that maybe we would need to consider restriping McLean Boulevard between 2nd and Douglas. As it's striped right now, we have one lane southbound with parking, one way both directions with parking on each side of the roadway. Their recommendation was maybe at least look at the southbound and restripe that to 2 lanes to accommodate that heavy left turn movement in the mornings. So we will look at that as we go further into design. The design fee to date is $360,700. Cost of amendment number 1 is $957,000 for a total design fee of $1.3 million. Funding is available within the existing budget of $1.5 million, which was approved by the City Council in October of 2024 and is funded by local sales tax. The proposed 2026 through 2035 capital improvement program includes $1.5 million in 2025, $8.4 million in 2027, and $4.2 million in 2028 for a total program budget of $14.1 million, of which $600,000 of that is for public art and is funded by general obligation funds. Construction is projected to start in late 2025. The project will return to the City Council for final approval of design and construction budget later this year. And with that, it is recommended that the City Council approve the lane configuration, 2 lanes eastbound, 1 lane westbound concept, and amendment number 1, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Paul. We'll begin with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, I think we have a full board, so there's probably a lot of questions. Could we go back to slide 137 real fast? And I'll walk through all the things. 1, I'm supportive of this today. I don't know if it was providential. I was running underneath this bridge and part of the bridge fell on my head. It was only a little bit, so it didn't hurt. But I think it's providential and it shows that development is needed at this location. If we go to item 138, is that, so on the left side, is that a result of fire or?
I think it's just over time, water getting down there and just delaminating concrete and exposing the steel.
Okay. We could go to page 145 or 141. I thought this was just fun, but that image looks very different now. That Exploration Place has started going vertical on all of their playground equipment. So if people haven't, it would be great to go out there. Slide 143. Okay, this is where I have a little bit more substantive questions. How wide right now are the pedestrian paths on Douglas, the Douglas Street Bridge, and right now the Douglas Street Bridge is a good example?
I don't know that I have that width for you, council member, because I think there's also some there's some spaces that widens even more for folks to kind of congregate on that bridge, but I don't have that. I can get that for you.
Okay, it just seems like it would be a similar traffic pattern with pedestrians and also with people walking. I don't know if it's 14. I think there's definitely parts of it that are wider than 14, like you said, of congregation areas, but I don't know if that's 14 all the way down or not.
Yeah, ideally we try to get 12 feet of space, but we want to, cyclists and or, pedestrians won't walk right next to the rail or the corral rail, so that 14 feet gives a little bit of shy distance.
Okay, so between slide 143 and then 145, if you just want to flip over to that one real fast, is there a substantial price difference in delineating the road with this type of pattern versus page 143?
I don't know that there is at this time where that corral, we need some type of corral rail, safety barrier between the motorists, but we're looking at maybe even hate to attach much to the bridge, but we're kind of looking at, protecting the cyclist in their own space, whether that be 5 or 6 feet wide, and then have a separate space for the pedestrians and/or those folks that maybe not feel comfortable riding in the roadway. So the outside portion of this bridge, we're trying to really kind of look at, based on comments we heard from the Bike Ped Advisory Board. So again, we want to go back there to that board in September. And then, as I mentioned before, we will be back hopefully in November. I will be presenting, this project to the city council, and we hopefully have some more refinement at that time and final design.
I don't know what my opinion is between items 143 and 145 yet. I'd be interested in Bike Ped, also Bike Walk Wichita. I rarely bike down First Street. I usually go down Douglas, but my only concern would be right now, if we move forward with this design, you have a protected level right there, but as soon as they get off the bridge, it's unprotected again. So I don't know if there's any benefit necessarily, just have it protected for if it's a huge or a significant cost burden too.
Yeah, and then, the other thing we were looking at, if you take the whole network and look at the whole thing, how if they were riding across a bridge in the lane of traffic, how do they get up and navigate the other pathways in the area?
Yeah.
So we're looking at that as well. So.
Okay, last two questions. How long would construction be?
So our projected schedule now is, again, I would provided support today, approval today. Don Linger, GFT, would move forward with the design. I would be back here in November to present the final design construction budget. And then Don Linger's plan would be to lower the river shortly thereafter, and construction probably take a year.
So the river would be lowered during that entire year. I know we're trying to work with people that use the river often to accommodate that, because some of them have businesses along the river that use the river.
Yes.
And then last question, design elements. Will that come back to us at some point? Because, we kind of have a similar design element already down the river. I didn't know if we were going to replicate what we already do on Douglas Street to be able to match that, or if we were looking at different design elements.
It would, yes, we are. And that's part of the contract would be to hire an artist and get them on board as soon as possible to develop some of those aesthetic
We are looking
elements.
at replicating it, or we're looking at different
That
elements?
has not been determined yet. We'll leave that up to the artist.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question before we move on to that very comment that was just made. So both Douglas Street Bridge and I believe, what's south of there?
Maple Lewis
The Maple
Street.
Street Bridge have public art elements
Yes.
that are incorporated into the bridge. Is that what's expected of
We-
First Bridge or not?
We would incorporate some type of elements into the bridge, but whether they match those or complement those, that has not been determined yet. There's also, other elements along River Corridor, artistic elements, and we have, as you know, Councilmember Glasscock, artistic elements there in front of the West Bank stage. So or West Bank, there across from Equity Bank Park, how do we incorporate all of that within this project?
I would be curious, as a follow-up, how much the public art cost on Douglas and Maple Street, because those bridges do have, is it wind elements or a type of public art that is the same, and then if First Bridge is gonna have its own art, I just would like to know the cost. Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul. Just one comment and then one question. Just a warning, a little bit of a warning here. I still hear people all the time howling about the Harry Street Bridge and how it's a 3-lane bridge. So seeing this design here, it's kind of, buyer beware. But I do like the physical barrier for the bike lanes. Is that something that we plan on including in all bridge designs moving forward?
That is something that we will look at on all projects as we, look at implementing the 2024 bicycle plan on any capital improvement programs. We do, if there is an identified bicycle route, then we do look at options to buffer those, protect those cyclists from traveling vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple comments and questions. I know that, thank you for the presentation. like Mike, the 2 and 1 makes me a little nervous, but you guys are the professionals, so change is hard, but if it's, what you guys feel like is the best, then that's what we should do. I know you heard at the DAB several concerns about the detour on McLean, so I'm glad that you addressed that. I'm sorry if I missed this, but did you say Bike Ped was leaning more towards splitting the path, or?
They were a little bit all over the place, but they do. But I think we are, well, there was some that, one of them, I think is a commuter. I think his position was, if we don't start now, we'll never get it done. Some others were, as we went through the 2024 bicycle plan update, one of the things that we heard was that to make any new facilities safe for all users. So, I think it's a balance there. I think we had some additional conversations with GFT earlier this week. I think we can come up with a kind of a hybrid model that I think will serve both commuters as well as recreational cyclists as we so I think when I come back in November, I think we'll have that plan that's
Can you go
works for
back to the
everybody.
slide that shows where if you wanted to cross the bridge, you'd have to go to Waco? Or, just for my colleagues, I think it's important for us to try to make the best decision here, because I feel like, maybe even myself included, might not always go all the way to McLean if I wanted to cross over, especially if you're going underneath the bridge. So I appreciate you showing us the options here, but I would lean into, as Councilmember Glasscock said, Bike Walk Wichita and Bike Ped to see what they feel like would be the best option. Also, I know I mentioned this at the DAB, but during this construction, we won't have any other big construction detours that would create any problems. I know I mentioned the Manissa Bridge, and I think we're still a little bit away from that, but I certainly don't want any big main thoroughfares construction going on at the same time if at all possible, because all the fun bridges are in District 6, I feel like.
Yes.
Or the ones that need replaced. And the other 2 questions really quick about the bike path. The one that goes under, will that be closed or rerouted during construction?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I failed to mention that. So it will be closed. Whether it's rerouted, I don't know. We need to, as you know, the path is closed south of Douglas right now with the West Bank improvements. So it's
will
not
all of that
right.
be closed
So I think the West Bank improvements, I think that path will be closed through 2026 with the development of the hotel. I'm not sure that they'll be done with that. So, it's closed south of there. This will close this. So probably timing-wise, it might be good to have both of these under construction at the same time through 2026.
Okay. So it'll just be closed, like not reroute? I mean, I don't know how we would reroute it.
Yeah, we'd have to look at a detour route for that. If we probably have to pull them off out back at Seneca, but we'd have to look at that. We'll put that task on GFT.
Okay, and then I know you mentioned, obviously we have to lower the river. Will that be for the entire year?
Most likely, yes. And we have been in contact with folks.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, how old is that bridge?
I think it was constructed in 1970s, if I recall right.
70, 55 years.
Let me look here, see if I have that handy.
Ish.
I can double check that for you, but that same question was asked at District 6, the advisory board, and I think that's what that answer was. It's cut off here, so I can't get that for you right now.
Okay, the new one you expect to last 75 years, though.
Yes, yes.
In your analysis of replacing or not, you said it was 9 to 10 million to replace it, but you're at 14 million.
We are, as we were going through the programming of the CIP, you know, we didn't know at the time whether this would be a rehabilitation or replacement, so I had asked for some additional funding to be put in the CIP in case it was needed for replacement. It was a ballpark guess. Now, as we get into further design, whether or not we need to address I spoke to the McLean intersection, if there's any improvements that might be needed there as we coordinate this bridge, that might add some additional costs as well.
Okay, I have one more request. I use this bridge when my wife and I go bike. We go down one side of the river, take this bridge across and go down the other side of the river. And so we'll come by Exploration Place, cross over to the east, which that is only about 4 feet wide right now. It's very dangerous, so I appreciate the wider. But when you go back on the far east side there, that path, there's a hairpin turn to get back on the bike path. And the only reason for it is I think there's a planter right there or something. Can we look at taking that out and just making that path a little smoother to get back on the bike path heading north?
We will look at that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's we'll look at that.
My wife's about wrecked a couple times on there, so.
I see no further questions from the bench. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no public comment on this item. I'll just chime in really quick because this resides in Councilmember Ballard's district. I'm just glad to understand more of the need for a full replacement rather than just a rehab. As a lot of folks have traveled underneath that bridge through Park Run or just walking and biking around that area, we know it needs major repair. So knowing that it's going to be a full replacement so that it can last much longer, I think is the wisest decision. And so I appreciate that staff has spent a lot of time on this. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. That is the same thing that we ran into with the Amden Street Bridge, looking at a replacement versus just a rehab, and it was still significantly a better investment to go ahead and replace it. So with that, I would like to take it is recommended that the City Council approve the concept and amendment number 1 and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Permanent watering restrictions ordinance.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities again. This feels a bit anticlimactic at this point, but I'm happy to discuss permanent water conservation measures with you. We got a head start on this, but I want to make sure that we cover all of our bases. So just to take us back to where we were, we talked earlier about the impacts of this historic drought because of the levels of Cheney Reservoir and the impact on our surface water supply. So in January of 2023, we activated stage 1 of the drought response plan. First time we had done so since the plan was in place, coming off the heels of the drought that ended in 2013. That was triggered when we got to a 12-month moving average between 70 and 89%. That called for voluntary water conservation measures across the community, incentives and rebates to encourage indoor and outdoor water conservation. We had already had the water rebate program in place, but we kind of stepped up some things there and added some funding to it. And then the City of Wichita Internal Conservation Plan was enacted, which we've talked of before about spanned across the entire organization. All departments were engaged. We did a lot for conservation for the organization. That's something we're going to continue going forward, which we'll talk about more in just a moment. As a result of Cheney Reservoir level continuing to drop, we activated stage 2 of the drought response plan August 5th of 2024. Kind of lost sight of the fact that we passed that year mark here not too long ago. That was triggered when we got to 69% of the 12-month running average. And what that called for is mandatory water conservation, restricting outdoor water usage to 1 day per week, prohibiting all customers from using outdoor water between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Keep in mind, I mentioned before, but I wanted to mention again, we were headed towards stage 3. We were eyeballing stage 3. We saw it. Luckily, we were fortunate to get the rains that we did. I want to talk a little bit about that impact here shortly, but it's not a recipe for stability. That's why we're here today, to talk about what do we do in the future to make sure that we're smart and continuing to protect our long-term water supply. I mentioned this before. I want to mention it again. Up to 20% of our annual water consumption is discretionary outdoor irrigation use. This is why the drought response plan focused on outdoor water usage, particularly for irrigation. And that's what we think long-term water conservation measures should do. The last part of information on this slide showed that it worked, and it did. It had an impact between, if we look at from August of 2023 to August of 2024, compare that to the same period of time from 24 to 25, we used almost 2 billion gallons less of water during that same period of 1 year. Going into this, we didn't know exactly where we would end up being at. We had hoped for 10% savings. That ended up being pretty close. I will tell you that I think the water used in 23 to 24 was probably less than we would have seen, because we were already within stage 1. So if we look at historically, it would have been even more than that. But either way, the plan worked. It did what we needed it to do. Luckily, we got rains at the right time. Looking at Cheney levels right now, the 12-month running average as of August 4th was just under 66%. I expect that's higher at this point. Cheney Lake level on August 4th was effectively 100%. I looked this morning and it's now at 0.09, so effectively 1/10 of 1 foot, which is about an inch. We've held on. So even after the June rains, and luckily we got rain in July that I don't think anybody would have expected. We made it through July, we made it through half of August, and we're still at 100%. So that's a good sign for us. The reservoir is never going to lower as quick as it fills back up historically, and I'll show you a depiction of that in just a moment, but we're still in a good place. We have remained in stage 2 of the drought response plan, once a week. Watering restrictions per the drought response plan, which calls for removing restrictions when we get back to 90% is what the ordinance talks about of the 12-month running average. That right now is not projected until early next year. Just to hit real quick on our other raw water supply with our groundwater supply at the Equisbeds. The Equisbeds level as of last 2 weeks is still at 90% full. We are fortunate that our aquifer is self-recharging to some extent compared to what happens in western Kansas with the Ogallala. But also we can lend a lot to our efforts and investments over the years with our Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project. It's done a lot to keep the aquifer healthy, to keep the groundwater at a higher level. It's been a real benefit for us. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot different position with compared to where we were with the surface water. You saw this slide before in July when we talked about this at the workshop. I just wanted to hit on this again. This shows the surface level at Cheney starting back in 2009. The first big low point you get to was the drought of 2011 to 2013. Luckily, we got some major rain events that brought us out of that drought. We moved forward with the drought response plan. Everything in between there, 2019 is the highest point. 2019 overall was one of our wettest years on record. And that's why you see that it got way above flood stage for some period of time. What happened then, starting in 2020 to 2021, we had 4 summers in a row. A combination of evaporation due to heat and atmospheric conditions, along with lower than normal precipitation and effectively no runoff into the reservoir, led to a historic low elevation in November of 2024, all the way back to when Cheney Reservoir was built in the early 1960s. So it takes time, but over the course of 3 or 4 summers, we got more than 8 feet low, which obviously has put us into our stage 2 drought restrictions. Luckily, in November of last year, we actually had a record November. Wasn't a lot of rain, but for November it was. Helped stabilize us because we were really heading towards stage 3 at that point. Started looking at that again, and in June, as you know, what we saw, there was a week period of time there where we went from one day talking about drought response to flooding within a 48-hour period. So we were not fortunate for the flooding, but fortunate for the rain. Again, this is not a recipe for stability. It's not something that we can count on. We don't know. We can't control the weather. We can't control what's going to happen with the impact to our surface water at Cheney Reservoir. So we need to look at making changes long-term, really change the culture of what we're going to do for our water supply. So typically, we will see 10 inches or more of evaporation each month in the summer. I mentioned dry conditions dating back to 2021. We were almost 2 feet below normal precipitation back to that point. And so it's affected the entire watershed in the basin that feeds into Cheney Reservoir, which is the North Fork of the Nenasko. The USGS measures inflow to the reservoir, and even earlier this year was the lowest inflow they had seen in almost 60 years, which goes all the way back again to when it was built. So we were dealing with truly extreme conditions and historic drought, but we really have to keep this to the front of our minds as we move forward. I talked about the extremely wet months and how much we gained, particularly in June, of almost 5.5 feet. So as we've gone through this, we've had a lot of discussions with the public, with numerous organizations, with our wholesale customers. We've explored options, looked at things that we could do. We will always continue to do that. You've heard me talk about the questions came up about dredging Cheney. Due to our efforts, due to the foresight of the City Council over time and the investments made in watershed protection measures, the sedimentation into Cheney has been very minimal. So there's no really return on that investment there. We've talked about El Dorado Reservoir a lot. You've heard me mention that the water availability is really not there for El Dorado when we need it. We've had questions about why don't you build another reservoir? Our best estimate to build another reservoir is probably $500 million. That's if you can find the land to do it. There's water rights issues that have to be worked around. Still dependent on the weather, still dependent on precipitation, still dependent on the same issues we've had with our surface water supply. Not a good plan long term. We're working on our water reuse effort that you've heard me talk about. It is moving forward. We're doing a lot of good things, working towards a pilot program this year. We've started conversations with our state legislative delegation that we're going to continue working on. But we've got a lot of things happening there. That's going to take some time. I have faith that we're going to get there someday with reuse, but that's going to take some time. So what do we do next to make sure that we can keep looking forward? And that would be to look at permanent watering restrictions instead of going back to where we were. I think in 2013, likely within several weeks after the drought broke, we got massive rains. I think most people forgot we were ever even in a drought, went back to watering 7 days a week. So you've heard us talk about, over the last year and a half, the value of education. You heard it earlier today about making sure people understand what it takes to properly water. We've looked at what other communities have done. We started with Oklahoma City, which I'll show you something related to them in just a moment. And they had alternate day watering. We started with that in talking to our experts and evaluating what we think makes sense. We came to a point that we think 3 days a week really is the optimal place to be. It gives us 1 day a week with no watering at all. So we get some additional conservation to that. This would apply to all lawn watering sprinkler devices, what we call spray irrigation. These are automatic and manual sprinkler systems, including those attached to hoses. So there's a lot of information here. I just want to qualify real quick. If the City Council decides to move forward with this plan today, we will have a lot of engagement with the public, working with our comms team to make sure folks understand the details. Our focus right now is to limit outdoor watering. It is not to, we talked earlier, and I'm going to talk about variances in just a moment and accept exemptions to this. We do want to work with folks. We do want to help with getting lawns established. We want to make sure we can get trees planted and get them properly watered. just going to 3 days a week is going to be really make a big difference. So here's where we started, and I actually have a thought about changing this in this last week that I don't want to make extra work here for you, but I'll walk you through this and then come right back to it. We started with, if you're on the odd side of the street, you water Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you're on the even side of the street, you water Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Just in even talking to staff and a few people we've heard from the public, there was a little bit of concern about that it's kind of nice to water on the weekends. Some people get Saturday, some people get no weekend day at all. Our suggestion is to alter this, and again, sorry to add more information to you, but what we think what we ought to do is change the first one to say water Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. The second one would still be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and no watering on Mondays, because what that also does for us, you heard me say before, we still don't have the resources to go out and police this. We're not going to change that. We're hoping that people will get on board and do this. We're going to allow the public to report. We've got our construction and housing inspector folks out keeping an eye on it. We can obviously watch for irrigation on Monday a lot easier than we can on Saturday or Sunday. That's not the reason. The sole reason was we want everybody to have at least one weekend day. So as we get towards the end of this, I'll repeat that part, but we would like to suggest changing that to Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, no watering on Mondays. Time restrictions will remain in place. We are changing this. We were 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. We think 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. makes the most sense. We've seen that in other communities. It's kind of an industry standard. No watering of any kind from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It doesn't matter what time of the year it is. There's so little value in doing that. There's so much potential for water loss during the warmer months. So no watering from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. of any kind, including hand watering. Our estimated conservation, if we go back to what our normal years used to be, is 10 to 15% less than normal, which should end up in a conservation of almost 1 billion gallons a year. This does not take place of our drought response plan stages. Stage 1 of our drought response plan, we kind of have to figure out how that fits in with this. Some of the things within stage 1, including the internal conservation plan, are going to be in place in perpetuity. Stage 2 of our drought response plan will still be in effect. Once we move forward here and we basically reset our 12-month at Cheney, we're going to start down that path again. If we get to that point of 69% at Cheney, we will activate. We would plan to recommend activating stage 2, going back to once a week watering. Hopefully, with this long-term water restrictions, this gives us the opportunity to stay further away from that, obviously, than we would have gotten to otherwise. Oklahoma City, I mentioned, has been successful with a similar policy, and I want to show you what their results look like here. You also saw this at the workshop. Where the blue box is 2013, where they went to mandatory watering restrictions on odd and even days. The blue lines, all the blue lines you can see is precipitation. You can see that's up and down just like it is here. The black is correlating water use and water consumption. So you can see from left of the line to the right of the line, they have seen fairly considerable conservation and less consumption of water since 2013. We also spoke to, and I mentioned this earlier, someone from Aurora, Colorado, very similar size to Wichita. They have been on 3-day-a-week watering for some time. They said they've had good success with it. It's worked well from a conservation perspective, and people have gotten on board. So other parts of this plan, variances are mentioned in the ordinance revision, but not the details. We wanted to give ourselves flexibility. This is something that we would be detailing, again, through communications with the public going forward, but it would be by online request. We do want to work with folks on variances. I followed one of the landscapers out after the earlier session, and the biggest concern was establishment of yards. We'd like to get back to be able to allow doing that. As a place to start, we think we would allow up to 30 days of daily watering for reseeding, 21 days for sodding. There could be special circumstances we're willing to work through, but we're asking folks to do this through an application process. We've got staff who will vet those, and we're going to try to work with folks. Really, though, keeping in mind, 3 days a week is more than enough water to keep a yard alive, to keep landscaping alive. Once they're established, we're still going to go back to 3 days a week. Exceptions that do not require a variance are hand watering, can hand water at any time except for 10 to 6, any day of the week. Irrigation uses non-potable sources, including wells, which I'll come back to in just a minute, and reclaimed water are allowed. Exemptions outlined in stage 2 for businesses that generate their core economic activity from the use of outdoor water would still apply. So here's what that means. Banks, retail centers, gas stations, all those. I had a question when I left here earlier. Anybody that's using irrigation to water their yard, lawn, even if it's commercial business, even if it's a massive retail center, they can only water 3 days a week. These are the folks that use water for their core economic activity. Same exemptions apply for sod farms, nurseries, golf courses, car washes, those types of things. We're willing to discuss that use with businesses and see what makes sense. They would not be held to the 3 days a week. Enforcement is still not our focus. Education and collaboration is, but the penalty schedule would be the same as the drought response plan, report a drought violation, and through an education focus. This was, I thought, kind of a good display that just shows where permanent restrictions apply to irrigation devices, where they do not apply for hand watering, even if you've got a hose. What we see historically that happens, I was guilty of it in the past when I didn't have an irrigation system and put a sprinkler out on a hose and forgot that it was out there. It's really easy to do if you don't have a timer. Most people in the industry talks about this. They're not going to stand out there for hours on end holding a hose with a nozzle on it. So it's safe to say that that conservation kind of takes care of itself. We tried to work with folks even through the last 2 years on filling pools, being able to use power washers for their houses, those types of things we want to allow happen. The one thing I will mention to you, we do plan to get the city fountains going again. We think that makes sense to do so. Probably would not happen this year, regardless of the timing of when we decide to do this. If we fired up the fountains now, we just have to turn around and winterize them. So it would be next spring when we'd bring our fountains back online. Well users, I'll hit on this again real quick. We've talked about this in the past. Currently, any restrictions as part of our drought response plan do not apply to well users. In the state of Kansas, each property owner has the rights to the water into their property up to 2 acres. Since 2022, just for some perspective, we've had over 2,000 domestic wells that have been permitted, nearly all for irrigation. The local aquifer, the water under our community, if you will, has no impact on the groundwater supply in the Equisbeds aquifer, which again is still at 90% full. There have been some communities, Salina and Hayes in particular, they were able to show that domestic well usage did impact their groundwater supply because of the proximity, and they did ban or restrict well use. The local aquifer here, where domestic wells draw their water from, is naturally recharged by the Big Arc River, so there's usually no problems. Throughout the last couple of years, there's been some folks in West Wichita that were struggling to get water because everything's going down, but it's not from that. In good years, when Cheney Reservoir's in a good place, we were actually better off with more domestic wells. However, I will qualify that because the comment came up earlier. We still encourage those with wells to be conservation-minded and to use as little water as they can because it just makes sense overall. Hit on our rebate program real quick. What we plan to revise here, I think you're pretty well aware of what's in the program now. Rain barrels, rain sensor shutoffs, hose faucets, smart irrigation controllers, toilet repair kits, toilets themselves, washers, dishwashers. We want to expand the rebate program to include drought-tolerant grass seed for converting lawns. So we're not going to give a rebate for fescue seed. We are going to consider giving a rebate for warm season grasses for those folks who want to convert their lawns. We looked at other communities who had done rebate programs for actually changing out yards. And it gets expensive really, really quick. To make any impact on a yard, it's thousands and thousands of dollars per property. But in talking through this, and Councilmember Johnson actually suggested this one day, and I thought was a really good idea, was let's see if we can start doing something with seed. So I think that's a good idea. We'll also maybe look at shrubs that are more drought tolerant so we can work towards xeriscaping. We want to be flexible there too. And always continuing up our discussion on resources. So moving forward, These measures would not replace the drought response plan I mentioned earlier, but instead serve as a permanent baseline for water conservation actions with the same enforcement process as Stage 2 restrictions. 3 days per week watering restrictions. Our proposal today would begin when Stage 2 restrictions are lifted and we re-enter Stage 1. That is projected for October because we're still holding. We may beat that, but right now we're projecting that to be in October. Internal conservation measures and the water conservation rebate program will be made permanent. Water rebate program already was, but everything that we do, the organization itself is going to stay permanent. Everybody's in the mode. I think it's working well. All the things that we've done across all the departments is working well. We will continue to do that. Education and outreach will continue for permanent conservation, proper lawn care and landscaping guidance. That's very important. We talked earlier about staying engaged with the community, with the businesses, with the landscaping folks. Following the lifting of Stage 2 restrictions, we do want to reevaluate the drought response plan to ensure alignment with permanent watering restrictions, mostly with Stage 1. In a roundabout way, we're going to kind of perpetually stay in Stage 1 here. As far as what happens during Stage 1, not so much the level of the reservoir, but those things related to internal conservation, it's just going to add to the benefit of where we're headed. Just as we talked about before with watering once a week, going to watering 3 days a week, expecting less consumption, water utility revenues are expected to decrease from normal levels because of this ordinance. We don't know what the impact of future water rates will be at this time, but they'll be evaluated as additional information becomes available. When we have the discussion in November for water rates next year, this would be a part of that discussion. We're hanging on so far for 2025. Don't really have the year-end projections just yet, but we really need to see how this plays out, I think, before we know what will happen or could happen with the rates going forward. Having said all of that, staff recommends City Council place the ordinance on first reading and authorizes necessary signatures. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Gary. Questions for staff, beginning with Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, thank you for all the work, everything you did on this. I have had a couple residents, up to your last point, reach out and say, well, if they sell less water, they're going to have to raise our rates. So it sounds like that may be the case.
We're going to look at everything we can within our rate model. We've had to do that already this year. And there's a whole host of things that we look at. We can't gut the capital side of what we do, but we look at how we capitalize costs. We have talked to other communities about what they have done as far as at some point in time looking at surcharges, but our goal is to smooth things out as much as we can to make sure we're looking ahead. I'll tell you real quick too, we mentioned this before, but this is a good thing for long-term conservation, but it also becomes part of the equation. Derby and Valley Center are both building water treatment plants that they're going to utilize a lot of their own water resources, which is great for conservation. But at that point, that's 2 or 3 years out, so we're looking ahead. We're going to sell even less water then. So we're looking as far ahead as we can. We'll be ready to discuss more in November.
If I can, Council a number of years ago changed the rate structure to make us less reliant on water use. In other words, what we went through over the last 4 years would have had a much more significant impact on our revenue had we not changed our rate structure. And there are a lot of nuances that went into that, and a lot of study to get us to that point. But as Gary said, after a significant drought and then permanent conservation, it's going to be hard to be able to maintain without some kind of rate adjustment, but it will not be as drastic as it would have been if we were under the old rate structure. The other thing that's kind of complicated, and we'll talk about that in November, is some of this isn't about the revenues needed to operate. It's a matter of what our debt coverage ratios are for our revenue bonds that have supported all of the improvements that we've put in place. And so it may look like we're still sitting on a good amount of cash, but we have pledged to our bondholders that we would keep a certain coverage ratio on that debt.
So that rate structure changed from a flat rate to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, is that?
I think we made adjustments in the tiers, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go back and go through. I can't remember all the methodology, but yeah.
We did, and we also reevaluated our base rate charge. There's a base rate on every customer, so that it's not entirely dependent on just the consumption, the amount of water used either.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. None of my stuff is going to be very popular, but I just have some questions. So I've heard that the best time to plant a new yard is in September, which happens to be a little bit before you're wanting to or when you think that we might be hitting that 70%, which you would set in is potentially in October, right?
Correct.
I mean, when it hits 70%, like what does that look like rolling into making changes? Do you just pick a day, or do you wait until it's 70% and then pick a day? Like, what does that look like?
Well, that's a good question. This is a bit of new territory for us. I think what we would try to do, assuming that we're hanging on, and there's some forecast for some rain next week even, I think we probably can project a date pretty safely in October and not just wait till the day and say, okay, we're here. That way we can allow ourselves the ability to let folks know when it's coming and try to start planning ahead.
Okay, also, is that also when you would decide that we can plant trees?
So, yes, as part of our, I was thinking through our variances, but sure. I think from what we've talked about, and I didn't get into it here, probably with even the new watering measures in place, we'll support new trees, especially because we're allowing hand watering. And so I think that probably as soon as this goes into effect, things will be fine with planting trees.
Okay, and my last question is, probably already know the answer, but have we considered putting these types of watering days on wells also?
We have not, for the reasons that I talked about. I think we would be challenged with what the state provides for, a domestic well permit up to 2 acres is permitted through our staff, but the state of Kansas is still involved in that, and it's under the laws of the state. That's an investment that well owners have made. I don't think we have the ability to restrict that unless we can show that it is impacting our groundwater supply, which at this point, we can't. I still would encourage it for what it's worth. We talk about it anytime I go out in the public and talk about it. We encourage well users to follow the same and do the same. Right now, I don't see how we can put any restriction on them.
Okay. Because I know I've asked before if we saw any type of uptick in people digging wells rather than using.
We did, starting particularly in 2022 and 3.
But not really since the drought.
No, I think this last year has been fairly steady. I wouldn't say it's been a ton. And also, too, as I mentioned, it's not because of using those wells, but because of what we went through, everything is lower than it was. So there are some people with wells that currently don't have water in them. And we heard from a few folks that didn't want to have to put a well in even deeper because of the added cost. I think they were going to wait.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the work. I know the change in the Sunday, that's a small change, but it does give everybody a chance to enjoy it on the weekend. So we touched on this a little bit earlier. The surrounding cities and our customers are beholden to this as well. So they just have to go to 3 days a week as well.
Yes, thank you. And I meant to mention that again, so I appreciate you coming back to that. As we did with the once-a-week watering, and through the conditions of the wholesale water agreements, they have to provide a plan that shows they'll water 3 days a week and that they have some way to enforce that. That's all we asked for. I've got a copy of a plan from all of our wholesale customers. When we went to 1 day, it's kind of interesting to see how some folks got pretty creative, but we're not going to dictate that.
Okay, so there's Is there going to be a grace period? When does that kick in officially?
Well, from a timing perspective, I think that's why I think we need to figure out what the date looks like, and I think we can be close enough. If we stay to the idea that we're going to wait till we're at 70%, I think we can get a solid projection of when that is so that everybody can know what we're looking at for a date, because we will need some time. In that same vein, and to the other question that was asked, we're not going to be able to do this from one day to the next.
Okay, and then the last thing, just a point to hit on. Every year when it comes up with water rate increases, sewer rate increases, I always emphasize making sure that we take the burden off the lower tier, the lowest tier. So just moving forward, I know if we're going to have to try and make it up, I don't want to make it up on the backs of people who can barely afford it, who are barely making it as is. So
understood. The our hope is with our tiered structure, which we've talked quite a bit about in the last year and a half, is that is an incentive for conservation, and that's why we've looked at those tiered rates. And we even, during the workshop, I talked a little bit about the idea of how we set average winter consumption, and we're still thinking about that some and may discuss that more in November, because I think we've got an idea that really still puts the onus on those who are using discretionary water for outdoor watering, which is where we really need to cut back the most, and it wouldn't have the impact that you're discussing. It shouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you and your team for all your work on this, for the Water Reuse Task Force. I think I've said it a million times. I get it, and I understand. I would be perfectly happy to stay exactly where we are with 1 day a week. I think people have the appetite for that. 2 days a week, okay. I mean, I'll probably be supportive of this just because I know it's what we're hearing. But I've said before, if we tell people we're in drought and then now we're out of drought and then we unfortunately have to go back to drought, it's just a lot of mixed messaging. And there's part of me that says, well, people have the appetite for watering 1 day a week, just stay with it. The question that I did get, somebody texted me because they're watching and they said they just want to make sure they understand, and I want to make sure I have it correct too. So we have our drought response plan, right? And it says that if we have a 1 year rolling average above, is it 79%, 80%, then we're back in stage one, correct?
Correct.
Are we actually changing the plan to say now it's not a 1 year average?
No, we're not. But here's what I will tell you. The drought response plan, again, this is not a place we've been before. The drought response plan says we will come out of drought when we get to 90% for the 12-month average. There's language that was put in the drought response plan that was meant to provide flexibility if needed, or if we so chose, because there's so many factors. I mentioned earlier that we're surprisingly, Cheney Reservoir is still 100%. Here in the middle of August, having gone through July, I would not have expected that. Again, the reservoir lowers a lot slower than it ever goes up. I would not have expected to be standing here today on August 19th and still be 100%. So that to me is a fairly considerable factor to think about going forward as we start heading towards, we all know we can still get plenty of hot temperatures, including September. October is historically one of our wettest months. It wasn't last year, so can't always hang our hat on that, but we're headed towards what we would think likely to be better times. So our recommendation of going to this new conservation once we get back to stage one is a variance from the way we interpret the plan, but I also think there's some flexibility in there, taking all factors into consideration.
And I appreciate that. I'm just going to editorialize for a second. District 2 not having wells and having a higher propensity of people who really, really care about their yards. I'm still remembering last August and September, and I remember people saying, y'all don't know what you're doing, you should have done this sooner, all those things. And so like I said, I just don't want the public's trust in us to erode over being able to irrigate their lawn with treated water. So I'm just kind of stating that for the public record. I appreciate you as the content expert and your team as the content expert making this recommendation, and I will be supportive. But I just, as I mentioned, wanted to go on record saying water is our most precious resource. I wish we could even have a compromise of 2 days and not 3, but I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, we heard from a couple speakers in the first version of the water talk, from Damien and Jeremy, I think still here. I have a heart for the small business guy. It's going to be hard for them to schedule any sort of landscaping or reseeding if they don't have a date. You just can't instantly buy seed, buy sod, and go out and start doing it and have jobs lined up. I called Mark Matney at Treetop, Mark McHenry at Hillside, Brady Nursery, Peter Samron from Peston Landscapes. They range from September 1st to end of October, but they all agreed that the sweet spot was September 15th to October 15th to reseed a yard. A lot of armyworms in West Wichita, they've destroyed yards. Is there any way we could, well, I will make a motion that we start at September 15th, have that date, have the water restrictions just like you said, but have it starting September 15th. Just so these businesses can have a chance to plan and organize, and the customers can plan and organize too, to get their yards reseeded or sodded or whatever it might be. You think that'd be a problem, or? You can't
I
say.
think so. I've been a proponent of hanging on as long as we can, and trying to be true to the intent of where we've come from. But I will tell you that I think we're in a lot better shape than we thought we would be at this point. I think it means a lot that Cheney Reservoir is full on August 19th. My opinion is that we're probably not going to see much difference if we aim for an October date where we're projecting 70%, and we can do a pretty good job. Our projections are based on effectively it staying where it's at. Getting normal precipitation, getting normal evaporation kind of balances each other out. Right now, I think we've got through kind of a tough spot. Hopefully we don't see the next 30 days of 100 degrees and no rain, but even then, it drops slowly. No, I wasn't trying to dance around that, Vice Mayor. I think with the position that we're in, we would support doing that. Recognizing that this is, I talked before about this being an adaptive challenge. I think there's a lot of conditions that we need to weigh, value obviously the input of all of you, and I think this is a decision, I'd like to see a decision that we could all try to make together. And I wouldn't have a problem with looking at September 15th.
Okay, I appreciate that. By the way, rain is headed at Cheney right now. It's raining over Cheney right now.
Even better.
Yeah, just looked at the radar, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do believe, I would just add to that real quick, we've been through a lot. This went on longer than anybody would have expected. I remember in the fall, not to glamorize it, but in the fall of 2024, I heard from numerous people that said, don't do it, or it's going to rain. We know it's going to rain, and it didn't rain. This was not normal, even by normal standards. And so we're fortunate we did what we did, but it's been tough, and I get it. And I hear from a lot of people who had nice yards that are burnt up. I'd kind of hate to see us wait till October 15th without much gain when we could potentially lose that very important 30 days in there. I think there's some real value to that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go back a couple slides to where we talk about the exemptions for businesses and whatnot? Yeah, I mean, is it, that we could start possibly this immediately and the rest of the restrictions wait, or is that too complicated?
I suppose that's possible. I think we're probably better off moving forward with everything at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. You mentioned that, let's see, slide number 154, the Equus beds are at 90%. What were they last year when we went into stage 2?
Around 92%.
Can you address the dip?
So as much as anything, our recharge efforts, our ASR project, counts on high water levels in the Little Ark River. When the water levels get high enough, we pull water off of the river, we treat it through our surface water treatment plant, we inject it into the ground. As we were experiencing this regional drought, the Ark River flows were low, so we had very little recharge for almost a year there. And then there's some impacts from farming and atrazine impacts. Usually what happens in the spring is we get a real good flush of the river that takes care of some of those things, and we didn't. So some of the big rains we got in June, we weren't even able to capitalize on recharge because of the water quality, so we had to wait. So it's been a result of the same drought and our inability to utilize ASR.
And one of the concerns that was brought up during the first half of the public comments were regarding those wholesale water users. I understand that they have been engaged in the conversation, but not everyone has. Are there opportunities for wholesale customers like a Bel Air, not just their electeds, but also their city managers or administrators, to have some sort of big town hall? Because I think part of it was what you said earlier is how they carry out the restrictions would be up to each municipality.
Right.
So would there be an appetite for something like a convening for them?
I do not mind doing that at all. We have been able to handle this through general communications by email and otherwise, even going into stage 2. But if that helps. We've spent a lot of time talking to these folks over the last, since January of 2023, and I think they, in my opinion, the ones I've talked to, I think they have a pretty good feel for how this works and where we're at. If that helps, I don't mind. I'd reached out to all of them the other day to remind them this was coming, this discussion was coming today. I've heard back from a few who just had some questions of clarification, but that's been about it. So we can do whatever needs to be done. We're supplying the water to the region. I think if the city council decides to move forward with a plan that allows 3-day-a-week watering, that needs to stay in place for all wholesale customers. It is very clear in the wholesale water agreements. I don't want to say that, meaning that I don't want to listen to wholesale customers, but that part would not be up for debate. It would just be about specifics, and the specifics are up to them. I'm happy to talk to them about what might work for them, but they can figure out whatever plan works better than we can.
And then my next question is about public engagement. Obviously, this was presented during a workshop, and workshops are an opportunity for the council to really give direction to staff, but no public comment is taken during workshop regarding this proposal. So my question then is, what have you heard from the public regarding these permanent restrictions?
So I don't offer this as a way to try to sell anybody on anything, but the folks I've heard from have said, don't make it any more than 3 days. Most people I've heard from said, stay with 1 day, go to 2 days. I've heard that quite a bit, but that's from some of the same ones we've heard from over the course of time that really value conservation, and that's good. I don't know that I've heard from anybody that said, don't do it. Go back, let us do what we wanted to do, because I think I've talked to a few people directly, and they do realize that 3 days a week can work, and it does well. We've talked so much about education. I could continue to belabor that. There were so many folks that watered 7 days a week that weren't doing anything for the health of their yard, and so this is going to be a good thing anyway. But public input I've heard so far has been good.
If I could jump in on that too, Mayor. Gary, I think you'll agree with me based on our conversations. I think all of our education efforts have made a difference. A lot of the calls and people that stop me and talk to me about it are actually concerned about people they see watering outside of the cycle, or watering in the middle of the day, or watering during rainstorms, which one of the speakers talked about. And so I think more and more people are upset about the lack of proper conservation by residents and businesses. And in fact, I've had people urge me to get more aggressive in enforcement of restrictions. So.
I appreciate that. I think Gary mentioned this is about education and collaboration over enforcement. So you're not going to add additional staff to enforce this. Can you address, since the stage 2 restrictions to 1 day a week watering, how much you have fined individuals?
I can. If you give me a second, I have that information. In 2024, we had 535 warning letters that were sent out, 16 violations for a total of $800. 2025, 197 warning letters sent, 6 violations for a total of $300. So all in, 22 violations, $1,100.
And I would assume that this would continue in terms of enforcement being very low on the list, but really more about education and really focusing the effort on encouraging people to please do the 3 days. I'm a bit concerned, though, when it comes to going somewhere very permanent. I feel like that conversation, there are only 2 or maybe a couple more individuals left here talking about this item. And so it always worries me when public comment, especially on a topic that will codify this into an ordinance, which would be much more restrictive than what it currently, what would have been prior to stage 2, which was you could water whenever you'd like. I'm concerned that we don't have enough public comment back. That's what I'm worried about. I know you said that a majority of your public comment that you've heard from folks is, we want restriction. Well, I find that concerning. I think encouragement and education are very important, but I really think that, again, we need more conversation on this, and I don't even think that we've had a town hall regarding this very topic of just water. We had how many town halls regarding Second Light, which was the former multi-agency center? And I'm just a little worried that, again, we're not getting enough public comment on this.
So I might offer, and thank you for that, Mayor, I might offer up just a little bit more context on the things that we have done, especially since even prior to going into stage 2. So I counted it up, Councilmember Tuttle mentioned this, but since last summer, and don't ask me why I have this list, mostly it was just to keep track of my schedule, but I have presented to almost 35 different public groups. This includes Rotary clubs, district advisory boards, neighborhood associations, large groups. We have videos that we have had on social media channels that talk about these very specific issues, that talk about El Dorado, that talk about long-term water restrictions that are constantly on a loop out on social media. Not quite the same as you were getting at, Mayor, as far as a town hall, but I think we've done an amazing job. Not me, but I've just been out there saying the words. But I think we've done a really good job of being out there really as much as possible and talking to folks. I went to the spring, lawn and garden show, and I talked to people nonstop for 4 hours. And there were some that were in favor of, some that weren't, but I heard a lot of ideas about conservation, short-term and long-term. So I think, and we've kind of been doing this on a thread, on a loop here since we started this, of continuing this conversation. I believe that's why we're in a better place now, and that's probably because we hear some of what we do. You know, honestly, I've heard from some people that said they're just tired of hearing about it and they're ready to move on. But I think they've come to value what we've talked about all along, is changing our culture, making it about education, and finding the right way to move forward. And we've seen a lot of creativity from folks. We've heard a lot of responses about finding better ways to use water. So always game to do anything we need to for public engagement going forward. Depending on what's decided today, we're going to jump in with comms team and start getting the word out as quick as we can of when this is going to happen, what this means, what can be done, so that everybody knows what's next.
Thank you, Gary. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. In response to that, Mayor, too, I think we all have a district. I know your district's the whole city, but we all have a district, and they reach out to us. And I have had many, many people reach out on the water issue, expressing their opinion. Probably maybe as many as that come to the town hall, just from District 5. So I think there has been a lot of engagement, a lot of publicity. Appreciate Gary's efforts of getting out. He does a lot of extra time in doing all these things. So I think there has been a lot of public engagement, maybe as much as anything. So I think we're okay.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm just going to say one more thing. I think truly if we went and had a town hall or we asked for more public engagement, people would say keep it at 1 day or 2 days a week because people are in conservation mode right now. So the more public engagement, the better, of course. But I'm not exactly sure that everybody would agree that with what the results of what we got. So I think this is probably where we are right now, the best place to start, as long as we make sure that, there's the expression of keeping one eye on the microscope and one eye on the telescope. We just can't ever, we need to make sure that we're being vigilant of monitoring this so that if we have to go back to 1 day a week, we certainly do it quickly so that people, as I mentioned, the public trust doesn't erode that we don't know how to handle this situation. So thank you.
I would have one more comment to that then. I would really like to see a town hall regarding this. I think that if we have made at least two town halls regarding homelessness and the multi-agency center now called Second Light, then I think this deserves its own town hall since this is permanent restrictions. And again, I think that it would warrant that opportunity. I also understand Vice Mayor's concerns about having some sort of finality so that small businesses can move forward as well as have that conversation. And I don't really see from this bench an agreement of moving forward with what Councilmember Tuttle believes is also important, which is the town hall. I don't know if we have enough people that want to have that prior to this. I don't see any nods. Yep, so I don't see any nods. So what I would ask then is for staff to still create a town hall because people will need to know about these new restrictions as it seems like the rest of the council is in favor of this, that then we need to hear from community. I know earlier it was mentioned there are some loopholes. Well, that was good that you brought that forward because then now Gary can address the 24 hours versus this is when you can water. So I think that again, a town hall would be advised, and I would like to see one where it's not during the daytime, but rather in the evening time, so that plenty of folks from all over the community can chime in. And if, again, this passes, I still want to see that going forward with a community town hall. I see no further questions or comments from this bench. We will now open it up for the second half of the public comments if there are any individuals who have not spoken about this very topic. Looks like nobody wants to speak on this anymore. So again, I want to say, you already spoke though, I'm so sorry. I appreciate again for this council in allowing me to have public comment regarding this item ahead of this topic because I knew that there were people that wanted to speak, and I want to make sure that when someone wants to make the effort to come to City Hall and make their voice heard, that their voice is heard. And so I appreciate that we were able to do public comment ahead of time plus public comment during the actual item. So thank you, council members. With that, I know that there are probably comments. If there are no comments,
Mayor, I have one quick caveat. Sorry, let me take a quick step back on this recommended action. So I do want to, and maybe Jennifer can make sure I get this right. This is part of the ordinance that's before you. So we would recommend City Council place the ordinance on first reading and authorize necessary signatures with the change that addresses ending in an odd number can water on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Even number stays as Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. No watering on Monday. That would be our recommendation. Is that good enough?
If whoever makes the motion will just incorporate that, that will be perfect.
I saw Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to make this really easy, Gary, that's the only changes is we're going from 1 day a week to 3 days a week, depending on your address.
Well, it is, but also in the ordinance allows for the variances that we talked about, which is really a critical part of this. And there's some clarifications on things like hand watering can be done anytime outside 10 to 6.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you. Also, Gary, I would like to add, if the council agrees to begin this on Monday, September the 15th as a start date. For the water restrictions and everything, as you said, 3 days a week.
So is that a motion?
I can make the motion. I'd like the motion that we place the ordinance on the first reading and change it to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for addresses ending in odd numbers.
Sorry.
Monday, Wednesday, and
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And no watering on Monday.
Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for odd, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for even, no watering on Monday. The watering restriction plan would begin Monday, September 15th.
Second.
Motion and a second, and there's a lot of comments, so we'll start with Councilmember Ballard. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. What does that do to the outreach to the water customers? Does that put the onus on them to get their policies in line before the 15th?
For the wholesale water customers?
Yes, sir.
It would, yes. We would, if this moves forward today, we'll be contacting them by morning to let them know the action that was taken and that we need to have a plan in place by September 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Gary, appreciate the presentation. Now that this motion is grouped, I am supportive of the ordinance and all the efforts being made. I am not supportive of starting on the 15th, just on principle, because we're not at the metrics at this point. However, I will reluctantly support it because I do support the overall ordinance. But I do think since we had set some standards in place, we really should adhere to those. But in this case, I will vote for this time. But I would just hope in the future we adhere to the things that we have voted on and don't change them based on that again. If before September 15th we have a lot of hot days and Cheney drops, then we're kind of in a weird spot with this. So I will support it, but I do have those concerns.
Further comments? I will just add this. I will not be voting in favor, not because I don't support conservation, because I do support conservation. However, I want to hold staff accountable to a town hall that I will attend, along with Public Works, and I want to hold staff accountable to a convening with the wholesale users so that they're aware of what is happening, and I want to hear their feedback. And I really appreciate when people reach out to us and they want more engagement so that they understand what the rules are. I want to make sure that everyone understands it. So I'm going to be voting no to hold, so that we can hold staff accountable to a town hall and a convening for the wholesale users. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This is hard. I'm a little reluctant to agree to the September 15th. I can get behind the 3 days a week reluctantly, but I'm a little nervous to make that look so rushed for September 15th. So just sharing those comments.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I'm always in favor of more public engagement. I have brought this before my dab. I know probably a lot of members of this body have brought it before their dab, and that's often our experience to have a town hall. We can host a town hall, we can invite people, but I do want to say that engagement has been made in District 4. I would probably echo that for my colleagues as well, whether that be town halls, whether that be breakfast. I know this is brought up at every single neighborhood association I go to, every single meeting I go to. So I do think there's been substantial engagement. I'll support a town hall. I'll come to a town hall as well. But I do want to say that I'm thankful for staff who have come to meetings that I've had, breakfasts that I've had, town halls that I've had to engage about this policy as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you. I appreciate the concerns about not following it, but we do have a full water supply right now. I think it's up to council to make those determinations when we should follow it to the letter law and when we should adjust it. For small business owners like Damien, he spent all day here instead of working because he didn't have any jobs. So he can start lining up jobs for September 15th. I think that's important, that all these small businesses that rely on water and planting can make plans. So I think that's really important, and we are in a good shape now. What was done very well. I think the plan's done very well. I think everything's very good. I see no reason to delay it because we do have a full water source right now. So thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Johnson. I apologize.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one quick question on this, as I'm still hesitant. So if we lock in on September 15th and the situation changes, but council has mandated that September 15th we go ahead with this, what happens? Do we need to come back to another council meeting to discuss that, or?
So if it helps, and this isn't going to be the same, but I was going to offer this up as a point of clarification. If we move forward with this on September 15th, our 12-month average resets at whatever the level is on September 15th.
Okay.
That helps some, to your concern, I think. If we get really bad things going on for the next almost 30 days, we would reset the 12-month to what it is right at that point. So that it does give us some head start on where we need to be there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to make the comment that I also support small businesses. I support all business, and that's why I've been in such conservation mode, because if we would have gone to stage one, we would have hurt many business and industries, not just, folks in certain industries. So on the record, almost all of the rationale for the decisions I've made regarding drought have been because I'm supportive of business. I'm reluctant about the 3 days. I've said that ad nauseum, and I'm sorry, but I'm even more reluctant about the September 15th, only because we're getting ready. We are in the two hottest months. We have half of August, and we'd have half of September left. And, as I say, every day, water is our most precious resource. Being in conservation mode every day is not a bad thing. I think it's the future of how we need to be thinking of water so we can protect generations to come for our community. So I'll be curious to see where the votes go, but if the September 15th doesn't and we go back to the original proposed, I'll more than likely be supportive of that. But again, thank you for the discussion from my colleagues. I appreciate it. This is a really important decision. And I've told people, and I mean this earnestly, and you've done 35, I think I've done 23, I counted or something. I don't know if there's a more important topic in our community right now than water. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, everything we do, of course, is important, but if we don't have water, I mean, that's a deal breaker for everything in our community. And there have been communities in this nation who have had to deal with that situation. And I don't want us to get any closer to this than we've already been. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Gary, if it didn't rain another drop till the 15th, what would be and it's 100 degrees every day, what would the evaporation rate be at Cheney?
We historically have lost approximately 10 inches of elevation a month during the hottest, driest months with no inflow. So we would be approaching a foot below normal.
Foot below normal? Okay. I think that eases the angst about starting on the 15th. We're still going to be pretty full. And if you look at your radar right now, it's red right over the Cheney Basin. It's pouring down rain right there now. So my wife called me or texted me and says, "Are you getting heavy rain?" I said, "I don't know. I'm still in a meeting." I haven't seen the outside yet. So there is heavy rain right over Cheney right now. And if the most we can lose at the worst conditions is 10 inches, I think we're okay. So I appreciate it.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if my colleagues, it would ease some of their concern if we set a limit, such as if it's still above 95% on September 15th, then it'll kick in on September 15th. And if not, then it would go as planned, as scheduled. I don't know if that's possible, if that's doable.
I think from a legal perspective, it'll be a little tricky for the ordinance to be triggered by an event that we won't know until that date.
I think if you take 10 inches off there, we're going to be at 95%, right?
I was trying to remember what the elevation correlation was to percentage.
It's pretty close.
It probably is.
It's pretty close. So I think we've got it covered. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there to see if that helps ease some of the concerns.
I think we're okay, but.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. I think that would get a little complicated. I'm going to support this. I just know I'll be watching elevations around that time and weather patterns up until then. I'm hopeful that this all works out, but just stating my concerns.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Sorry, and just to go back, sorry, Gary.
All right.
So Councilmember Johnson brought this up earlier. If extremely dry, extremely hot, lots of evaporation on the 15th, is there and if I missed it, I'm sorry, but is there a way to amend it so then we don't do it and we stay where we are? We don't know that. I don't know that. Yep.
Worst case scenario is 10 inches in a month, and we're less than 4 weeks away. So if it goes down 10 inches, we're still at 95-ish%.
But I'm asking a question that I think is fair to be answered.
Right.
I think this has been a little bit of a complicated concept for us to figure out how this works, not having been at this point before. I think where we do help ourselves is the comment I made earlier, is if you get what would be considered a big drop in that 1 month, we're going to reset and start over on the 12-month average at that elevation. So that's moving forward. That's considered the 12-month, if that makes sense. So it'd be as if the previous 12 months were at that elevation. That does give us a head start of going back to where we need to be within the drought response plan. And if we happen to see dry conditions beyond that, we'll get back to stage 2 in a lot quicker order than we would have otherwise. I know that's a little bit of a different concept, but I think that part helps. I think that helps us by going, that becomes our new 12-month if we do have that problem within that period of time. I'm not sure what else we set the gauge at other than saying that we go to stage 1 is ultimately what lifts it. And that would stay with the current 12-month when it gets to 70%.
So it looks like we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Ancillary employee benefits selection.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Heather St. Pierre, Department of Finance, and we have made it to agenda item number 11, the 2026 Ancillary Employee Benefits Program. The city's ancillary benefit program includes self-funded dental, flexible spending account administration, and self-funded vision. IMA assists the city by monitoring programs and providing vendor selection assistance, as well as rate analysis. The Health Insurance Advisory Committee, or HIAC, serves as the staff screening and selection committee for our benefit programs. HIAC membership includes representatives from the FOP, the IAFF, SEIU, and the Transit Teamsters Union. Membership also includes Employees Council, as well as staff from Law Department, City Manager's Office, Human Resources, and Finance. On March 17th, 2025, in coordination with IMA, a request for proposals was issued for vision and dental benefits, as well as flex spending account administration. 2 dental, 3 vision, and 10 flexible spending administration responses were received. The staff screening and selection committee interviewed the potential vendors and recommended Delta Dental of Kansas, VSP, Insurancy. They recommended Delta Dental due to their expansive provider network, customer service capabilities, and low administration fee. The committee valued VSP's municipal experience, history of employee satisfaction, and affordable rates. Surancy's 24-hour customer service capabilities, performance guarantees, and rate guarantee were all appreciated. The Vision program is paid with city contributions of not less than 80% and employee contributions of not more than 20%. The city pays the fees for the flexible spending account administration. The dental program is employee paid. Contracts and policies will, of course, be subject to review and approval as to form by the Law Department. It is recommended that the City Council accept the recommendations of the screening committee and approve Delta Dental of Kansas, VSP Insurancy, as well as authorize staff to negotiate contracts with the proposed vendors and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions for staff? Okay. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Has the city considered an HSA, health savings account, instead of a flexible spending account?
There have been some conversations around HSA health savings accounts. Those may or may not be required to be tied to a high deductible health plan, which we
I don't think so.
No, okay, I'm thinking of the other one then. But yes, those are ongoing conversations.
Okay. The advantage to that is it can go floater from year to year to year.
Right.
And if you don't use it at the end of your life, you can actually get the money back.
Right.
Instead of having to spend it every year.
Yeah.
So I would like to see, maybe look into that.
Absolutely.
I would do that. I won't do the flexible spending because I may not need it.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will go ahead and move that the City Council approve Delta Dental of Kansas, VSP Insurancy, as the providers for dental, vision, and flexible spending administration, authorize staff to negotiate contracts with the proposed vendors, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public Housing Recovery Agreement Status Report.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record. I have for you our August update to our HUD recovery agreement. Just a reminder, in January of this year, we entered into a recovery agreement related to the public housing score under the public housing assessment system that was low due to our disposition of those public housing assets. That agreement includes actions related to improving physical condition of occupied units, repositioning the remaining public housing properties, and providing an update on capital fund projects. Improving the physical condition of occupied units, all of our required maintenance plans, inspections, and work order information is uploaded to the HUD portal monthly. We had our HUD Real Estate Assessment Center inspections in May of this year, and we finally have final scores for those. And we scored 100% and 93% respectively for our two groupings of properties. Additionally, we had Inspire, National Standard for the Physical Inspection of Real Estate Inspections, contracted with McKay and Associates. Those were completed in July of 2025, resulting in no life-threatening or severe deficiencies in any occupied properties. To date, repositioning public housing, we have a 20.8% occupancy rate, because obviously we're not leasing units as they vacate. We have approval of all of the disposition applications as of June 20th. As of the 4th of August, and this number changes absolutely every day, we had closed on 180 properties as of that date and had 32 pending sale. We've only had 3 properties that did not sell once we listed them with a listing agent, and we'll be turning those over to McCurdy Real Estate and Auction to be auctioned at no less than appraised value. And the detailed disposition report was attached to the agenda report, which includes the status on every single property. So our strategies for the remaining units include, with the update last week of the Affordable Housing Fund Plan, we'll be moving forward with the sale of 7 units in South City that will be sold with Affordable Housing Fund subsidies as occupied units, because we have very large families in those units and know they'll be challenged to find units in the open marketplace. We'll prioritize units within the floodplain, units with environmental mitigation needs, and those with other market challenges for those affordable housing funds. We are issuing requests for proposals without subsidy for the Arnold and Country Acres clusters. Actually, I reviewed the Arnold RFP just today, and we should be getting that out in the next week or so. And then the remaining units will be sold on the open market, staggered, not to flood the market or alter our real estate market, after occupied units relocate. So the occupants have until September 30th to vacate those units to meet the regulatory 90-day notice for vacating. Capital fund projects. We've received additional capital funds for 2025 that wasn't expected, and we are moving forward with 25 roof and gutter replacements. That is out for bid, with those bids expected back by August 29th. Every dollar they give us, we want to make sure we're investing back in these properties before we put them back out to the market. The previous roof replacement project for 10 units is complete. Renovation of 7 units at Country Acres is 20% complete, and renovation of 7 units in South City is about 95% complete. We did have a fire on August 7th on a property that the renovations were 95% complete, so unfortunate. It is being investigated as arson. Here are some pictures from that fire. We are working with we have outside insurance for the public housing properties. We're working with the insurance company, and they believe, as this is a brick structure, that we will be able to make the renovations necessary with our insurance proceeds. At this point, that's all the entire update. There is no impact to the general fund. The monthly update to the Wichita Housing Authority Board is required as part of the recovery plan, and it is recommended that the Wichita Housing Authority Board receive and file the recovery plan status update report for August 2025, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sally. Questions for staff? I just have a couple. I wanted to know, slide 182. It was mentioned that you all received additional funds. Can you explain those additional funds?
So when you have public housing, we receive operating funds and we receive capital funds. we did not expect we'd be receiving additional capital funds in 2025 because most of our units had approved disposition applications, but we did receive additional, $1.3 million in additional funds. So we will be bringing further contracts forward. It may slow down our sales because, like I said, as we're putting these properties back out onto the market, we want to make sure that we spend every dollar that HUD has given us, and they'll be in better condition at the point we go to sell them. So, yep.
My other question is, in the consent agenda, there were multiple properties that, again, sold for above appraisal price. Can you just address, has that been going that way all along? Nothing has come below, or?
Nothing has come below. We actually can't sell them for below the appraised value. And, it really, there have been some time that has elapsed from the time the appraisals had happened. HUD took a long time to approve some of those applications. And we're seeing market rates changing in different neighborhoods across the community. We lean on our listing agent to make recommendations as to what to put those units, what price to set for those. They've been pretty good. Every once in a while we have to bring them down a little bit closer to appraised, but we work hand in hand with the broker.
Those additional dollars above the appraisal price, how is that being utilized within the department?
So all of the proceeds from the sales of these homes have to be used and invested in future affordable housing with Section 8 rent restrictions. So that's that source of funds that we'll be putting into the housing we're building at the Second Light campus, and then there'll be additional funds that we'll be able to invest in future development.
Thank you very much, Sally.
You're welcome.
And I know that City Manager Layton, I think it was last week or the week before, we're going to have a presentation regarding Second Light coming up. Do you know when that will happen?
No, not yet.
So thank you for your efforts, Sally. With that, I see no further comments from this bench. Anyone from the public who would like to speak on this topic? I see no one. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will go ahead and move that the Wichita Housing Authority Board receive and file the HUD Recovery Agreement Status Update and Public Housing Disposition Update Report.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member agenda, approve that pursuant to section 2.04.090, Councilmember Glasscock's travel expenses as estimated on the travel authorization and expense form to attend the IAFCI Task Force Awards in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, August 26th through 27th for the purpose of representing the city of Wichita, consistent with AR 3.1, be approved upon return from travel. Actual expenses shall be reported to the Controller's Office.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The board is frozen, so I'll just briefly mention, I was talking to Captain Slaughter about the great work that the Property Crimes Task Force is doing, and they're getting an award in Oklahoma City, and so I will be going to congratulate them and represent the city down in Oklahoma.
Thank you for representing us, Councilmember Glasscock, and congratulations to the task force that has recovered over $6 million in property that has been stolen. So thank you very, very much. With that, I will move to approve that travel.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 7-0. I have one agenda item off the cuff. However, it is not something that is for the council. It's really more for law department. I wanted to know if the mayor is allowed to create a committee specifically to America's 250th anniversary, which will be held next year. So I wanted to know if the mayor can just create a committee, if that is, do I need approval from this?
I'll check, but I think the ordinance is silent on that, but let me follow up with you on that. Thanks.
So I appreciate that we'll get a response at some point. Again, Kansas has a committee for America's 250th headed by Representative Estes. And so I wanted to make sure that we also had a committee here in Wichita appointed or gathered, convened by the mayor. I know that Visit Wichita is also taking a lead on a similar effort. but there have not been a lot of movement regarding that. So I really wanted to make sure that it's top of mind as the end of the year is coming. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I think we had a discussion at the end of the meeting regarding this, and I thought, and I could be completely wrong because, you know, it's been a bit, but that we would all appoint someone, and then the committee would reside in Park and Rec. That's my recollection, but if I'm wrong, I apologize. But if not, I think that would be a good way to proceed. And perhaps the mayor can have, you know, like if there's 7 of us and the mayor has 3, or I don't know. But I think it would be great to have representation from all the different districts, just because every district's a little bit different. And, you know, it would be interesting to see if we wanted to do something in all the districts or just downtown. So that would be my recommendation, but just a thought from the discussion we had prior. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tuttle. I think that discussion in particular was about the selection of a new city manager. And so I think Law has some comments.
Thank you for the moment. Mayor, I did check the ordinance. There is an ordinance that provides that the mayor may appoint special committees as directed or approved by a majority of the council. Such special committees shall conduct activities and report as directed by the majority of the council. Such committees shall serve at the pleasure of the majority. So it says again, may it be appointed by the mayor as directed or approved by a majority of council.
So maybe this is further discussion, but when I was thinking of a committee, I was really more talking about convening other groups such as Sedgwick County, USD 259, McConnell Air Force Base. These are other entities that should be activated regarding America's 250, including the Veterans Memorial Park Board and Dole VA Hospital, just to name a few. So I was curious if that's even the same, because I'm not necessarily asking for.
I think that's different. You're convening community groups. It's not an appointment. I think that's the administrative matter.
Mayor, if you'd let us look at it, because we have had some past practice regarding the mayor appointing a special committee. I can think of one that Councilmember or Mayor Longwell put together. So let me talk to the city attorney. Let's work through that. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel?
No comment. I had the same recollections that we had that discussion about an appointment each, but curious to see where this discussion goes, and we'll let them come back with some of the past practices. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question for Law. I just wanted to make sure that I'm following protocol here. If I wanted to put something on the agenda, according to the ordinance, the mayor cannot be the only one that puts it on the agenda. It has to be voted on by this council. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. I know that at some point I may be bringing up a discussion item, but it would need to be voted on. The mayor cannot just simply put something on the agenda. Thank you. Except for recognition, so a recognition is different. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Council member appointments and comments.
Council member appointments. I see none. Council member comments. Council member Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to encourage those in the city to keep the family of Bishop Mark Gilkey in your prayers. He passed this morning. He was a tremendous leader in the community, head of the Ministerial League, did a lot of great work for us and worked closely with the council on unity in the community last year. Unfortunately, his health did not allow him to participate in every event, but he was a strong supporter, did a lot of great work in this community, and showed the love of God through his actions. So just want to keep the Ministerial League and his family in our prayers. They're going to announce his services here in the next few days, but definitely wanted to mention that we lost a wonderful human.
My condolences to the family as well. Any further comments from this bench? Unfortunately, we cannot leave yet. We have a special session. So I will now ask and move. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 30 minutes to receive information from city staff pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 to discuss employer-employee negotiations, whether or not
in consultation with the representative or representatives of the public body or agency. The executive session is required to protect the city's right to the confidentiality of its negotiating position and the public interest. It is 4:32 at this moment. Let's take a quick 3-minute break, so 4:35, and come back in 30 minutes. Will that work? So 5:05? 5:05, we will return from executive session. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion
Second.
and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. We will go into executive session at 4:35.